One check, one check. All right, we got, man. This the Argument League. Shout out to the family. You already know what time it is. Man, shout out to the people, man. Shout out to the AOI, the Argument League, SVGL, man. Snapping off entertainment. You already know what it is. Small boss in the building. Shout out to Bill. Ding on the track, Z on the camera. Slapping up film. Shout out to Southern Man, the commissioner, Southern Vision Debate League, the greatest debate league in the world. Only debate league on YouTube. Shout out to Knowledge One Allah, Do the Knowledge Radio. Shout out to Gold Man, Brandon Bay, Holly, Radical Wiki, Harpoon Pro Ground Zero, Hurricane Katrina. That is the AOI. Shout out to the judges, the peers, the reason here, man, the people of SVDM. Oh, yeah, it is true. We are here. Shout out to Dumb on Pro Black, man, for a great debate last night. I could have with both of them, though. You know what I'm saying? Interesting conversation. Shout out to him. And I missed them scores. Shabo, shout out to you, Shabo. Shout out to Shabo. Yeah, I missed them scores too, so you know what I'm saying? Oh, the river looks nice this time of day. It really does. It really does. Yeah, man, just another day, man. I'm up here. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna try to get an AOI panel together. See if I get all the family in the house at one time. Other than that, man, shout out to everybody who fuck with us, cause you fuck with us. Motherfuckers started to put motherfuckers' names in the title so goddamn much. Motherfuckers, I'm starting to get suggested niggas videos and shit. Motherfuckers just desperate. You're not me. You're not my kind. Okay? I beef with bosses. All right? I don't beef with rogue followers. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers been following motherfuckers for 30 years and shit. And they cut your ass off. Now you think you something. Nigga, no. Shut up, too. Tiffany Turner. I'm driving, so if I can't see the chat, my bad, y'all. Hold on, let me put my phone on my dashboard so I can see it. So I can see it. So I can see it. All right, there you go. Shout out to Tiff. You already know. Tiffy Turner. She be looking for a burn. All right. Oh, yeah, great debate. And then more debates coming up. I had a debate, man, but you know, blacks Black Son so fucking. You gonna debate Yanga, nigga? Like, man, fuck Yanga, nigga. You ain't gonna make me debate Yanga. But we know who made Black Son debate Yanga, though. We know what that was. That's one of them. I'm your friend. Even though you talk about me like a dog, I'ma still do what you want me to do. I'm your friend. I'm your friend. To the end, Heidi ho. Ha ha ha. This motherfucker said, Yanga needs some debate. Yeah, nah, he better debate his girl. Malik Rain, man. Hey, I emailed you about that basket, Malik Rain. Um, I sent you the number. She said people don't feel like doing all of that. So, you know what I'm saying? In the email, just let me know. Well, really, you know what I'm saying? Send the cash out to $UAVEBOS 26, and in the description of the cash app, put whether it's a male or female or both, because she got the couples. No, man, fuck all that shit. It's they got female ones, male ones, and they got the couples bag. So let us know which one you want with the cash app, and then you can email me your address, the mailing address, and I'll send it through. And you will receive that, brother. Yeah, that's it, man. We back in the building, man. Motherfuckers want niggas so attention so bad, man. I've been ignoring ugly girls all my life. You know what I'm saying? So that ain't nothing new. Ugly girl like you, Swab. Well, I don't like ugly girls. Now she want to fight you, Swab. I don't fight girls. Well, now she telling all her male friends about you, Swab. I'ma whoop one of them niggas that come to me sideways. You niggas that still getting sent off for females, especially females that you know is a fucking setup ass, shit talking ass, disrespectful ass, single, lonely, bitter motherfucker. Like, motherfuckers gotta stop that shit, man. Motherfucker gotta stop. I'll see if a nigga disrespected your sister, your mama, your auntie, or some shit. There was a misunderstanding. You could come through, yo, you know what I'm saying? I just wanna, you know what I'm saying, get straightened out what the misunderstanding was. So, won't be no conflict. But for niggas to just listen to a female that just has no intellectual value, all she can do is just call people bitches and escalate situations, and then you run your goofy, dumbass, coat sniffing ass up. Man, I want to fight you. You want to fight me for what? You disrespected my girl. How did I disrespect her? It don't matter. Oh, you a send-off ass nigga. Oh, you a send-off ass nigga. Set up girls and send off niggas. That's what it's about. Set up girls and send off niggas. That's all it's about. He disrespected me. Well, what you do to him? Oh, you ain't got my back no more? Nigga, I said what you do to him. That shouldn't matter. That shouldn't matter. I'm mad. Yeah, you will never get that. I'm ignoring niggas like Sarnetta. Sarnetta hit my motherfucking link. I kicked that nigga right out the back chat. Bang, fuck you, nigga. Get the fuck off my motherfucking panel. If you think the likes of you got attention, and I know it ain't nothing even YouTube behind it. Like it ain't even nothing, beneficial. This motherfucker put everybody name in the title. Get them views. Get them views. Get them views. Motherfuckers love that shit. They need to get that shit out their system. Get them views. But you're not gonna get my views. You're not gonna get my attention. I can stand up here and talk about me all day. What type of nigga I am, what I deal with, what I don't deal with. And I do not deal with set up women and send off niggas. That's not my enemy list. You know? Like Batman was a fool. This nigga was Batman, and this nigga beefing with jokers, riddlers, penguins. Nigga, I'm the Hulk, nigga. I'm the fucking Hulk. Ain't never seen the Hulk fight no elf. Motherfuckers is what they hate. That's what motherfuckers do. That shit be so funny. Niggas talk about shit so bad till they become it. Just like niggas dog the Bible. That Bible fake, that Bible. And every conversation they have whenever you get around them is about that Bible. They don't want to talk about nothing else. I thought you said the Bible was fake. Yeah, but I want to talk about it. Because, that's really all I got. So now, even though they the people that's against the Bible, their whole life is the Bible. Their whole life is the Bible. I ain't scared of no walk. Hey, you not tough. That's how I go for real though. Not for fake. So yeah, man. Well, You know, well, you know, do think I need to get some honey or some shit though. That's true. Get some honey in. Man, they put bacon in everything, man. If I could just get some regular what? Chicken pizza. Then I can put some turkey pepperonis on it my motherfucking self. You feel me? What's the best piece? Check up connection, check up connection. Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you for putting me on. The Quitos, those was kind of fire. The Quitos was kind of fire. They'll never put enough fucking meat in the motherfucker. Man, these motherfuckers might be a waste of my goddamn time. Cause I make my homemade flounces and shit. Yeah, that might be what the fuck I do. Fuck. All right, now I'm out of this thing, man. I'm spending no more time here. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Ain't no time. Almost got decapitated. You feel me? Do you figure the deal? Nah. And they got any ginger ale in it? Excuse me. Excuse me. Apologize. Thank you. Sorry. Excuse me, sir. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you. They got the lemonade, ginger ale. Oh, they got one right here. That ginger ale. You know you got to get some water. You know you got to buy your water now, right? Can't trust that shit at the tap. Okay, so I got some grapes. Grapes is always good. Mm. Walmart run this motherfucker stretch and shit. Uh-oh, y'all finna get it in? All right, look. One of them got the bottom, one of them got the top, the other got the charcoal. That's what I mean. Shout out to nobody. Oh yeah, man. You know I gotta keep the house together. You know what I'm saying? Huh? Yeah. Okay, bet. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh shit, yeah, you gonna have to move this fucking body. Yeah. Hey, excuse me. Can you put that on that side, please? Thank you. No problem. Thank you. Good old salmon. Good old salmon. Turkey patties. Oh, that's the turkey tenderloin. Beef Scott Peterson. Turkey breakfast sausage. Lemon. Select from list or key in the item's code. Lemon. Two. Two of them things. All right, we good then. And great. Yeah. It look like we good. I thought I just did. Who did that? I didn't ask for no motherfucking cash up. Oh, jeez. I almost did it. Appreciate it. And we gone. And life moves on. Life goes on. And so do we. I don't really give a damn what they gotta say. Don't want your money. I want your life. Man, my bag, man, I scared the whole internet and won't nobody hit the panel with me, y'all. I apologize. I apologize. So I was just a horrible person, such a torturous, terroristic type of a demon that people don't feel comfortable hitting that motherfucking link. I'm sorry. I don't know how many times I gotta apologize. It was the cash apps. Remember? What's the nigga? Saw them cash apps. I said, hold on, man. I'm boycotting this. My bad, y'all don't get to see me intellectually beat people up no more because nobody will hit the link. And you know what I'm saying? They only like having conversations. Sunny day today, oh yeah. You already know. Shout out to Coryard. Yeah, my bag don't nobody hit the link no more, man, because they only like talking to me in situations where they can kick me and mute me and shit. But you could go watch one of my several debates on Sullivan's Debate League. The greatest debate league in the world. Only debate league on YouTube. Cause y'all don't got bars like that. Holly in the building. Shout out to the AOI up, sis. We stay up. We stay up. We stay up. Shout out to all my beautiful people out there, man. I really do appreciate y'all presence, man. And I am in love with your character. Stay real. Don't participate in the fake. Enjoy your life. Life is a beautiful thing. Don't let the past define your future. Use your knowledge of the past to define your future. Yeah, that's what you do. Don't nobody want to damn play with me. Not nobody want to square dance with me. Mm, I hear that shit, man. It's lonely at the top. Flash. It's lonely at the top. Oh, nah. It's crazy for real. Let me see. Yeah, it's damn near a little too hot for this motherfucking hoodie, to tell the truth. G-Dad. I hear that. Shout out to G that got it down in the verses. We gonna have to kick up another verses too. I got a few niggas just been trying to get that money up. See niggas like, man, shit, boy, they done opened the world back. I'm trying to get my money and my girl back. You know what I'm saying? I'm on my way home. Well, it might not be such a bad idea if I never go home again. I'm on my way home. Well, it might not be such a bad idea if I never go home again. I don't know, man. So I be doing these niggas bad. Niggas mad they can't scam people out of $150 and shit. You hate Swab? I hate Swab too. We the family. We the family. You hate Swab? I hate Swab too. He called you out. He caught you being a liar and wicked and misinformed and outdated in your information and emotionally hurt, spewing your rhetoric onto the people. Man, that nigga did that shit to me too, man. That nigga said my information was outdated. Hey, man, update your information. I had to. Shit. Now you in the intellectual space, you make it easy to beat up on your info because it's so damn dated. Because it's so out damn dated. That nigga Suave, man. Let me tell you what Suave did, man. That nigga Suave caught me lying and put me on blast. I remember one time I said, it don't bother me if a 26-year-old sleep with a 14-year-old. Man, that nigga act like I said something wrong, man. That nigga act like I said something wrong, man. All I say is I don't see nothing wrong with a 26-year-old sleeping with a 16-year-old. Man, all I said was, like, damn, fam. That's how we moving for real. Let me get your ass. You ain't going nowhere. You get from behind your ass. As long as it's somebody spewing misinformation, lying to the people, being slavery hurt, and they were never a slave, being church hurt. I will be there. Nigga, I'm me. I'm me. I'm me. Nigga, you're you. Yeah, that's what's up, man. Don't nobody want to play with Suave no more. Don't nobody bring that basketball outside no more. They really gonna hate when I get that championship on my life. They really gonna hate when I get that championship. So to be like SVDLs, 2021, 2022 champion, Suave Boss of the AOI. They be like, man, something set this shit up, man. This shit rigged, man. The judges was on Suave's side, man. Only reason the nigga won because he debated a million times. All that motherfucking crying he did. Damn, family. Damn, family. Yeah, because that nigga Suave, man, that nigga bait so much. I barely even got my 5 in. That nigga ain't got no job. He ain't got no life. He don't spend no time with Katrina. Oh, man, you definitely gonna have to get some. Wow, man. Ignorant driving motherfuckers, man. I ain't got time to be out here getting into it with nobody. Because they don't know how to drive. Now you wanna act like you know how to drive. And it might have been a good idea half an hour back. Told you that nigga Suave. That nigga Suave just be over there on the argument league and he don't give people a fair chance to talk. Hey, you want the manager to the argument league so you can go live? Hell no, I ain't gonna do nothing but get that nigga views. You know his channel monetized, so he ain't gonna do nothing but use you to make money. And you ain't getting none of that money. He gonna send you a super chat. He ain't gonna give you that super chat. He gonna spend that super chat on some weed. He gonna spend that super chat on some weed and just smoke in front of you. Sit back and smoke while you streaming, getting him money. Oh, so you don't want the manager to the channel? No, no. I got my own channel. Come to my channel. I'll be watching strippers. Come to my channel. I'll be having big booty girls in bikinis twerking. You know what I'm saying? Because we men. And that's what men want to see. Men don't want to be around no women debating them. Niggas don't want to be around no women getting proved wrong. Women be talking and stuff, telling you let them speak. That nigga Swab just be letting them women speak, man. For real. They get to say anything. I say a 26-year-old can sleep with a 16-year-old once. Nigga act like I'm a problem. Nigga be in the building, you ain't missed nothing, you just in time. You always just in time. That's why I don't go over there to the argument league no more, man. There's always them women over there. And them women, they just be looking for you to say something so they can attack. Try to make it seem like you misogynistic and don't respect women. Shit, I got a woman. I respect women. I got a girl. Ask her how good I treat her. Ask my girl how good I treat her. I be getting her flowers and shit. Dude, hell yeah. They be acting like I'm wrong. I gotta give her like 5, 10 minutes. Somebody just walked out, so the doors is locked. Well, it might not be such a bad idea if I never go home again. Man, they gonna piss you off up here. Overworked and underpaid in this motherfucker. Overworked and underpaid in this motherfucker. They got to deal with this crazy ass niggas coming in and out of here. I didn't hear you. Oh, he want to fight you now. He say he want to fight you now. And talk to your dude in your car. The tough doorman. The begging doorman with an attitude. How you got an attitude and beg? You only got an attitude from other motherfuckers? Man, I like you, man. You got $1, man. Other than that, hey, can I come in? My bad. I'm back. That nigga Suave, man. Oh, man. Okay, that's cool. April 3rd, 9:30 p.m. We're going to keep that in memory. Keep that in mind, man. Get you where you need to be when you need to be. That nigga Suave, man. Won the argument league. That nigga be plagiarizing during his debates and shit. All my material is original material. You know, I make all my own graphics. I make all my own videos. You know what I'm saying? That nigga Suave, man. That nigga so goddamn disgusting. Such a trifling individual he is. You know, I don't mess with people like that, man. Everybody I mess with is they don't lie. They got integrity, you know what I'm saying? They cool. Look at my bag, I'm back for real. Nah, man, cause y'all don't be hearing that nigga Suave when he be talking that shit, man. He be treating y'all nice. Y'all be kissing that nigga ass and shit. You know what I'm saying? Y'all never be telling that nigga he wrong. Y'all gotta stop that shit. For real, y'all gotta tell Suave when he be wrong. Suave don't be right all the time. Y'all see that shit, man? Y'all gotta hold people accountable. Can we get much higher? So high. Home, home, home. Oh, home, home, home. Can we get much higher? So high. Now, for real, y'all gotta start holding that nigga Suave accountable, man. That nigga's not right all the time. He be trying to act like he can't never be wrong. Y'all be hearing him. He be talking to niggas like they his kids. I'ma rhyme Suave name with something bad. That'll hurt his feelings, watch.
Okay, so yeah, let me check on it and then I'll be right back. Thank you.
I'ma rhyme that nigga name. That's what I'ma do. He call himself Suave Boss. I'ma call that nigga Suave Awful. He call himself Suave Boss. I'ma call him Suave Moss. Suave Cross. Hmm. I'ma call that nigga Suave Pork. Huh? Oh yeah, that's right. Cause niggas don't know. Niggas don't know. Niggas don't know. Niggas don't. Niggas don't. Niggas don't know.
What about the
Huh?
other package for the company?
Okay, baby. I just wanted them to use the bathroom. I'm finna put them up, baby. Go ahead. I'm finna roll it. Thank you, baby. I'ma name that nigga something awful. Domo in the building. What's good with the big bro? Man, I'ma call that nigga Suave. I'ma rhyme his name with something. Which I want to rhyme his name with, y'all. Suave Sauce. Cause that nigga like a lot of sauce on his food. Then I'm gonna call that nigga. You gonna call him Suave Sauce? I'm gonna call him Suave. What I'm gonna call him? I'm gonna call that nigga Suave something. Don't watch. He gonna be mad too. Y'all know how I rhyme people names. People get mad when I rhyme their name. For real. That nigga think he's somebody for real. That nigga ain't nobody. Suave ain't nobody. It's born today. Not a lot of people coming in today. We just standing here looking crazy at each other, ain't it? Offline and online. That's what's up. Tell people to stay their ass at home. Yeah, that's why I don't go over there to the argument league no more, man. For real. That nigga would not just let you be a trifling ass nigga, dog. Where I'm from, it's cool to be a hoe ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? Hoe ass niggas get all the props and shit. You know what I'm saying? Niggas know not to fuck with them because they gonna do some hoe shit and then call the police. I'm sorry, y'all. Don't nobody want to play with me. Don't nobody want to play with me. I don't call people bitches enough. I don't talk about women spouses enough. It's the domo in the building, man. Shout out to the big bro. It's the elite. Don't ever get it twisted. Had a great one against the boy yesterday. How you doing?
What's good with it, bro?
Man, you sound like you smoking, man. You smoking?
Shit, man, that shit. Out to.
Oh, okay. That's what's up.
Oh, wait, hold on. Don't tell me I left all my tree in the office. I did. Oh, no, all of it. Not all of it. But my
Time to turn
papers is in
around.
the office, so I got no roll up.
Time to go back to the office.
Nah, shit, my wife in there now.
Oh, shit.
She now she having a meeting up in that motherfucker.
Okay. She like, look at this weed he left in the office.
Well, nah, what she says is, you gonna be smoking up there? You consider it?
Hell
I
nah.
mean, don't leave ashes and filthy.
Mm-hmm. Don't leave nothing for me to have to clean up to feel comfortable in this motherfucker.
Yeah. Yeah, man, last night was a classic, bro.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. How you feel about Pro Black?
Pro Black cool, man. Like he got that, and he got that energy, man. He got that energy. He can play some good defense in the rapid fire. He can. You know what I'm saying? I give you that. I can't get mad at it because I be answering questions like that too. Like,
Oh my
I'm not about
life.
to say. I'm not about to say what you want me to say. Man. You have to find a better way to do that.
It was
So
one point you just hijacked his answer. He was like, no. So why does why do people deal with transferred over to USD? He said, so people can use it. So they can use it. And then at one time, you got his ass to lose it. What the fuck did you say? Now you asked that nigga something, man. That nigga like said, hell, what the fuck you? Oh no, no, my bad. That was the Shuckleberg round. That nigga Solar asked that nigga something.
The question he asked, he's like, "Damn, you asked me the question. Why the fuck you on my back? Why the fuck you on my back, then?" Nah, yeah, that was a good one, man. That was a good one. I enjoyed that one.
Yeah, it was cool. I feel like that. That was my closest debate season.
What was the
That was
score? I didn't even catch the score.
144, 145.
Oh shit!
But
Do I
but
need
it
to
should have
ask who
been,
got the
to
140?
be for real, it would have been 147, 145, but
Yes.
my computer was fucking up. So,
And you cursed.
they both took points off for my opening because it was delayed. So
Hell no.
yeah, man. Yeah, bro. Trying to get this perfect story, bro.
All my life trying to get that 150.
Yeah, for real. Sure. Hey, I mean, they making it hard. It's supposed to be hard, though. It's supposed to be hard.
Yeah.
Niggas ain't supposed to just be pulling 150s that they have.
Hell nah.
You know what I mean?
I was damn near glad to see Judge Sam. I think that's who it was.
No, Sam did the debate the other day. It was
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He gave niggas sevens and shit. I was like, here we go.
right,
This what I'm talking about, nigga.
right. I mean, I feel like Pro Black. I do feel like Pro Black did his thing, though. You know what I'm saying, in terms of the argument that he was trying to make,
Oh boy.
um, and or the argument that he was making. You feel me? But yeah, man, I think that now that I see niggas is trying to do extra shit with the presentations, it's like, all right, let me add some animations to my shit or something.
Man, they kicked me in my ass for that shit, bro. Like all the shit that the judges is showing love to now, bro, was shit that I got cussed out for doing. Remember, I used to put a transition on every slide, animation, make the words do. They was like, oh, that shit ain't even needed. Motherfuckers took points for animations. I said, what the fuck? And then another thing, motherfuckers took points, but I'm glad to see that it is back, getting showed some love. How you show your sources in your opening, like these are my sources. Like that's how I used to do my shit. Just have all my sources in the opening. Like these are my sources. This is what I'm gonna pull from. Motherfuckers told me you gotta show that shit during your slide. You just showing the sources at the beginning of the debate. Ain't doing that. I said, what? All right, bro. That's why I was mad at your shit.
No, I mean, I think it's different ways that could be done. You feel me? Like niggas showing their sources. You know what I mean? Cause I feel like I'm the only person who, like, everybody else, when they use quotes, they just screenshot it from where they got it from. You know what I'm saying? So you can see where they got it, which I don't think nothing wrong with that. I think I'm the only nigga who act when I show sources. It's like I actually just put it on the slide and then I put the sources at the bottom. But it's like if you screenshot, like if your source, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you yelling? What's the issue? You want attention? I'm right here.
Just a little bit. I don't even want all the attention. I got enough, thank you. I'm gonna shut up for right now.
Yeah, but yeah, I thought it was close too, though. I ain't even gonna lie, cause you know me, I try to keep. I didn't want it to be. Oh, like I don't think it was overly political. I think it was more economic. I think the conversation we had was more economic. But you can't talk about economics without politics. You know what I'm saying? So that's really where I was. But yeah, I feel like it was cool. I think I'm gonna get this perfect score. I'm gonna get that on Black Sun head though.
On my life, straight goofy.
Either on because my last two debates is Black Sun and Holly.
Shout out to Holly. Better watch out for Holly, fam.
Nah, I could get a shit. It could be her too. Shit. It could be
You
her
better
too.
watch your mouth.
It could be her too. Nah, Holly trying when we set up the debate, Holly just trying to take shots and then dip. You know what I'm
On my
saying?
life.
So she so yeah, so she you know what I mean? I
She was
don't
talking
listen,
shit to me. I was like, damn.
look,
Fuck
I'm
that
like
AOY shit.
you know that shit. My wife, you know that shit with Sully be playing that shit. He be like, with Jordan, he was like, and I took it personal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah. Shit, this shit personal now. Like, oh, okay, I gotta prove something to y'all. It's the new people. So I get it. It's cool. It's the new people. I gotta prove something to the new people. It's all good. I think everybody I didn't debate it so far. I've been veterans. Pro Black is already been in the league. Akmalot, you, Madar. Yeah, it's been all you know what I'm saying, all vets. So Black Sun and what's the name? My fault. Black Sun and Holly, no disrespect. Uh they gonna be the first rookies I debate this season, and I'm gonna have to show them, bro. I'm gonna have to show them. And then I gotta knock out Holly real quick because it's like shit. I've been beating up on the AOI all season, so I gotta keep it going.
Hey, we the people to target.
Look,
You already
y'all the
know.
only click left. Shit.
We won. We shot the BB gun.
Hey, for real though? Well, I guess you still got Dark Side. I guess you still got.
Hell nah, nigga. They try. This the dark side revamp, the repuff. Like, you know what? Blue is dark side. Hey, dark side is. Niggas ain't talking about dark side. None. That nigga Blue ain't been calling himself no double master teacher. That nigga, once the boycott of the argument league came and Lex started his battle rap league back and all of that shit, niggas start being allegiance to the dark side again. That nigga got in that motherfucking debate and said, show me an example of when God dealt with the people. This nigga said Israel. I was ready for him to say Stemia or some shit. He
Yeah,
said
nah,
they
you
had
know,
their situation.
Blue always, you know what I'm saying, maintain Blue always maintain loyalty. Blue a loyal nigga.
Yeah. He loyal as hell. I'm just saying. It ain't been no representing.
Because
You know what
look,
I'm saying?
shit, niggas that be over here now don't know who the fuck the Dark Side is.
Because ain't nobody representing for the dark side. That's
Well,
my
but
point.
I
That's
mean,
my point.
we're not even when Blue bring it up though. Even when Blue bring up, it's like, what is that? You know what I'm saying?
I ain't heard nobody ask for that. Motherfuckers, I just started noticing people like, what does AOI stand for? I was like, damn, I thought y'all knew. Oh, okay. Affiliation of Intelligence.
Yeah, see, niggas know that. You know what I mean? Like when AO, you rarely see power to the dark side in the chat. No, like
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? That nigga wasn't over here represented by himself.
I mean, it
Look at this city.
hold on, real quick, bro.
Yeah. I got you, big guy. Look at this idiot. Goof. Straight goof true. What's good? She say you think sometimes.
All right, hello.
You're
Yeah, but yeah, man, y'all survived. Y'all made it. Hey, yo, why?
shit. We started it and ended it. We was the first. We shall be the last.
Bro, y'all was not the first. Y'all was not the first click. No lie.
Yes, we was. Me, Brandon, and Gold, man. Season 1.
But y'all wasn't AOI season one though.
No, we was Team Ujima. We ain't had it because the AOI didn't come into the lack of integrity. But we was Team Ujima standing on that love, loyalty. You know what I'm saying?
Holly in the chat, she said, just remember you said that I remind you of you. No, you do. Holly does remind me of me. She got that fire in it. You know what I'm saying? She got that fire in it. But that's what I mean. Like, you remind me of me. Like, I'm the master for you to think out. Yo, so you can do. You feel me? And so in order for the student to kind of like you still got some, you know what I'm saying, some growing pains you gotta go through. And I'm gonna be the reason why you feel them pains, you feel me? That's all.
You feel
That's
me?
all. Listen, me saying I'm gonna beat you, Holly. That ain't no diss. It's just the reality. I'm a man on a mission. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't listen. Niggas been being, I mean, and it's, you know, I got respect for like all the. She said, "I take it personal that you embraced the elite title all of a sudden, but refused to mention my name in the conversation." You gotta earn it. You can't just be a rookie and make you elite. You gotta earn it. You know what I'm saying? That's all. That's all. It ain't no disrespect. I think you're a very intelligent woman. I think you got a lot of potential. You know what I'm saying? It's just
Oh,
shit.
too.
Like right now. You know what I mean? Right now, it's not the time when you want to get in, you want to stand in front of
Holly in the building. Shout out to the AOI.
Yeah. Right now, ain't the time to stand in front of this machine. You know what I mean? I got a quiet rage that been building up because I told niggas don't be like the panels and all that shit. That ain't never what I was in it for. You know what I mean? So when niggas started doing all the extra shit with the panels, that's why I've been cool. You know what I mean? The motherfuckers ain't been doing that. Like these panels ain't. Well, I ain't gonna say these panels, but the panels that niggas was on, man, that shit. You know what I mean? It wasn't doing nothing for no basis. So that's why I took a step back. But this, like niggas is still, bro. Like I remember, our other technically, you feel me? Like niggas is actively, you know what I'm saying, poaching talent. You know what I mean? Niggas is quitting to go fuck with shit that they said they wouldn't fuck with and that they don't fuck with. You feel me? And then, shit, people in the league is spending most of their time tearing down other people in the league. You know what I mean? So it's like, shit, nigga, I got something. We need to respect the champion and show motherfuckers with this shit power. You don't gotta sit on panels and shit on niggas to be champion. You know what I mean? You don't gotta sit on panels and constantly be about antagonisms and, you know what I'm saying, disrespect and fake street shit. Like, nah, because that ain't what none of this shit is about.
People, kids, and family members and shit.
Hey, that ain't what none of this shit is about. Shit. Like, like really supposed to be. This shit is supposed to be engaging and intellectual
And enlightening.
and entertaining. You feel me?
And entertaining.
What some people call edutainment. You know what I mean? And so shit, I gotta show niggas. I'm sorry, son. I mean, I always have some shit trying to prove and all of that, but shit, I got these folks. Listen,
Hey man, your
I didn't
words
live
don't
it.
stop my stride.
Where Holly
You know
go?
what I'm saying? I don't know, I guess our mic wasn't working or some shit. Yeah, Daniel in the building.
Yeah, you got niggas. You got niggas running over there talking about our views and all that other shit, and that's cool. Cause listen. Cause look, you know how niggas be talking shit. I must really trigger niggas, bro. Cause like, you know how niggas be like, nah, I don't block people from the chat. I don't do this. I'm blocked from everybody's motherfucking chat.
Nigga, that's a lie. People, all the motherfuckers block people from the chat.
I'm blocked. I'm blocked from all these niggas chats. All these niggas be like, man, pull up. Y'all don't want to pull up. Hey, cause y'all niggas pull up and y'all niggas be booting niggas.
On my life, that's all y'all
Y'all
do is
like
mute and
as
kick
soon as
niggas.
a nigga that's not kissing your ass, and as soon as somebody that can give you that smoke, niggas boot them off the panel. So it's like,
All of
why
a sudden,
focus on, bro? Like, why even if it's like, okay, boom, I'm gonna hop on and disagree. Why? Because as soon as I start cooking you, all you're gonna do is start yelling, and when you can't yell over me, you just gonna boot. Why the fuck would I get on your panel?
yep. Yep. Uh-huh.
Talk
Yeah, that
about
shit.
it, waste of fucking time. You know what I mean? But it's cool though, cause like I said, bro. Like I said, I used to, and Suave, you know this. I told niggas back in the day, in order for the league to fully grow,
Mm-hmm.
we had the drop off that we got right now is perfect.
Yeah.
It's perfect. That mean that everybody that fuck with everybody that's still pulling up, everybody that's still watching, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody that showed up to my debate last night, was commenting on my debate last night. That mean that they here because they fuck with the league.
Fact.
Not because one person told them to come and that's the only reason why they over there. Not because niggas is seeing niggas getting cussed out. Not
Not
because
because people getting called bitches on the argument league.
yeah, I mean none of that shit, bro. People showed up to the debates to watch the fucking debates.
The debate.
And so to the 30, 40 something people that was there, we appreciate y'all.
Nah,
Shit.
it was like 49 when I came in.
Yeah, well,
49.
shit.
I was
How
like,
many? You know
okay.
what I'm saying? How many ever was there? We appreciate y'all. Because one thing that we recognize, even the Damo haters. Shout out to the Damo haters. Table of Kings, bitch ass.
That's right there.
That nigga, bro.
Yeah, the table. You don't be showing Domo no love, bro.
Yeah, that nigga's a straight. He's a fanboy, bro. That nigga straight up literally, it don't matter what I'm doing, where I'm at, he gonna be the first nigga to show up and act like it. That's why he be so mad, because I just be winning and he root for everybody I'm debating against. Shout out KOT in the chat. Shout out to the homie KOT.
Man, KOT don't pull up for nobody. That nigga exclusive with them Anunnaki aliens. He will
Nah,
not
see,
argue.
that's one of the that's one of the niggas I learned from, bro. That's one of the
KOT.
niggas I learned from. KOT, yeah.
Yeah, he a cool little spectacle.
Yeah, I mean, nah, in terms of shit, how he carries himself, bro. I mean, I know some niggas just got, you know what I mean, some niggas just be working and shit. My nigga KOT show up to his debates and don't waste time with the bullshit. Shout out to KOT.
Hey.
Shout out to KOT.
Shout out to Tequila. Yeah, that's why he ain't got a lot of clips of him saying stupid shit. Now, I ain't finna get up on that panel.
Yeah, he definitely does. He definitely does. Where KOT in the ranking then? He better be in the playoffs this year.
I believe he in the ranking, yeah.
Hey, look, let's not act like I ain't even gonna play no games with niggas. Cause I had talked to Solar last night. He was like, "Yes, Schwab and them or one of them, you know, they did the post debate show." Then he'll show up with the ranking because the shit was fucking up. I was like, "That ain't like that to do no post debate show." Like niggas do post debate shows about niggas that they can talk shit about. Niggas do post debate. This was a good debate. It was entertaining and you know what I'm saying, and edifying. You know what I mean, on both sides. You feel me? So it's like shit. Like, these new post debate streams is just all about the disrespect.
I start off with the debate, but yeah, I would have loved to done one Last night I just took my dumb ass to bed. Fuck this. It was my off day. I wanted to get a little drunk, talk shit to Katrina. So, no mamas be precious. So precious.
That's cool. Well, nobody said why people hate on you, Damo. There a reason, or those just your thoughts? Ah, shit. I can list the reasons. Listen, I ain't gonna act like I don't give niggas a reason to hate me. Shit. First, the main reason why motherfuckers don't like me is because they think I'm too arrogant. You know what I'm saying? They think I'm too sure about my, you know what I'm saying, about my, what I think about myself and how I carry myself and shit. Why is that shit happening? You know you're not supposed to be doing this shit.
They be like, that nigga Domo.
I mean, that's the shit that they say. Niggas be, he's just arrogant. He thinks niggas been saying that since I've been here in season 1. Yuhukanan was the first one to be Damo. See, Damo cool. He's smart, but he just thinks he's bro. What the fuck? I'm supposed to wait for y'all to tell me that I'm good. Is that what it is? You know what I'm saying? Then the other thing is I be winning. I be beating these niggas. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's the only thing I'm mad about.
I look better than all these niggas. So.
That's up. I'll leave that up to the ladies, but I'll be mad that nigga be beating me. I know I just beat that nigga. Died. I just showed black people can be racist, man. I showed a real dragon in a debate against Domo and still lost.
That debate wasn't even judged, nigga.
A real dragon, man, and lost.
That's all it. Yeah, that's all it is.
Now, what was that other debate I had with you though?
We did. Can black people be racist? We did the dragons. We did.
I just thought about it the other day.
If all black people voted, or if all black people
yeah,
did
if all
vote.
black people held they vote, I know I killed that nigga. Died. I was on that nigga head. I'm shitty about that debate. That debate.
Man, nah, you trying to pull some slick shit. All black people in the world.
All black people in the world, Craig.
Looking ass nigga.
That's what you get for not talking about your debates with your opponents, nigga.
Nah, nigga,
like, all I need is the title.
Talk to you about that shit. You talked about all everything but that, nigga.
All I need is the title. I'm good. He said we talked about everything but that.
For real.
The judges was even like, man, fuck that nigga Swar, the world. I said, wait, what?
Y'all, listen, y'all were I was convinced.
I mean, because he was smart. Some other motherfuckers they was like, man, I can't tell Domo he lost to Swar.
Bro, but they can tell me that I lost to they can tell me I lost to Taz though.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
This shit. Nigga, they can tell me I lost to Taz. That's shit. That's why I feel upset. I think I beat you. But I understand what you mean, though. I understand exactly what you mean. But I want to see these standings though. Cause I don't really be knowing where I be
he didn't show the new standings?
He couldn't. His what's the name was fucking up.
Oh wow. See, y'all could have called me for that. Okay. I think I did see him say it was messing up too.
And I mean, I was about to say you ain't got the standings from last night, did you?
Hell nah, not the standings.
Yeah.
Not the I got the standings from the other night. Let me see.
But you know what? The thing is, it don't even fucking matter, bro. Because I got another 145. So that means that I'm actually probably like a point or something higher than Yanka, or me and Yanka might be tied for the power ranking. Because my last 3 debates, I got 145s.
Let me see. Yeah, you 0.5 ahead of Yanga. Let me see. Yanga 145, U 145.5, Holly 137.7, Swab 136.7, and Yami 136.6, Rio 135.6, Pro Black 133, Out the Blue 129.8, Moses 129.7, Black Sun 129.5, 128.2 to the scamming ass scum nigga that owe Holly 150, and then 125.1 for KOT.
That's the thing. So I got 145.5. Then I just got another 145. So that's probably gonna drop me down to 145.2 or some shit like that. That's just I gotta understand when I say ain't no winners and losers in this league, bro. Y'all gotta understand. I've dropped like my power ranking has went down every like these last 3 debates. Even though I technically, well not technically, even though I'm outscoring my opponents.
Yeah, but you're not outscoring yourself.
Exactly. Do y'all see how that worked now?
Yeah.
Y'all see how that, as much as we debating our opponents, but y'all do understand that this is that like really you trying to be better than you were your last debate. Period. Like for your shit to go up, you gotta be better yourself. Not your opponent gotta, because you and your opponent could both be dope. And one of y'all go up and one of y'all go down. Because it's all about was you better than your last performance? Mm-hmm. So, but that's why it's like shit. All right, it's something I gotta switch up. You feel me? Niggas is starting to hate on my presentation style. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro,
that black and white shit got you through, bro. But nigga, I was mad. I'm over here with transitions and colors, and he come in straight black and white. Oh, he got a perfect on his presentation. I said, what the fuck?
Bro, no. I mean, because the thing is, it's like one, it's not. First of all, the colors aren't black and white. If you look at it, it's a beige color, and then it's a really dark gray. All right. So first off, it ain't black and white. Second,
nigga specifics and shit. Hey man.
Second,
it's a passion gray.
Like it's but that's the thing though. My presentations change every season. My first season it was black and white. The second one is when I switched to this kind of this tan and or like this beige and gray. But then I switched up my format this season. Cause I got some sides are black, some sides. But this is my thing though, bro. Like what's more important about the presentation is shit. How niggas organize their thoughts. And it's like, okay, cool. Y'all can't like niggas can be like, all right, blocking the black and white isn't quote unquote exciting, but look at how it's look at the layout. Look how it's organized. Look, there's a header. There's sources at the bottom, right? It's properly quoted. You feel me? You can read everything. The reason why black and white is one of the better, you know what I'm saying, color schemes to use is because it allows for it creates no like contrast issues. When you're looking at it, you can clearly see what's what. Niggas be having blue font on light blue background or red font on black background. Y'all niggas gotta understand that creates contrast issues in terms of reading it. You know what I'm saying? Being able to see it and shit like that. So it's like at the point where niggas is like, oh, it's the same black and white. You hating. Niggas is hating. It's all good though. It's all good. Yeah. But if niggas wouldn't hating, that means that shit, I wouldn't make it no waves. I ain't making no waves. It's a reason why y'all know my presentation style. Y'all can't really look at nobody else's. And it's like shit, y'all don't know what brand it is. It's a brand. Like Lucas said, you know what I'm saying? It's like Coca-Cola, it's a brand name. When you see that red and white on that can, you know that's a Coca-Cola product. When you see that black and white presentation or that like it's like a stone white. It's like a stone white and a dark gray. You feel me? What? It's a black. It's like an ashy black though. It's an ashy. But when you see that shit, like Coca-Cola, it's a brand name. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a brand name. Damo is a brand. Well, actually, the political plug is a brand. So, and when I do my workshops, I create my presentations just like that. It's a format. It's recognizable. I could teach a class on that too. Shit. Niggas how to brand themselves, how to market yourself. You know what I mean? Have something that's you. Have something that's you. Niggas ain't really, you know what I'm saying, encroach that shit. Embrace that shit. You feel me? But it's all good. It's all good. That's why it's like niggas talk about like what people complain about and all that other shit. But it's cool. Like I don't really. I mean, I think the whole shit is it ain't about having, because to me it ain't about like whose presentation is the prettiest. I mean, a lot of motherfuckers can put together some good looking presentations. I mean, my bottom line is my argumentation. You know what I mean? Are my thoughts? Have I clearly outlined my thoughts? Have I organized my thoughts in a way that's beneficial? Have I organized my thoughts in a way where people can understand the points that I'm trying to make? All that type of shit. Like I'm telling you, it's little things that I do in my shit that if I point it out, niggas would be like, "Oh, I ain't even." You know what I mean? I stopped signposting because that shit became irrelevant. I got you, dude. And what I mean by signposting is like argument one, subpoint A, subpoint B, subpoint C. That's signposting. You know what I mean? I don't do that shit no more. Because it was like, what's the point? So I organized it so you can read the argument. You can start with the understanding the crux of the argument in the header, and then you got the, you know what I'm saying, you got the source right there. Oh yeah, I don't know what Swab doing, but I woke up a little late, so technically this is, well, I don't know, I guess this is my nigga lunch. Late breakfast. Me and my seed.
I'm talking about the love one.
Yeah. A little late breakfast. Oh damn, I didn't got somehow I got weed in the mangoes.
Damn, boy.
It's all good. It's all good. But yeah, man. We got one more month of these playoffs start. I'm telling you, I'm a man on a mission. Without a doubt. I know. Without a doubt. I know a lot of the rookies is like, oh, y'all just be talking about Damo. Y'all just be. I'm gonna show y'all. Black Sun, you next. Black Sun is next. And Black Sun been talking real greasy. Real greasy. This man about to get up there and defend Putin. I'm with it. You about to get up there and defend Putin, bro? Cool. So I'm gonna tell you right now, ain't no way you can justify imperialism, big dog. It's a wrap for you, Black Sun. And look, you've been making some waves. You've been making some waves, but now, bro, first I was like, I ain't really have nothing. You know what I'm saying? I was just, I'm just debating to the playoffs until I'm able to, you know what I'm saying, push for this championship. But really, man, me getting these last 3 debates at 145, which I feel like I would have got a 147 in this debate if I would have, if my what's the name wouldn't have been my first computer wouldn't have been fucking up. I had to go get my other one. But really now I gotta prove a point on Black Sun head. Now Black Sun gotta be a victim. I'm sorry. I hate to do it to you, bro. Y'all damn, you said Putin is a great man. If you don't sit your Putin is about as racist, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna show niggas though. Help niggas up and understand it. Hold on. I'm gonna show niggas though. I'm gonna show niggas though. That's why I'm just surprised that even Black Son thought that like. All right, there we go. That's what I'm saying. Like niggas don't understand that. Like, bro, when we watching this, yeah. And you know what? I ain't been on here to talk about this Russia shit. So you know what I'm saying. The political plug and drop some jewels real quick. Y'all follow me at the political plug on Instagram, on TikTok, Facebook, and the Chop Up Show on Facebook, YouTube. Y'all know how that go. But the shit that we see, the shit that we see that's happening with Putin and Russia, or Putin and Ukraine, that's a question of imperialism, bro. That's the question of Russia as an imperialist power, no different from the rest of what you already see in Europe, demanding control through its military. Like Ukraine became a part of what's called the Russian Empire in the 1700s, based off of, again, military power. They just took it. All right, they just took it. Hold on, I got you, dude. With that understanding, the idea that when Putin says that, you know, Ukraine has always been part of Russia, Ukraine was always forced to be a part of Russia, going all the way back to the 1700s. You feel me? And then I know one argument that Black Sons on try to run with is this thing about like Zelensky and racism in the Ukrainian government. This is where people fuck up. The people of a country are not responsible for its government. So even if Zelensky crooked as hell, and hold on, I got you right here. Breakfast right here. It's right here. I don't know how y'all kids do, but he stuffed his mouth like a chipmunk. So I gotta make sure this fruit cut up small so you can chew it right. His back teeth coming in, so getting that nice soft fruit. That shit. That's how the Ukrainian people is not the fault of the Ukrainian people, it's the fault of their government. And the Ukrainian people shouldn't have to, like, because that's what's being bombarded. You feel me? Zelensky and them, they somewhere protected.
The protected ones.
Yeah,
I thought he was out in the streets taking a TikTok video.
who, Zelensky?
Yeah.
Hell no. And it's the funny thing about it, bro. You just had your fort. Oh, that's where your fort? Use the phone. But that's the funny thing about it is what niggas is not recognizing is like, all right, niggas don't fuck with the United States, right? But guess who does?
White people. White people.
But the United States. Zelensky wants to fuck with the United States. Zelensky wants to be a part of NATO. Zelensky wants to flirt with the West. And if the same niggas is talking about the United States federal government is tyrannical, but then saying that Russia is right to, no, it's two tyrannical governments, and it's normal people, everyday people, regular citizens that suffer the consequences. We become literally collateral damage in wars amongst men in power. You can't justify, bro. That's what I'm saying. You can't justify that shit. Putin ain't right, period. He not right, period. And just because Putin ain't right, it don't make the United States right, because the United States ain't right either. They're another imperialist power. It's another imperialist power. You can't look at two imperial, like if you got one devil, you got a white devil and you got a green devil. Who the good guy? Who you supposed to be rooting for? Neither one of them motherfuckers. Like this shit. What like the sad part about all this shit is we really 100% right, Green. 100% right. Zelensky and Ukraine been trying to join NATO for years. The reason why Ukraine hasn't been accepted into NATO is because Putin already said if Ukraine joins NATO, we taking it. It's an invasion. Period. So that's why they never let him a part of. That's why they never let him a part of NATO. But this is the thing: he already invaded. So the question is he gonna stop at Ukraine, or will he take Ukraine and then enter into other NATO allied territories? Because after the fall of the USSR, there was a bunch of smaller nations that established their own independence. Ukraine was one of them. A few of those other nations have already been inducted into NATO, which has been pissing off Putin in the first, like consistently pissing off Putin every time one of those ex-USSR states, those ex-Soviet states, are added into NATO. The issue with Ukraine specifically is that it is strategically in Russia's backyard. That's like if you like literally, if you a Crip, and the best way to explain what's happening with NATO and Russia is Crips and Bloods. Because like we understand gangs, but we think government is higher than gangs, but it's not. They move like gangs. So if you live in a blood
gangs are nations.
Well, gangs are governments. Gangs are governments. The nations are just the people. But the gangs, that's what I'm saying. Table of Kings, you a sucker, bro. You a sucker, dog. Like you ain't nothing but a hang around, bro. You ain't nothing but a hang around to be on my dick. This nigga said Ukraine is Russia. He's stupid. He's a stupid nigga from Wichita, bro. Anyway, like Ukraine is Russia, but Ukraine has its own government. It's currently being invaded, but it is Russia. Why you gotta invade something that's supposed to be yours? Does the United States have to invade California if it wants them to do something? Does the United States government have to invade Texas if it wants them to do something? You stupid fuck. It's a dumb motherfucker, bro. These niggas Ukraine established their independence. They established their own democracy. They got their own government. That's an independent state. And then he uses the example. Here's the thing. He uses the example of America didn't recognize the South Confederate independence. That's because they never established it. They attempted to succeed. The United States government said, no, you can't. Wiped out the Confederate government and kept it pushing. The fuck is you talk like niggas is dumb. And I apologize, y'all. We was actually on some intellectual shit for a debate that I got coming up. But it's just like it's just the dumb people that be in the chat, bro. And it's dumb people that don't like me, and that's cool. It's the dumb people that constantly just talk shit. But anyway, so with NATO, Russia is a blood gang. It's a blood neighborhood. It's like Watts, right? If a Crip move next door, that's a security concern. Now, if Crips live a block over, right? All right, that's an issue. We gotta pay attention. But if Crips start moving onto a blood block, like the niggas the niggas that live on this street, bloods, Crip moving down the street. That's a problem. That's how Putin views NATO. If Ukraine became a NATO country, that'll be like a Crip moving onto a blood block. Period. Nobody said. Hold on, real quick. Hold on. Yeah, nigga do got some work to do, but I get to that. I do that in a minute. But anyway, that's a security concern. Your ops living in your backyard. You don't want that. You feel me? Ukraine becoming a part of NATO is ops moving into Russia's backyard. Period. So that's what that stems from. But they want Ukraine as a part of their beef with the West, with NATO, because NATO ain't the good guy. NATO is also another imperialist power. Countries choose to be a part of NATO so that they can move how they move with like it's like y'all know how like in mob movies they show up to a motherfucking shit and be like, hey, pay us insurance to keep you protected. You feel me? Or things like this will happen. And then they just start breaking shit. That's what NATO is. NATO is like, hey, fuck with us, or we'll fuck you up, or we'll let somebody else fuck you up. Boom. That's why Ukraine is being invaded right now. The United States, if NATO was a part of Ukraine was a part of NATO, if Russia tried to invade Ukraine, boom, they already got forces in the area. They already got the technology, they got the drones, they got everything they need to fuck niggas up. That don't make them the good guy though. The people that's suffering in all of this, in this entire circumstance, is the Ukrainian people. Zelensky crooked as a motherfucker. Ukraine is ranked one of the top 10 most corrupt countries. And when we say corrupt countries, we're talking about corrupt governments. So everything that's happening with Zelensky versus Putin, it's people in the streets that's dying because of that. That don't make Putin a fucking good guy. The people that's being sacrificed, like, bro, and I'm telling you, the way that they covering this Ukraine shit is they trying to keep it like it's something more civilized than what they did in Iraq and what they did in Syria. They trying to make it more civilized. It's all the same shit though, bro. But because it's a European country, they're trying to maintain this perception of respectability, right? This shouldn't be happening here. This is a European country. This like even Prince this nigga, what's the white boy name? England, is it Harry? Not the one that married the black girl. The prince that
Put him on hold, check on his black.
You said what? Hey, Azov. Was the Soviet Union was the Soviet Union not an imperialist power? Because I ask you this, Azov. I ask you this, Azov. Are there other USSR states that are now, or territories that are now NATO countries? Are there any USSR states that are now NATO countries? Let's look in the chat. Let's see if you can put that in the chat. You feel me? But the fuck was so in terms of this debate with Black Sun, the Black Sun is going to attempt to justify a Ukrainian invasion based on Zelensky and the corrupt Ukrainian government. But the Ukrainian government it's an entity, it's a thought, it's a bill. It's not something that's tangible and really exists, right? A government is made up of people, buildings. It's a concept. So then the people who suffer the consequences of government are the citizens who don't make none of those decisions, who really at the end of the day is really just trying to live their lives in a way that they able to kind of strive and do what the fuck they want to do. Period. Prince William. Was it William that said, yo, Harry is the one that got that married the actress, the mixtape. William is the one that said, this fool said that in his generation, they haven't seen war in Europe. That's because let me watch my language in front of my CV. That's because these people take war everywhere else. You've seen war in the Middle East. You've seen war, like literally in Syria. You've seen war in all these other places since I've been alive, and I know Harry ain't that much older, or William ain't that much older than me. So that means that these people that sit
Nobody in the building.
control, they don't have the same understanding of the world that we got. Zelensky don't have the same understanding of the world as the average Ukrainian. Nah, I know, that's all. But I was trying to. The point I was making was just more so like them ex-USSR states. What are they dealing with? Like how they moving since the collapse of the Soviet Union? They're all aligning themselves with Western powers. And when I say Western, we're talking Europe and America, Europe and the Americas. So, but when we talk about the Americas, we ain't talking about like South America and shit like that. We're not talking about fucking Mexico. We talk about the West. We talking about Europe and the United States, Canada to a certain degree. Canada to so Tiffany Turner said, I don't care about no one that's not going to take a second thinking about me. I don't care about what's going on over in Ukraine. No disrespect intended. No, for sure. I mean, I think it's hard, you know what I'm saying, to get people to focus on what's going on in Ukraine when like we deal with a tyrannical government. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think that's what it is. I think people scared and nobody in the building. I think people want to act like we're not supposed to care about it, and then we all agree, and then we all ignore it like it's not happening so that we don't be terrified that that shit can actually come over here. I think this is just a way to avoid reality. You know, let's keep talking about basketball and certain housewives and all of this shit that has less to do with you than Ukraine. The fight in Ukraine has more to do with you than the goddamn basketball season. I bet you that. I bet you that. Unless you a fucking NBA player, and you can sit down and watch fucking Maury Povich, and that shit ain't determining no goddamn world politics, but Ukraine and Russia is.
But I think so. I think it's difficult for I think we can align ourselves with the Ukrainian people. I think this mentality of, well, it ain't got nothing to do with us is, you know what it makes me think about, bro? How do other countries feel about racism?
Mm-hmm.
That's always my litmus test.
They feel the same way.
You said what?
I said they feel the same shit. We just don't talk to them to see.
Nah, we went to Ukraine. It was I'm sorry. I gotta stop responding to stupid comments.
I have a stupid comment.
What's going on, nobody?
Nobody in the building.
So why is this? I don't know nothing about world politics, not a lick. Why is this important? Honestly, because all I've heard is some of the stuff on the news, and honestly, all they do is talk about how Ukraine is full of white people and we should care.
So, right. So you act like, okay, cool. What I've been able to, like with my goal with the political plug and everything else that I do, it's about translating these conversations to where Black people understand why it matters for us. In terms of,
yeah, because there's a lot of stuff happening in Africa, like some crazy stuff happening to women in Africa. Like so it's so crazy that they put down that there should be a law against them raping. I think they're Libya. I could be wrong. I don't fucking know. But they're like raping women and children and all these girls that they're like, oh, we should make a law about that, and then haven't. So I'm like, there's so much stuff happening in Africa. Why no offense to white people, but why should I care about these white people?
Right. So what's happening is, it's a question of imperialism, right? The idea really is that I'm really just asking, so I'm not explaining something that, like, you familiar with imperialism, right?
Partially. I mean, I get
Finally,
the
okay.
gist of it. I don't know the definition though.
So imperialism is the idea that powers use like military force and economic control as a way to force other countries to do what they want them to do.
So basically, China, Russia, and the United States.
And Europe.
Oh, okay, I didn't know they were that strong. Okay.
Yeah. Well, Europe is strong as a confederacy, like the
Mhm.
European Union. Mainly in Britain is where the in the UK actually is where the United Kingdom, like kingdom, that's an imperialist term. A kingdom is something that's controlled by force, right? Kingdoms and
Yeah.
empires are similar, but the term imperialism comes from the empire mindset, and is that like you know how they used to like they in the whole English shit was the sun would never set on the British Empire, that type of
Hmm.
shit. That's the like that's the mentality behind imperialism, is that our nation, our people, our military, our government is better than yours, and so we're gonna take yours, and it ain't really nothing you could do about it.
So
So
America is imperialistic.
America's imperialist and a motherfucker. Everything that we do overseas, like establishing military bases, like U.S. military bases on in different countries and continents, that's imperialism. They're there to enforce United States interests through its military. You know what I'm saying? So what we seeing with
I mean,
Russia,
I guess it makes sense because isn't that what our dollar's backed up by? Force.
exactly, exactly. This nigga's an idiot. I'm gonna read the chat. So what happens is, so the reason why it matters to us is because imperialism like not devolves, but it breaks down into different like subsets. So like you have imperialism. Imperialism turns into colonialism, right? So instead of having empires, we establish colonies, right? That's how they invaded Africa. That's how they invaded the Americas, through colonies. They built these colonies. Then from colonialism, you have nationalism. These nations that as they with these borders that exist today, they stem from colonies that existed when they was exploring and taking over, taking control of other shit, right? Then from nationalism, that's how there's a divergence into racism. That's how that diverges into racism. It starts with imperialism, right? Because the imperialism justifies people taking stuff from other people. Period. I got the force to take it, and so you're gonna do what I say because I can take it from you. You know what I'm saying? Colonialism is how they tried to put a face on it and say, no, we're exploring, like we're spreading out to different territories, we're branching out, right? But the thing was, because they looked at it as people, like if we look at America, for example, they looked at it as people were trying to get away from the English Empire and the way that the English controlled thought, the way it controlled religion, the way it controlled commerce, all of that type of shit. But when they left Europe, they brought the imperialist mindset with them to the United States, or to the Americas. So when we got here, it was their imperialist mindset that said this land, this colony is our land, it's our shit. Even though it was people that was already there, they was like, if we can keep it by force, we can keep it, right? So that mentality that exists in like with Russia right now and its relationship with Ukraine is the same mentality that exists with America, and the reason why America does what it does in Africa and subsequently treat black people the way that they treat them. You know what I'm saying? So all of these things are connected, but they make us believe that because we're all separate nations, that oh no, you ride with your nation. Like no, like nationhood is coerced. Citizenship is coerced. None of these things are actually like, well, we want to be said. Like no, because you are a part of this jurisdiction, we're placing this on you, right? And with us placing this on you, we dictate how you move. Passports are questions of imperialism and colonialism. Borders, nation board, or like state borders. That when you fly over a country, you don't see them lines drawn in the sand, or them lines drawn in the land to say this is Texas and this is Oklahoma and this is Kansas and this is no, those all of that is manufactured through the ability to enforce that. Right? Kansas exists as a state because the United States government outlined that the state of Kansas and said, boom, this is what this is. Somebody could say no, but if you don't have the force to be able to change that, then that's going to be what it is. So when we look at what's happening in Ukraine, the same imperialist power that came to America, wiped out the indigenous people, you know what I'm saying, and encroached on what it.
My phone tripping or you not there?
Oh no, hold on, real quick.
What's wrong? And shout out to everybody in the chat, man. S Dub, Green 101, peace to you. Emily M, you already know, Incognito. To Emily Kings and Tiffy Turner, A's off out there, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. My brother God, man. Tequila, Shabo.
I gotta handle my seat. But
I think it's important for people to pay attention to what's going on in Ukraine and Russia because it is world politics. Black people do not take reality good enough. We like to personalize. And I understand as men and women issues tingle your nose. You know what I'm saying? But real talk, like, this is world politics. Land is being taken. You need land. Like, you have nothing to do with this conversation at all. There's nothing you can learn, nothing you can invest in, nothing even generations down the line we could seek to be, seeing what Ukraine was, seeing what the black people in America was. We don't think we could use none of that game to become any type of independent in any type of way.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out what happened. Like, let's say Russia gets Ukraine. What happens? Like, what's the negative outcome? Like, I guess I don't get. I understand it's bad. I understand all that shit is bad, but I guess I don't understand why they're trying to get Ukraine other than resources. What resources will they get from Ukraine that will make them so mighty? Like, you know what I mean? What is the driving force that America just decides that we suddenly care about?
Location.
Well, actually, they don't.
Get a spot next to the spot.
It ain't even about Ukraine. It ain't even about the resources in Ukraine. This is
location.
It's all about the fact that back when it was the Soviet Union, the USSR, there was an imperialist claim to Ukraine, and Putin is. It's like if the United well, I guess it like the United States can handle shit so differently, but it's really one of them things where it's like if your ex was like, well, because you let me hit once, I can hit anytime I want to. You know what I'm saying? It's a claim. It's an imperialist claim. It's not resources. You know what I'm saying? They got some resources, but Russia has more resources than Ukraine and access to more resources than Ukraine, so they don't need Ukraine for resources. It's solely about power. And the reason why that relates to black people is because that mentality is what justifies how we are treated in the United States and worldwide, and the reason why we treat Africa the way that it does. Because certain people view themselves as having the right, given their relationship to the power that they have. Like what Putin is doing, this is white on white violence. But what that does is that shows that the mentality that dictates racism is actually bigger than race itself. Right? It's just the same mentality. We view it. Our issue is racism because we have a direct line of violence to that. Right? We are directly implicated by racism. But the bigger issue that makes racism possible is imperialism. It's the idea that men can control groups of people through nations, governments, and militaries. You feel me? And so the the thing about it is, when it comes to black people, we have to understand that Putin is no different from Biden. It's no different from Clinton. It's no different from Zelensky. It's no different from I forget the president of China, right? All of these people, this is their game that they playing, and the game that they playing with Ukraine today is the same game that they can play with us tomorrow. Period. The violence that they can justify, that Russia justifies against Ukraine, is the same violence. It's the same mentality that justifies, like when police shoot niggas in the streets. It's about maintaining that imperialist order. Period. And so what we have to do is, like, from direct implications, like if Russia totally invades Ukraine, is something gonna happen to black people? No, unless you're a black person in Ukraine, right? But what we have to understand as black people
I
is
mean, black
that
people in the Ukraine are already fucked up. They're not even letting them leave.
right. Well, I mean, but because again, if we look at Ukraine, there's a pecking order. You feel me? Niggas is still at the bottom of, even when they getting blown the fuck up, they're still saying, hey, black people, you still gotta come last. Right? We gotta get these white people out first, and then we can help y'all. You feel me?
Right, which only makes me care less. Like, if the black people gonna die, why? I definitely don't care. If y'all gonna let them stay there and die, like, then yeah, fuck the whole country. Y'all can have the whole country then. But maybe Ukraine is really close to America or something. Like I said, I don't know enough about world politics. Is it close enough that, like, we should be fearing a nuclear strike or something if Russia gets it?
No, well, I guess outside of the ideology that justifies it, if we're talking about the material reality and not the ideology, the material reality is, once Russia invades Ukraine, then the question is, will they then invade another NATO country? Because if they invade a NATO country, then we're going to war. We're going to war with Russia. We're not gonna go to war over Ukraine. But if one of the ex-USSR states that is now a NATO country, if they invade them, the United States is getting involved. You know what I'm saying? Which the United States, well, I mean, because really the thing that y'all gotta understand is, it's like 5 people in the world right now that if they wanted to end all of mankind, they could. Putin is one of them. Biden is another one. The reason why nuclear proliferation is an issue is because it's a thing called mutually assured destruction. Okay, mutually assured destruction is the idea that if one nuclear weapon is deployed, all of them are being deployed. If one person uses, if one person uses one nuke, they all using their nukes. You know what I'm saying? Which means, and in the world of today, World War III is only gonna last a couple days.
Yeah, there was this dope ass quote about, he said, I don't know how He said, I don't know how World War III is gonna go, but I know World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. I wish I knew the proper quote, but that shit was dope. Basically saying World War III gonna end everything to the point where we're back in the Stone Ages.
Because look, there's only been 2 nuclear weapons or weapons of mass destruction used in the history of war, in the history of humankind. The United States did it both times. Nagasaki and Hiroshima. That means that the rest of the world,
That was
is not
the
gonna
2 times that was recognized. They've done it more.
When I say weapons of mass destruction, I mean like obliterating cities.
Yeah, that's
And
what I
I
mean
actually
too.
heard that shit was unnecessary. Is that true? And that people today are still suffering from radiation poisoning
Yes,
and mold?
absolutely. The people of Hiroshima, people have given up. They had given up, waved the white flag, but the Western powers didn't need them to wave the white flag. They needed them to fight so that they could flex their atomic powers. And so they did it anyway, even though the people were retreating and leaving and putting their guns down.
That's
And
just
yes, people are still being fucked up by that shit today.
Well, yeah, because the idea was that the propaganda was that Tojo, who was in control of Japan at the time, like
Tojo.
That was, yeah. He was in control of Japan. He was in control of Japan at the time. I'm getting a phone call. Hey, I'm gonna hop back on in just a minute.
Okay, please do, because you the only one that really know what you're talking about. Yeah, no, I say they dropped that shit more than For real. He got a lot of information about this corny shit. But yeah, to me, like Hiroshima and Nagasaki, yeah, they dropped them, but they dropped them bombs in other places. But then nobody give a fuck enough to say shit.
Facts. They also say there's, I wish I knew the number, I don't remember, but there's an X amount of bombs that have been lost, like lost bombs. I was like, are you fucking serious? Yes,
Hmm.
there are bombs, nuclear bombs lost. How you lose a nuclear weapon?
Unaccounted for. But you
Oh,
sending
good
me tax
point.
papers talking about I owe $14 on some taxes from the school book
Right, they
that
don't
I
lose
rented
that.
out. You didn't return your book to the library in 1987. That's fucked up. Yeah, that's crazy about the females though. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, resources can be going to better places. Before we get a PlayStation 6, I need world hunger and rape and all this simple shit taken care of. Before we get another Lamborghini, another Kevin Hart special, another Tyler Perry movie, I need for people to at least stop being rapists. Like, this shit is crazy, dog.
I mean, the whole reason that we have laws and, in my opinion, religion is because people don't know how to act. Clearly, clearly. I mean, if they did,
Man,
there wouldn't be these laws. You wouldn't have to make a law, don't have sex with someone if they don't want you to. If people just had that type of common sense.
yeah, that the thing is, once someone does a crime, people still fuck with them. That's the thing right there. We wouldn't need a law. If I broke in somebody's crib and everybody said, I'm not fucking with Suave, that nigga breaking the cribs, I wouldn't want to spend the rest of my life by myself. That's the ultimate punishment. So I'd be like, okay, you know what? I'm not gonna break in nobody's houses. I didn't know y'all felt like that or whatever it was. But if people held people accountable, if people stop feeling like, well, I didn't get raped, well, it wasn't my house they got broken into. No, that motherfucker does wicked shit. Nobody talk to him. Nobody have sex with him. Don't let him procreate. Don't trade with him. Don't feed him. Don't do shit. Let that motherfucker walk around this bitch wither and die. Excommunicate their ass.
People
That's the
too
problem.
busy. People too busy talking about free my nigga Mike Myers.
Yeah, that, yep, facts. And then at the same time, there's other wicked people that say, well, we could just kick it together. And then they become the dominant people because they the only ones willing to steal and kill. All the nice people like, man,
Facts.
I don't want to kill nobody. Do you want to kill? I don't want to kill nobody. Mm. We let Syria happen. We will let Ukraine happen. Shit. Mm. I know all of this shit. Niggas need to get their motherfucking shit up, man. We could get some goddamn land. We need to get into one of these wars.
You
Shit,
said
my
we
dad.
need to get into one of these wars.
Hell yeah, we need to get into one of these wars and make sure motherfuckers don't give us no crackers and coupons once it's over with. Nah, this our shit now, nigga. Shit. This
Right.
our shit. This is what we
We'd have to
govern the
like
land
make a
at.
military, and it would have to span um continents. Like it would have to be like all black people around the world would have to like align and create a military in order to have the strength to do that.
Huh.
I don't know, but it's probably because I don't know enough. I just feel like we've let, what is it, China? We've let China do a whole bunch of shit in Africa, not concerned about them obtaining resources, not concerned about them strengthening their power, but now suddenly we care. I don't know. For some, maybe because, like I said, I don't know much about this. It just feels like we care because this place has a lot of white people. Really, I mean, because there's plenty of countries taking stuff from Africa. I don't know. I don't know. It's like, I guess I'm trying to figure out why we're so concerned about this. There's so much shit going on in the world. Why this country? Why this problem? Why is this one the end all be all? Like, you know what I mean? Maybe is it because Africa's not a part of NATO? I don't know.
Hold on. Yeah, man. I think we're a little. I think black people. We are. And of course, we're not the average. Like nobody. I appreciate your mind. You know what I'm saying? It shocked me. I'm not even gonna lie. It shocked me. But it's like the average motherfucker, man. They don't give a fuck about life. They just trying to make it to sleep tonight. You know what I'm saying? And hope they're ready for death when it knock at their damn door. People don't have a plan for their life, let alone generations. So of course they don't give a fuck about wars. You know what I'm saying?
I
Like,
mean, I can empathize with them because they might feel powerless. If the United States decides to go to war, then we go to war, whether they care or don't care, whether they want to or don't want to. So I can understand why they might not care.
hmm that's a fact. Yeah.
Said no worries unless nukes fly. On what though? On what though?
Yeah, that's why no one needs nuclear weapons. Like making nuclear weapons was the dumbest shit in the world to me, man. Like who's gonna make a bomb big enough to blow up a country, man? That shit is stupid. Like what is your interest in the world when you need a bomb that blows up a country? What is your interest in this world when you need $250,000,000? What are you trying to buy that costs $250,000,000?
I low key feel like slightly like a conspiracist or whatever, but I really be thinking about that shit sometimes. Like, think about how like the rich people they could solve like people. There's only a few people who are like over this shit. Like, I had to watch a few of these like documentaries and shit. Apparently, this family, these two brothers, finally took over the meat industry, so they literally run the world's meat industry. So there are like at the very top, there are a few people who run like the entire oil field, the like all of the entire world banks, like what are they called? The Rothschild children. And like they could fix a lot of this stuff. People who do the oil industry, they could decide to go and use like natural gases and no longer sell like the oil or anything and be in charge of the natural gas and still make good money. They can even increase prices if they wanted to, but they choose not to. I feel like these super rich people have a whole different plan in mind because they show are letting the world burn. They don't care about the people that make their products being sick and dying. They don't care about the people who buy their products being sick and dying. Like, It doesn't make sense. It's not good for your bottom line. Like if your goal is money, you wouldn't want the world to die, nor would you want the people on it to die. But they are. They're letting the world die because they are the only ones who could fix it. Because it's not an individual thing. It's about the top trickling down, not the everyone who has nothing deciding to only eat vegetables. Like that's not going to work. It has to come from the top. Like they have to change the way our lives go. Like they have to change. They have to decide not to do gas anymore and to do natural gas or what a natural resource is, instead of everyone just being like, oh, fuck gas. We'll all just walk to work. Like it has to come from the top and not the bottom. So it really makes me wonder what their goal is, what their plans really are, because it's clearly not money anymore. It's clearly not.
Yeah, it hasn't been about money in a minute. Shout out to Andrew. That's what I say. I mean, it's never about money. It's always about people. It's always about people. Hold on. Let me take this.
I definitely agree. I don't think they're coming over here either. I saw this thing about how many people, like how many troops it would take just to come over and like invade one state is absolutely ridiculous. Like I don't even know if they have the amount of military force or just civilians added to military force to actually come and take over America. But I mean,
They letting this shit burn down. The thing is, they're on to another planet. Like they're using these resources on this planet to populate another planet. That way
probably.
they control. I mean, they doing it right in your face. Hold on.
Is that why that dude keep going to space by himself? What's his name?
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk.
Yeah, he one of the more braggadocious ones. It's a lot of private people with money that's doing space shit. They just don't give a fuck about tweeting about it. You know? But look at it. They got 100 volunteers to populate Mars. 100 people that's gonna get on the spaceship.
Shut up. Really?
Yeah,
No. What? I'm gonna have to Google that.
yeah, they got 100 people. Okay. They got 100 people that volunteered to live, to go on a space shuttle. What will happen is the space shuttle takes like 100 years to get there or something. So these
Mm.
people will procreate on the space shuttle, raise their kids, die, and then their kids will be the ones who actually land on Mars.
I saw a
And
fucking movie like that. Movies be telling you shit. Mm.
yeah, that's it's like it's the people who got the political plugs are the ones with the bad movies. So that's why I love the movie Godfather so much. Like if you haven't seen The Godfather, if you haven't read the book, do that. And any other fucking movie that's like that. I get like people be trying to get shit from Avengers and Spider-Man, you know. But yeah, that's what they doing. So where do you think they get the resources to build on Mars? Earth. So they're gonna leave our ass here on a half-eaten apple core while they use all the fucking resources to build them a heaven on another planet and leave our black asses here. It's like what was the name of that? The one movie I keep wanting to say Ellipses, but it's not Ellipses. It's remember they built that big old
Interstellar?
ring?
No.
No, yeah, they built this big old ring where the rich people live outside of the earth. I know y'all remember that movie. What's the name of that movie? Uh, damn, I keep wanting to say ellipses. It's not ellipses. I think it's the name of a Greek god, but they Elysium. That's what it was. Elysium. Thank you, KOT, with your Anunnaki believing in ass. Where they built this artificial place for the rich people to live, and all the poor people are down here being maintained by robots and you know what I'm saying? Shit like that.
What's gonna be their labor force? Like, if they go to another
Exactly.
planet, they're still gonna want to be bougie and rich. So how are they gonna do that?
Oh, robots,
Yeah, but
androids.
someone has to maintain the robots.
Main, I mean, robots maintain themselves at this point.
So
They
they'll create
because
robots to maintain robots, like just like a cycle thing.
yeah, and I'm pretty sure you know the humanistic part of it will be the people that appreciate, you know. But yeah, it'll you know the thing is minimal, and then they get into the transhumanism shit, which is introducing artificial intelligence to organic intelligence. So now the kids are getting
They can do
cranial
that now.
jacks, huh?
They can do that now.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the thing about it is levels to transhumanism. So when you get a robotic arm, that's transhumanism. People getting robotic limbs is transhumanism because now the limbs are hooking up to your nervous system, where you can actually feel when someone rubs the synthetic arm. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Damn.
they got cranial jacks where you know you could communicate brain to brain or artificial brain to brain, and you know search the web without going anywhere, straight through your brain and shit like that, man. Like you know you see how they doing it with the people that is like colorblind or deaf, and then they hook this chip up to their brain with this wire, and then they can see color or they can hear. Same shit.
That makes sense. I guess I was thinking like more like I don't know, like having basically kind of more like along the lines of like not clones. Clones is the wrong word, but like human robot. Like, do you get?
Absolutely.
Hopefully, I'm making sense. Not just like robots that look like humans, act like humans, but like full fledged combining, um, like AI with like bio life. Like, I hope I'm making
Yeah, that's what
fucking
they
sense.
trying to do. The thing is, the
Like
energy that
basically
we
human
are,
robots.
that's what they trying to do. Like the energy that we are or our consciousness, they're trying to transfer that into an artificial body.
Oh, like that's another movie where they keep like living, and it's also a fucking. It's a part of a series called like The 100. They basically download their memory and everything that they are onto a chip, onto an AI, so that they can continue to live. Do you get what I mean? And they just put it
Yeah.
in a new person or in a new body.
Yeah. Yeah, that shit real, man. That's what they try. They some sick motherfuckers, man. I mean, is it sick or is that the natural progression of Earth, of people? Because to me, anything that you could do artificially, you could do with the organic body. So the fact that people are depending on artificial intelligence is what's kind of wicked to me. Because it's like instead of being obedient and raising your body to a higher intelligence, you're going to just robotic
I mean, people like the easy way out, for one, and for two, you know how some humans are when it comes to control. Like, you have a robot, you have full control over something. So
But this my thing though. Nobody, you got full control over you. But you don't want to be obedient. You want to control something else and make it obedient. While you be wicked and disloyal and disobedient, but you want the robot to take commands, you're the first person you're supposed to command.
Typed in transcript. I don't see it.
facts. But that's not how people think. I mean, if that's how people thought, then there wouldn't be racism. They need someone to be below them. They need, I mean, you can even think of it as sometimes even like when it comes to relationships or um like if it comes to man and woman. I don't know how to explain it. Sometimes it's all about being able to control another life, another creation, another thing.
I think that's because people know they're not going to do what's right. They know, because like when I'm in a relationship, I'm not trying to control you. I want to be in agreement with you. I want you to be wanting to do what I want to do. I want to do the things you want to do. And then we can do them together and be the best at it. I don't want to do, oh, you don't want to make no money, oh, you don't want to have sex, or you don't want to buy a car. Well, I'm gonna make
Right,
it.
and
No,
they take the easy way out though. Instead of having to search for someone who wants what they want and wants to do what they want to do, they either want to force the first person they find to be that way, or they want to create something in order for it to
mm-hmm,
do, you know what I mean? It's just whatever's easier, whatever's convenient.
mm-hmm,
Controlling someone is quote unquote convenient.
mm-hmm. It's a scapegoat. It's a scapegoat. That's just it. And nobody want to be dealing with that shit, man. It's just,
Downfalls.
yeah. I think you know, and I be trying. It's hard to think how other people think because you're you. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
I be trying to make sense of it. Like, why do motherfuckers feel so comfortable being fictitious? Like, you know what you're living
Okay,
is.
so now I see that it says I need a certain kind of number. I don't know how to get
Ooh, suave, I'm telling.
to it.
What I do.
I hear somebody in the back. Ooh. Ooh,
Hey,
I'm
shit, a
telling.
caller. I'm on the job, but I miss y'all so much. Man, nah, man. Yeah, I just see it, man. But like I said, like anything we could do artificially, like this is my pseudo bag. Your cells are cells. Cells grow wings. Cells like create super strength. Like the cells that create your body is an amazing thing. It's like the building block. So it's like if humans wanted to fly, you could fly. If you had the right relationship with atoms and molecules and your cells, you can do things that people would consider superhuman. But it's not. It's just like, you see a bird fly, you think, damn, you see a fucking chameleon change color, you see an octopus grow a limb back, you see all of these super things, and then you think, well, my dumb ass, let me be a robot. Hell nah. Shit, I want to be able to control my body till I can remember everything, that I can see 15 miles. I want to be able to smell or hear, when you control your body. Like they sit up and say you use 10% of your brain, 90% of your brain is junk matter. That's a lie. That's where the superheroes are at. You know what I'm saying? You just don't believe in it.
I mean, they've
You
put
don't
a lot
believe
of
in
restrictions on that type of work. Like a lot of the work they were doing with cells, and I mean, they even went as far as to cross people, like human DNA, with some crazy shit. Like, I think there was one, they did it with a pig. They were working on a lot of cell research, but they put a lot of bans on it because it's inhuman and X, Y, and Z. But I mean, if they let the scientists explore, I'm pretty sure humans would be able to fly and grow back limbs, etc. But I don't think they'll let them do that. I mean, we see what happens if you give scientists free reign to do anything. I mean, maybe that's just a bad, like the Nazi thing. That's like a bad example, but they actually came up with a lot of things that we currently use, that a lot of countries currently use, but at the same time, it's beyond cruel how they got there.
Yeah, the
I mean,
Nazis was
even
pushing
modern
the truth.
medicine, that came from them experimenting on Black women, on enslaved African women.
Mm-hmm. It's the general. Yashar in the building, man. Shout out to you, big bro. Good to see you.
So,
Man, what's good, family? How y'all feeling? Nobody? Swab busy?
Hey,
To the Argument League family, what's going on? I know it's been a minute.
What's good, big bro? Yeah, good to hear you. My bad. I'm on the 2 calls at one time. Yeah, man. What's going on with you though?
Man, just recovering, man. You know, just got through talking to my lawyer, so about to get that ball rolling. Waiting on my sister to get back with me with the bike information, so I can get that to my attorney as well, and in the CHP. You know what I mean? That way I can get the bike towed to a different location than where it's at, so we don't get charged storage fees and all that shit.
you got in a motorcycle accident?
Yeah, I was coming back from doing a funeral escort service, and fortunately I got cut off once again. You know, flipped with the bike, got dragged about 20, 25 feet.
Please tell me you had on pants and a jacket.
Oh man, I don't play them type of games. I stay protected. Like I got a little cherry on my elbow, but my ankle and my knee is fucked up. Nothing broke, nothing, no internal bleeding, but sore, banged up. You know what I mean?
Lost that bike, frustrated that a dumb motherfucker cut you off, all type of stupid shit. You know, that shit flashed before your eyes. Like, nigga, this nigga tried to take me
Oh,
away.
I couldn't.
Right.
Shit. I mean, it seemed like every hour, every 30 minutes, I was
got a
thinking
letter
about
from
that shit,
her
bro.
form.
I was on the highway.
You got x-rays done and stuff? Because I've heard that people can have like broken bones. Like, it doesn't happen often, but people can have broken shit and not know it.
Yeah, I got everything came back negative when they sent me through the x-ray. It's just my knee fucked up, man. I'm not used to this shit. My ankle, you know what I'm saying, feel a type of way because it's like in the back, it's not like a sports injury. It's like ligaments and shit that I ain't never felt. You know what I mean? Because the way that my foot got caught up under the bike, it dragged my shit. So the boots that I had on ate that shit up. The jacket and the clothing that I had on, you know what I'm saying? It tore all of that shit up, but it didn't tear up my skin because I had enough clothing on, and I wasn't going that fast to where the cement or the pavement would just eat up my clothes and my skin. You feel me?
Yeah. But you're having you're under distress, right? You need to see a therapist. You're having night terrors.
Oh yeah,
It's messing you up inside.
come on now, all of that nightmares about this shit. Like, stop.
Okay, I've been wanting to ask this question, but I don't know if it's rude, but you're here. I'm trying to understand. A lot of people here have Yash in front, like at least 3 people that I've seen so far. What does that mean?
Yeah.
So as far as the Yash or the Yah, I can't speak on what it actually means, what it actually represents, according to just the title of his I guess you can say the title Yah. Um, the way that we look at our name is our name has the Father's name in it. So for the most part, majority of us that are given a name or that choose a name, we do our best to try and be as close to the Father's name as possible. Like some brothers are just deal with Issachar, right? Or Yasakar. But see, even when you do Yasakar, you still hear the name Yah in the name. So it's all about identifying the power that we serve. When you see the Yah or Yahushai or Yahuwah, it's identifying. It's taking it back to ancient Egypt, how they identified us in the ancient records. They called us Shashu of Yahweh. So we are the people of Yahweh, basically. The people of Yah, the people of Yahweh. Some people have different.
So Yahweh is a location and what you guys call y'all's like creator, y'all's God.
No. Last time I checked, Yah is not a location. But if you can correct me, then you know what I'm saying, I don't have no problems with the correction.
Oh no, I was asking. I don't know.
Yeah, the last time I checked, no, that's not a location. The location of our power would be Jerusalem. That would be his location.
Do you know how many religions consider Jerusalem their home?
No religion, actually. When you talk about certain people like Jews, they claim Israel as their land. I don't hear them mentioning anything about Jerusalem, right?
Oh,
So Jerusalem is what's known to the ancient Israelites like myself as the land that the Most High chose to build his temple on, right? It's not saying necessarily that the entire land that was given to us, what they call the Middle East or the Levant, is what he chose as his specific land. No, it's this holy place where it's like in between like 3 mountains or 4 mountains, something like that. And in that high place, in the high holy place that he chose, is where he built this temple. So there is what we identify as his land, outside of the land that inside of the land that he gave his people. If you can understand what I'm saying.
partially. I have one more question. I don't know if you'll be able to answer it. I saw like in this like documentary, I thought it was Jerusalem. There's like this box. It looks dope and it's huge. Do you know what that is?
That's
The Kaaba stone.
It's like a cube.
Kaaba stone. There you go. The Kaaba stone.
That's the Kaaba stone in Mecca.
What's your question about that, sis?
I always wondered just what it was, or if it was like, I was wondering if it was like a monument, or if like it was a tomb, or like, you know what I mean? I always wondered what exactly it was.
It's a structure that they built around this black stone that's supposed to have fell from the sky.
That's dope as fuck. For real?
Yeah.
This is where they go. This is where they go for their place of worship. It's something like Jerusalem, right? Like they will actually pilgrimage from wherever they are to go to that place at least once in their life. You understand? So understanding their practice and how they go about acknowledging that area and that place is somewhat similar to how we dealt with our yearly feast. You understand? On our feast days, we were not just supposed to celebrate wherever we were in our land. We supposed to make our way back, especially during the Passover, right? And atonement. We make our way to the temple. We make our way to Jerusalem. So if we are in southern Judah, Judea, let's say that. We in southern Judea. We have to calculate the time from where we are to the Passover and understand the distance and how long it's going to take us to get there. So when that time comes, we need to be on the road heading back to Jerusalem for that feast day, for the Passover, because it's things that we have to do for atonement. It's things that we have to do for forgiveness, offerings, and things of that nature that's required from us, right? According to our heritage, according to the laws that was given to us, right? According to our way of living, just like you have those who make they once in a lifetime voyage to Mecca. And if they can do it every year, shit, they do it every year.
I'm glad I asked questions because I sure didn't know. Honestly, the only time I've ever heard the name Mecca, this is gonna sound dumb as fuck, but from a movie called Riddick. Have you seen Riddick?
Yep.
That's the only reason I knew Mecca.
So now, since you know you knew that it was a real place, or you just was looking at it as a movie?
I knew it was a real place, but I knew nothing about it. Like, and the only time I heard about it, like actually heard someone say it, was on that movie and now.
So when you get some time, really check into the origins of Mecca, check into the history, the heritage, like you can start there to give you a start on understanding them, right? And then when you come across those who actually deal with it, because this is mostly Muslims, right? Islamic brothers. So there you can start asking them questions off of what you've been studying, so that they can't play no games with you.
Is y'all's feast day like Thanksgiving without the mass genocide?
No. Our feast days recognize the different points of the seasons, and then not only that, it represents our Messiah. Stop. It represents the coming of the Messiah and the things that he was actually coming to do. So it was a representation, a foreshadowing of his coming, his being risen or raised, and then coming back, as well as us coming together, being corrected. So, excuse me 1 second.
Okay, well, I have one more question, and maybe the chat can answer, because I don't know if this is like a religious thing or not. But I heard someone before, it was a YouTuber, I don't remember which one, but they say I don't celebrate New Year's during the time of death. Does anyone know what that means or where it comes from?
Winter, nothing grows, right? Everything is basically going through its restart, recess, you know what I mean? So wintertime, cold comes, again, nothing is growing, pretty much everything is resetting. The leaves is falling off, all that good stuff, right? So spring has always been our New Year's, because this is where everything starts to grow. Like some of our brothers, Israelite brothers, are celebrating our New Year this month. Well, unfortunately, it's still winter. This is just the end of it. The ground is still cold. You can't put nothing into the ground and expect for it to grow. It's too cold. Next month is when spring starts. Next month is our New Year, as far as Hebrews go. So you asked me about Thanksgiving and about the feast day. So
Yes.
no, we don't conduct our feast days like them at all. If you want to get a understanding outside of me just talking, you can go to Leviticus 23 when you have time. And in that whole chapter, it deals with all of our feast days, and you get a grand understanding, if you read over it a couple of times, on what we do, how we go about doing it. Yeah. So like, no, we don't have a Thanksgiving. We don't have nothing like a Thanksgiving. We have what you call atonement. We have Tents of Tabernacles, which is where we come together for 7 days and we celebrate and we praise and give thanks to the Most High for all the blessings throughout that year.
I
Right.
sure was about to ask what a tabernacle is. I like that word.
Yeah. And that just means tents, right? So we'll be in tents for 7 days. Like we'll separate ourselves from the city, from the world, and we'll be together amongst each other, giving the Most High praises, thanks. You know what I'm saying? Eating good, listening to music, playing
It
music.
almost sounds like a festival.
It really is. It's a 7-day festival every year for us. Every year.
Yeah, Yanga. I mean, I don't deal with none of that bullshit in the street, so you can hit the link to get on the panel. You are part of the league, so if you want to hit that link, you can get up here and join the discussion, bro. I don't do all that holding grudges and wanting revenge and your enemy is my enemy, all that. I don't do all that weak ass, childish ass whole shit, bro. So I don't know what you want, but if you want to join the discussion, you're free to.
Uh-oh, Suave, is there beef?
I don't know what a Jew is. Yanga, like my brother said, if you like, you can come up here because I don't look nothing like a Jew. If you look at my profile pic, that's an Israelite, brother. Ain't got shit to do with a Jew.
Oh, I thought it was
A Jew is
Egyptian.
pale skin, right? A Jew is a pale skinned heathen that we call Goyim, right? Another nation. They're not ancient Israel at all. So again, with your laughing emoji, if you're a man about your information and you firm about what you know and what you understand, let's have a discussion. Yanga.
You can come up here, especially if you have a different religion. I got plenty of questions. Plenty of questions. I never have a shame about asking a goddamn question.
But yeah, sis, yeah. So what you see here, yeah, this was this is one of the captives that was in Assyria. That's where I got this one from.
Oh, it looks like a lot of those Egyptian like statues and carvings and stuff.
Well, it was similar because of the fact that we're in the same region. They was pretty much dealing amongst the same people, trading. You know what I'm saying? Things of that nature. It'll be
And it
similar.
looks like he's wearing a wig. I actually found out that wigs predate everything. They used to use wigs to like block out the sun when they were like doing work.
No, we didn't need no damn wigs. We grew afros. What the hell we need a wig for?
I'm for real. It
Them
predate
right
like
there is locks,
wigs
sis.
go back. I found that shit out. They didn't use like human hair back then because it wasn't trying to look like you weren't trying to emulate other hair. They used it as like a tool in certain parts of Africa.
I can see the pale skin doing that, but we didn't need that. Like what you see right here on my picture, right? Those are locks, right? And that would be what you call that's crazy. I forgot the hair wrap, but it's like it's a hair wrap thing that's not covering up our whole, but that'll just keep our locks from hanging in our face, hanging all over the place.
Okay.
You see the sideburns and the beard.
Mm-hmm.
See how it's not full, you see how it's not a real full beard all the way through, like some of our brothers?
Oh yeah.
That's exactly how mine is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I put this on here just to show people, like, all of our brothers don't have the full beards. You know what I'm saying? Some of us do, some of us don't. And I was wondering, like, damn, man, why my shit look like this? Why? And then I came across this. I'm like, man, all praise to the Most High, giving me some confirmation and some ease, right? Get off the wall. Thank you. Yeah, it's always something, man. Y'all handle a whole lot of business, doing a whole lot of texting in the chat. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I get it. Yeah, you busy. That's what's up. But you got a whole lot to say though.
That's a fact. You're showing the building, bro. Fuck what y'all talking about.
Yeah, bro. I had to check a pale skin on Psycho and Renee's show last night, man. I
For
got on there.
real.
Yara, dude, try and come on there and talk about Edom. Goyim means cattle. I said according to what definition? Where? Because I don't know who you think you're talking to, but yeah, I'm the right one. And when I look at the word Goyim and understand what it means according to my heritage, yeah, it don't have nothing to do with no goddamn cattle or slave, kid. It has everything to do with just other nations that's outside of Israel and Israelites. So what's your point? Matter of fact, this is what you can do. Go pull up the word from any definition, any dictionary, etymology, app, whatever, and show us, since we on StreamYard, and share your, you know what the dude did? Went on mute and hung up.
I bet he did. He didn't know it went so deep. He wasn't ready.
Yeah, I mean, he's just repeating what the pale skinned Jews say. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people do that. Melanated Goddess, what's going on, sis? Tiffany, thank you. I appreciate the good words.
Do you have to do rehab for your ankle?
Man, I'm just waiting for my lawyer to send me the email me the paperwork, and then where I got to go for my therapy. Because where he's at, he's in North Hollywood. I'm in the high deserts, so that's like 2.5, 3 hours away. So I got to deal with somebody that's closer to me when it comes down to my therapy. Man, Suave, man, what's up with a verses, bro? When the next verses,
Bro, I just said that shit today, bro. I said, man, we got to get them verses back popping. I had a few debates back to back to back, but 2 out of 3 cowered it out. So, well, actually 2 out of 4, because I did debate Holly and Scum. And so I had 2 other debates that, for some reason, just characters are just weak. But yeah, we definitely need to line that up, man. And I want to say, shit, we could get one in tonight. For real.
shit. Matter of fact, while we talking, I need to hit I need to hit Solar once I get off of here. My bad, Solar, bro. I ain't ignore you. I'm gonna hit you as soon as I get off of this joint.
I don't know which Bible you use. Well, they're not called Bibles, so I'm being very politically incorrect. But I don't know which Bible you use. But I've always wondered, because I saw this video basically saying, like, the video is slightly irrelevant, but the video was saying something along the lines of, oh, we just pick and choose in the Bible because the Bible also says not to eat certain type of fish and not to wear 2 different types of linen or something like that. And I was curious why the linen was a thing. Like, why was that a rule in the Bible not to cross linens?
Well, I don't even want to play you like I just have the solid answer for the linen part. But what makes sense to me is that the other nations, right, they dressed a certain particular type of way. And I guess the Most High just wanted us to be set apart. That's the word I was looking for. So when it come down to our dress code, like for the fringes with the border of blue, some people back in the ancient times, especially Shemites, they wore fringes, but they didn't rock the border of blue, right? You would see that on certain ancient walls in their ancient drawings and writings and things like that, especially when they are identifying the different nations of people. You can see this. So when it come down to that, and I'll do my due diligence and dig into that a little bit more deeper, so I can have a more clear and detailed answer for you when it come down to the linen. And what was the second part that you asked about?
Hold on, I'm running from little people. Say what you said again.
No, I said I'll do my due diligence as far as doing my research on the in-depth understanding on why he don't want the mixing of the clothing, but I just think that it has everything to do with us being set apart, having our own specific dress code. So when you see us specifically,
Like an identifier,
something like that, yes.
Oh, okay.
What was you? I think you asked me two questions. What was the first one? I think I addressed the second one first.
Oh yeah, no, that was it. The only other one was about the fish, but there's a lot of food rules in the Bible. A lot of stuff you're not supposed to eat or something like that.
Right.
So no, my bad. The thing about the linen, from what I study, is it's something about it's a frequency. It's the frequency, the electricity, it's because your body has a frequency, the earth has a frequency, and the things that you wear, gold, silver, rocks, linen, they alter your frequencies. And so not to be in mixed frequencies, because like linen and wool run opposite of each other. So that's what I get from it. It's to be in a certain vibration. You don't put, that's like wearing your killing pants in your your love making shirt. It's two different mind states, frames, stuff like that. So I mean, pseudo and very antiquated, but it's true.
And see that, and that's what I'm probably gonna come across when I do my in-depth. What he's talking about, you know what I'm saying? Because like I say, I never really looked into that because I never was really asked that question. You know what I'm saying? People don't ask those questions. They ask the million people. No, it's good that you do, because that gives me something new to study. You understand? So I can have that in-depth answer the next time you or anyone else asks me about the linen. I can have a more clear answer, and I can lead them to some scriptures and support it with the scriptures, right? Not just me running my mouth.
I also wondered why there was this thing that it pissed me off, but there was this Levite. He was traveling and he went to some old man's house, and then a mob came to get the Levite, but the old man gave the daughter, or gave the traveling companion, basically gave up a woman instead of the dude, and they did all types of fucked up shit to her all night, and she walked back to the house and died on the doorstep. And I always wondered why the fuck they did that.
I think you got two stories combined in one. One is yes, it was a Benjamites that ravished one of the wives of an Israelite brother, and so he cut the body up and he sent it to the elders.
Yeah, 12 places or something like that. Yeah.
Right, and so in that instance, the reason that her body was shipped off so that they can understand what was done to this woman. You understand? And the elders, they basically, Benjamin was almost wiped out. Like we almost killed that whole tribe where they were almost no more. Most High stopped that, and we had to allow them to marry within the other tribes, get wives from the other tribes to help rebuild the tribe up. But what you seen right there was a woman getting justice even though she wasn't living anymore. Just to be very clear and straightforward about it. They say we don't treat women with respect and we don't have no laws that protects our women. That's a bold-faced lie. And as you can see within the actions of what just took place, a whole tribe was damn near wiped out because of how they treated a woman. So if people still got that understanding, y'all need to read the Bible some more.
So they didn't give her up.
No, he didn't give her up at all. No. So what you're talking about there, where a father offered his daughter, was now you're talking about Sodom and Gomorrah. And that's those are the two different stories. And what had taken place in that was that these homosexual men in this land, they were trying to get one of the messengers from the Most High. They wanted to ravish him, you know what I'm saying, treat him in an abominable way and do all these old weird ass things to him. And the man was like, nah, man, look, I have my daughter right here, virgin, you know, take her. They like, nah, we don't want no woman. We want the man. We want the men that you got in your house. And so this is why the Most High destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, because of their wicked ass ways. It's somewhat like how these homosexuals are to this day, right? They like to push their way, they push their agenda on shit and don't give a damn about nothing righteous at all, just long as their agenda is being pushed. Same shit we seen in America right now. Only difference is we don't see them trying to run up in people's houses and grab men up out the house. Yeah.
Man, KLT, hit that link, fam.
Okay, this is a very controversial question, but I've always wondered what makes gayness wrong in the Bible. Like okay, very controversial, but it's kind of like a whole is a whole. Why is one bad and one good? I guess.
You say what's your comparison? You say one is what and one is what?
It's kind of like a whole is a whole, if that makes any sense. And I mean, you know, even straight people sometimes go sewage diving, you know? So I guess I'm trying to figure out what is it the intercourse through anal that's bad? Is it like what in the Bible, like what? I guess I'm trying to understand why is it bad? Why is it wrong?
We have a law against sodomy, and then we have a law against also, which is the abomination, right? Man dealing with man as he deal with woman, right? So we understand that's talking about sex. So when you understand that sodomy is not supposed to take place, I mean, you can't procreate dealing in, you know, somebody's rectum, right? That's where your sewage come out. That's where everything that's bad in your body come out of your body, outside of the urine. So why would you want to stick your piece in that? It's like it don't make sense.
I mean, do y'all know what comes out of a vagina? Do y'all know what comes out of a vagina? You know, there's especially after birth.
You have to have that's why we don't touch you until you know what I'm saying, you get through your cleansing period. I mean, that's how
you talk like the like when a woman's on her cycle, y'all aren't allowed to touch her?
I'm talking about cycle and after birth, right? A woman is not supposed to be touched according to our heritage. When she have a son for 30 days, when she have a daughter for 60 days.
Do you
And
literally mean touched or like,
yeah, I'm
like
talking
you're not
about
supposed to
having
have
sex.
sex?
I'm talking about sex and all of that. I ain't talking
Okay, I
about
was just trying to make sure the poor woman ain't deprived after having a baby, can't get no love.
no, that don't no, we don't move like that. But
But
yeah,
she's not supposed to have sex till like 4 to 6 weeks after she has a baby anyway. Like medically, you're not supposed to.
yeah, but we was doing that in the ancient times. So you know what I'm saying? You had other people that didn't give a fuck about that and was doing it any time and anywhere, right? No matter whether they on a cycle or not. You know what I'm saying? According to some people, that was the golden rule to have sex with a woman on her period. You know what I'm saying? And we talking about ancient people, and they still look at that shit as it's okay to do to this day.
So y'all are only supposed to have sex when you're trying to procreate. It's not for enjoyment.
Um, I don't see nowhere where it just say for us to have sex just to procreate. I don't see that nowhere in the scriptures at all.
So I guess because a lot of things can be explained. Like sometimes I'll ask, why is this a rule? And people will tell me. I guess I'm trying to figure out why the gay thing is a rule. And like it just is like a lot of times I get the answer, well, it's in the Bible, and the Bible says, you're not supposed to. And then I'm like, yeah, but why? People give me why answers to a lot of other stuff.
I mean, because you're supposed to have sex with a man. You can't procreate by having sex with the same sex, whether it's a man, or woman, woman. It's just an abomination. Like
Then I would think wouldn't there be a rule that you should only like
it's not
have
something that
sex
the Most High created, right? It's not something that's moral, right? It's not something that you can see in nature nowhere, right?
Actually, animals have sex with each other. That happens in nature all the time. I mean, take baby seals. Like they'll mess with anything, dead or alive, other species, male, female.
Yeah, I mean, if that works for you, and that if that makes the thought process, man and man being together, okay, hey, that's a cold thought process that I would never have, and I would never teach my children to have.
No, I understand. I guess remember when I asked you about the linen and you were able to tell me like why? I asked people about the gay thing and I can never get like the why. You know what I
That is
mean?
why. Like you can't procreate. That's the main reason why. I mean, it's like he told us to be fruitful and multiply. How the hell how you gonna do that?
Oh, is that why he said negative spirits attached to them? Hey, Melanated. Hey, Mule University. Hey, MJ. Yes, MJ, that's what I'm getting at. Like if they say like don't have sex with the same sex because you're supposed to be procreating, then wouldn't there also be a rule saying that you only should have sex to procreate? I mean, because if you're having sex for fun, even if you're doing straight sex, you're still not like following the rule. I don't know.
Like I'm trying to see why y'all trying to make it so difficult. Like it's not hard to
I'm
really
just asking questions. It's okay. Sorry.
No, I'm like what I'm just trying to understand. Like it's not a thought process for me to understand or to see that the same sex is not moral. Of course I would love, and I love having sex with my wife, a woman, right? Like that's enjoyable. the process of that, a child should be coming from that, right? You shouldn't be having sex talking about, oh, it's the pullout game is strong. What? That's a westernized mind thought. Oh, well, this is not the person that I really want to have a child with, but you having sex with them though. This ain't the person that I really like, but you having sex with them though. But that's not a thought process. That's not nothing that's taken into consideration. It's more or less, but why is, it's a problem for man and man. Like, you don't get nothing out of that shit. But a shitty situation, only thing that I can see and understand. Like, I mean, what else do you get out of that? It ain't like in 9 months y'all about to enjoy the child that y'all just brought forth into the world. Like, I'm trying to understand now. Like, where is that thought process coming from? Like, why would we even have a thought process like, why is it not okay for men and men to have sex? Like, what?
I mean, the same reason you ask any question, same reason you'll ask why the sky is blue, or the same reason dude asked why apples fall from a tree and figured out gravity. I guess just curiosity. And Domo, what does that mean? What do you mean? Can you explain that to me?
The procreation came second. I mean, I don't get connected by a person because I have sex with them. I'm gonna just keep it funky with you. If I meet you and we have sex, you think that I'm about to try and connect with you on some serious shit to get to know you, and you didn't
No,
spend
but you do
time,
connect
you
with
didn't
them.
give me no.
You don't
Yeah,
connect
if
with them
you
on
had sex with
commitment
them,
shit,
you
but you
already
do
connected.
connect with them. You definitely connect with them.
What I'm saying is, I meet a person on the first day, first night. It's nothing. It's nothing there. Especially
it's something
if she give
there.
me,
It's just, I think
especially if
what
she
you
give me
saying,
if she give me the goods that first night, bro.
you're comparing making a wife out of her, but that doesn't mean nothing's there.
And if you convince her to have sex, or y'all agree to both have sex, then you're like, oh, no, let me just throw her away now. Like, I don't
That's
understand
my
that
point. Like,
rationale.
why am I so? It's cool for me to have sex with her for about 2-3 years, even though I'm not planning on wifing her, right?
I mean, I didn't know that if your initial stance was, I don't want to wife her, then yeah, I get it, but to say you had sex with her so quickly, that is the reason that you're not.
So my point is this. I didn't even get a chance to make my point.
My
point is this: if she give me the opportunity, right? Because I look at connection as communication. The only way that I can connect with a person is by communicating with them, understanding who they are, right? This is just me. I'm speaking from my standpoint and my understanding. I deal with a person and we have 30 to 40 minutes and maybe a 60-minute conversation, right? In a gathering or a place where we just met. And then all of a sudden, now she let me hit that and let me get up in that. That physical connection was just for that moment. Just for that moment. And then maybe when I get that feeling again, if it was cool, then that's all it is. It's like, why am I about to sit here and look at this person like, oh yeah, this is a jewel right here. And she just let me just run up in there and don't even know me.
Wouldn't the same thing apply to you though? Wouldn't you no longer be a jewel as well?
I mean, I don't know how she looking at me because she
the same way you're looking at her. You met her 45 minutes ago and you're already trying to get into her pants. It says the same thing about you.
Who said anything about me trying to get into anything? I never said anything about when I first met her. I was trying to get into. I didn't say nothing like that.
You said she let me. If she let you, then you were trying to. You get what I mean?
You think that?
Your verbiage.
Okay, let me explain something to you, nobody, because I don't know what type of men you be dealing with. But,
it doesn't have anything to do with my personal experience with men.
well, my bad. I mean, because I'm speaking from my personal experience. I'm not just speaking in general and in random because I don't know. That's just too broad for me to be speaking on. So I'm speaking from what I experienced in my life and what I understand, right? So with me dealing with a person like that, I'm not looking to connect outside of the physical.
I guess that's what I'm trying to get you to hear. You're saying a person like that. You do realize you both engaged in the same with the hypothetical situation we're talking about. You're both engaged in the same thing after the same amount of time. So you said I wouldn't want to deal with a person like that, but you're quite literally a person like that. So you wouldn't want to deal with yourself.
I mean, if that's how you look at it, so be it. But the way I'm seeing it, the person, like from addressing what the sister was saying, we connect. Sex is something that you use to connect with, right? That part right there lost me because my connection comes through communication. Again, if I communicate with you, then I can connect with you, right?
I guess it depends on her definition of connection. Like when you put a plug in a wall, it's connected. So when you put a ding-a-ling in a hole, it's connected.
We're having a privileged conversation, right? Because we get to act like we define things. If you sleep with someone, you have a connection with them. It's like if there's somebody that you slept with that's unlike millions of other people on this earth. When you walk past them, it's not the same response you get when you walk past somebody you don't know. You be like, oh, that's so-and-so.
MJ, Mule University.
Hey,
that's all.
Everybody to the panel. Yeah, I just wanted to just talk a little bit about the contradiction, because if sex is used as a means to procreate, because that's what we're supposed to do, then having sex on a regular basis that doesn't deal with procreation is against what is its purpose. So in a way, it's like, okay, if let's say the LGBT community are having sex, or what they consider sex, if that's deemed wrong, then it would be the same for any person who is straight having sex without the purpose of procreating and creating a child. Now, we all know there is a time limit for when women can produce children, or when they're able to produce a child. So within that, all those the spaces, if you're having sex, then you're literally using sex out of its purpose.
Okay, but MJ, I'm sorry.
So my point about the sex, right?
Woman having, what's the time limit?
Well, we only drop eggs at a certain amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
So when we drop our eggs, and at that particular time when we're trying to procreate, it's going to take the woman 9 months to bear a child. Mm-hmm. So that's you receiving the fruits for procreating. So what about all the rest of the months?
What are you talking about? So if she doesn't,
like if you're only allowed to have sex during times where you can procreate, then you can only have sex like 4 days out of the month, and
first of all, sex was
why
only
are y'all making it
so
difficult, yo?
It's just a conversation.
No, it's not difficult because
this is what y'all making it, yo. This is what y'all making it.
Sanctioned from
Because it's not difficult at all.
That's it.
It's not difficult.
So why
Hold on.
Of course, we know more than married people are going to have sex.
Right, but I'm talking about Lima. I'm talking about for the logic. If sex is only being used as for procreation, that is the whole purpose.
I will soft transfer you over to a sex expert, meaning I'll stay on the line with you.
Sorry, Suave.
No,
Suave.
Sorry, Suave. Yeah. No, it didn't say that. It's saying that it's sanctioned for marriage. So it doesn't give you an age on a woman when she should stop having sex. That's just incorrect.
No, MJ was
I'm not
debating
saying
a
when a
thing.
woman should stop having sex. I'm talking about the logic that was talked about why LGBT community should not be having sex. They said that there's no procreation that can come from it. So if
the reason why
they shouldn't be having sex because they man and man.
Like I said, if your basis is that they cannot procreate, and that's the reason why sex is more, then you having sex outside of procreation is using it wrong.
Yeah, but that's because it's unnatural.
God,
that's it.
Where's y'all
that's
understanding, man? Where's the understanding?
My understanding is logical.
Hold on.
I combated them.
Don't let the conversation deteriorate. We already know certain people got their mind made up. Okay? If you can't have the conversation, then let's not have it. But if you're willing to have it, let's be able to explain to a degree of understanding.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
You can't just assume why aren't y'all getting it? Because it's not being explained in a way that makes so what was the actual conflict? Because I'm hearing there was a contradiction of some type in thought, or what is it called?
I'm saying when he described his personal reason why it's wrong for the LGBTQ community to be having sex because they cannot procreate, there's nothing that can come from that, then my understanding is if that's the reason why they are not to have sex, then the purpose of having sex is procreation. So if you're going to lead with that stance, then anybody having sex outside of procreating and having a child is using sex wrong.
Yeah,
that's my stance.
So you absolutely right when you say people, right, that's not married, that's having sex just to be randomly having sex, absolutely is wrong. Absolutely. Right? So the whole thing is to be married, right? The bed is undefiled.
But where in the Bible does it say that married people are supposed to continuously be having sex outside of procreation? Where do that say that?
This is where it says it at.
It does say
the
that
bed
in
is
the Bible.
undefiled in the scriptures, right? Of the marriage couple, the bed is undefiled. So me doing what I do with my wife, how many times, if I choose to have sex with my wife every single day, it's undefiled. It's not against the law. There's no problem with that, sis. But this is what I'm talking about with understanding.
Don't follow none of that Bible shit. But I understand what you're talking about.
It's all good because see, the thing is, it ain't got nothing to do with the Bible shit. It got everything to do with morality, with what I was speaking about. And if you don't understand, the morality is,
so you're saying that only married people are allowed to have
nobody should be having sex unless they married. Period.
So you're only married people. I'm just trying to understand y'all.
That's how it should be.
Only married people are allowed to have that type of pleasure.
Nobody should be having sex unless they married. So you wouldn't know nothing about pleasure unless you was married to your husband, right?
No, that's not true.
That's true.
I mean,
no, it's not.
Unless you're choosing to do something on your own.
It's not true.
Unless you're choosing to do something on your own, period.
But that's not true. I have pleasure that has nothing to do with my husband.
About morality.
There's many pleasures in the world that has nothing to do with
We're talking about
husband.
sex. We're not just talking about many pleasures.
But you just said that I don't know any sense of pleasure without a husband, though.
I'm talking. I mean, you can't have sex without a husband.
You have to keep it in frame.
I said that very
something that might contradict that. If you think about it, if a woman doesn't have sex, follows the rules or whatever, and doesn't have sex until marriage, how do you know that she'll get pleasure from her husband? What if he can't please her? Well, you know what I mean?
She ain't never had sex, so
just because you never had sex doesn't mean that just because you never have sex, if someone
I have no answer for that because that don't make sense to me.
It does. Okay.
Wait,
we'll say I've never eaten food before, right? I've never eaten food before. And the first thing someone gives me is a radish. That don't mean it's going to be good just because a bitch ain't never ate before.
This is what I'm talking about. It's under the assumption that if the woman has a husband, no matter if she didn't experience it before, that automatically is going to be some form of pleasure.
What?
She's saying that it could still be bad. It can still be bad. You can never have had it before.
Which part?
I can't speak for that woman that go through that or any of that. Again, you're talking about something that I never know about.
There is a place in Islam where it says in the Quran, but if a woman is not sexually satisfied, she can't divorce her husband. So if that
cool.
Solves anything.
Yeah, it's divorce in the Bible and the Quran. Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand the logic of this conversation.
The logic is just
no.
Men believe because somebody is a virgin that she won't know her own body. She'll know what feels good to her.
Thank you. That's
exactly. It doesn't feel good to her.
Hey, Suave. Where did I say anything like that, bro? Where did I say anything that I was speaking about to lead to that?
Yeah, I was half listening, so I did not hear you say anything like that. But I don't know what they heard.
I didn't say nothing that led to anything that she just said, bro. Nothing.
No, remember when you said about how you receive pleasure from your husband, and well, if she's a virgin, then
said that though.
Yeah,
because
you didn't say it
that you
exactly.
don't know nothing about pleasure if you're not with your husband. Did you not say that, Yashar?
What the? Why would I say that?
Why would I say that? You did say that. You said it.
I didn't ask you. Did I say it? I said, why did I say that, MJ? Why did I say it, MJ?
No, I think that it always
that
stemmed talking about first homosexuality, and then it got changed.
And then it stemmed from when you were talking about marriage and how it's sanctified to have sex if you're married.
So let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. So y'all heard me say that no matter married, a man is married, he can please his woman. Is that what y'all heard me say?
No, say it again.
The man that's married to the woman, he's able to please the woman all the time. That's what y'all heard me say.
No, the way you didn't know, but see, that's you.
No. I need you to tell me what I said.
I did. You said that. No, you don't know what pleasure is unless you are with your husband.
That's not what I said.
What MJ said. So let's have.
That's not what I said at all, bro.
What
I did not say.
What was said? What was said?
I didn't say nothing along the lines of a person understanding what pleasure is.
He did though. He said that you do not understand. He said as a person.
I don't even speak like that.
Said in the beginning he said that you're not.
Hey, Suave, go back and play it back, bro.
Please play
I ain't even been on here 30
minutes.
MJ, I don't think that's what he really was saying. I don't think that's what he was saying.
I know I wasn't saying that shit.
Questions coming in.
It would be better for you to ask what I'm actually talking about instead of assuming.
Then what was you talking about with the pleasure then? Because you literally just literally said that that I have no understanding of pleasure outside of my husband, and you also said in the beginning that people should not be having sex out of marriage. That's what you said.
I said that. The second part, I did say that other shit you talking about.
Yes,
they're running back, Swab.
And then I came in.
I'm sure he said it.
And then I came in and asked the question.
Once you get the understanding, please apologize.
After MJ said that, and after you said what you said, Yashar, I came in and asked the question based off of those two things. Well, if you're only allowed to, have sex with your husband, and then you saying, you find pleasure with your husband, that's why I asked, well,
why would I listen,
you're
man, listen. Stop saying I said you only gonna find pleasure with your husband. Stop saying that.
Well, I can't quote you verbatim. I don't think many people could do that. Listen, so all I can do is sum it up. So then I came and asked the question. So then I came in and asked the question, well, how do you know that she'll find pleasure in her husband? Like if you just marry a dude and, you've never done anything with him. What if she never finds pleasure? And then you responded by, well,
I said, how would she know what pleasure is? How would she know what pleasure is? She never had sex before, but she gonna know what pleasure is, yo.
But she gonna know what she.
Right.
Listen, man. If that makes sense in your head, that a virgin is gonna know what pleasure is, and she's gonna know what she like. Hey man, listen, man.
I didn't like that.
Continue to know.
You might have never tried cake before, but when you try it, you'll know if you like it, right?
I mean, at one point, come on, we're adults. We all were virgins. We know if we liked it our first time. We know if we didn't like our first time, right?
Right.
So you'll know. Right?
I mean, okay. If that's what y'all saying, okay. Like I never heard no woman sit here and tell me, okay, so for example, two virgins, a man and a woman, they get together. I don't look at it like, okay, once they have sex, hey, was it pleasurable? I don't look at it like that. I would say that it would take time for them to get to know each other, to understand what each other like, so that they know how to please each other. That makes sense to me. But the shit that y'all talking about, it's just like random. It's like all over the place.
Yeah,
but there are all over the place.
The points that you're trying to make it seem like that I'm making, I don't even think like that, nor do I talk like that.
You're sure. We're not trying to say that we're not trying to say that that's your mindset. I don't know why you're going there. We're not trying to say that's your mindset.
Yeah.
We're just trying to say that you did say that a woman or people don't know pleasure outside of marriage. Now, if you want to extend on what you meant by that, the pleasure of being connected solely with the person who is your husband or your wife, then go right ahead. But at the end of the day, those are the words that you said.
Anyway, Suave, whenever you're ready to play that, man, I'm ready to listen to it, because I don't talk like that.
Yeah, no, straighten it up right now.
I'm just saying, bro. Like I can't straighten out something when after I just said it 7 times that I didn't say that.
It's straightened out. Right? It's straightened out. Then it's straightened out.
And then they keep telling me that I said this. It's like
it's straightened out. Then it's straightened out.
Nobody.
You said you didn't say it, and if that's what they heard, that's not what you. That's not what you.
It was so many questions that would.
Hold on, sis. Hold on. I'm sorry. It's because that's the problem too. You know what I'm saying? The rotation. But if that's not what you were trying to express, then we're just gonna have to accept that's not what you were trying to express. I don't know exactly if the answers can be reestablished. So,
I mean, he's already just said numerous times that that's not what he meant about that. But I just hear him say that, so that's why I said if he wanted to extend what he meant about the pleasure part in regards of marriage, and the reason why people who are not married should not have sex because they don't understand what type of pleasure is different when being married, then he can go ahead and do that. But he just already said that he doesn't think like that, and I chuck it up to God, like that's he doesn't think like that. But I'm just going on the basis of what I've heard.
Yeah, and I came in for the gay part. But so that's why I got a little thrown off. But anyway, what I was trying to say is what he believes in his religion is what's gonna tell him nobody that what you should and shouldn't do versus man and wife. I mean not man and wife, man and woman and woman.
Man, look.
So for your religion, the religious part is also against the nature of his God, and it's against his book, the Bible. So when you asking somebody who is of that type of affiliation, they're very strong in their belief of what is right and wrong, and that also guides their life, right? So if somebody is gay and decide to sleep with a woman, 2 women on women, that's just against their belief. That's against the nature of God. And it also does come to, okay, well, it's unnatural because you can't reproduce and blah, blah, blah. So it just adds on a whole lot. But the bottom line for them is it's against what their God teaches them. So you're not going to persuade him or anybody who's in that book to go another way. That's the reason.
No, I was not trying to persuade. It was all definitely. But now I get what Domo was saying about. He said, I can't quote him. It was about the doctrine. I wish he'll come up so he can say it. But now I understand his comment based off of what you said, Mule University. What do you mean it's also a problem when using science?
I think she was talking to you, Mule.
I didn't say anything about science, but
no, it's Prince of Yahweh.
Well, you know, I mean that whole subject right there is like a fire subject, you know, because you're gonna
Yeah, I
have some
didn't know what
people
I was
who
starting.
believe, and even though I was saying about you know, what he was, to me, not trying to speak to you, brother, but you know, in his belief, because I've studied these religions,
Tell
even
me
though I'm
about
not part of any religion, in
yes.
all of these religions, you know, is man and woman. You know, so anytime you get to anything homosexuality, it's gonna get muddy because that's just something that they're gonna stand. Their 2 feet are strong in the ground about that. You're not gonna sway them one way. You know, they're gonna be standing on all 10 toes on that. So
I
that's
mean,
just even
well, the
not
problem.
something I would
This
bring
is
up to somebody like that because
this is my problem with the situation, right? It's
mm-hmm.
like, you know, people look at the Bible a certain type of way, and then they come up with these extravagant, drawn out situations that's not there, right? Like, it's not there, man. Like, it's nowhere in the scriptures that says that I can't enjoy my wife, yo. She can't enjoy me. It's nowhere in the scriptures that says, "Oh, I can only have sex after she whenever she starts to ovulate or whatever that shit is called, right? Whenever she starts to produce her eggs over again." Now, like, who's what? That's not even logical, yo. So
But then it's logical.
Listen. Let me finish my thought, yo. Please. Just because I say it's not logical, it's so much that Mule said about religion that I don't even deal with, where I wanted to cut her off and I didn't. It's not logical to me. It might be logical to you that, oh, because it's in the scriptures that we should be fruitful and multiply, meaning we should have children. When we have sex, we should be looking towards bringing forth children. Every time you have sex, that's what it's for. Last time I checked. Because every time we have sex, for the most part that I know about, I ejaculate. I come. I have an orgasm. And it's not supposed to be taken out in the pull-out game. So every time, whether I'm enjoying it, whether it's a quickie, however you want to look at it, that's what it's for. When is it just for pleasure? When? You're supposed to enjoy it, so the pleasure is there. But when is it just for pleasure? I'm listening. I'm gonna mute out.
It would be just for pleasure anytime she's not
pregnant.
Ovulating.
That's
anytime
when
she's
it's
not
for
ovulating.
pleasure. And you don't produce a child every single time you procreate, that is no longer about procreation. It's pleasure.
It wasn't you that stopped it, though. It wasn't you that stopped it. It wasn't her that stopped it. It wasn't me that stopped it. But the whole act of it, yeah. She should become pregnant, yeah, because of the action that took place. If it don't happen, that's all. It just didn't happen. Did it feel good? Most definitely it did. Most definitely it did. Hopefully,
if it doesn't happen,
right?
You just have sex again.
Well,
I'm not understanding the logic in this shit. Like, it's not making sense to me. Like, these questions, the way that you're thinking about it and addressing it, because it says to be fruitful and multiply. And you say, well, damn, well, then you just can't have sex unless, like, I don't even know when she's ready to bring forth a child.
Well, that would be on her ovulation days, and she'll just have to pee on a stick. There's like ovulation tests, and a woman ovulates about 4 to 5 days.
How did they know back then?
I don't know. I'm answering the question for nowadays.
But see, that's what I'm saying. If you can't, if our ancestors wasn't doing that shit, why am I about to start doing that? Because
actually, our ancestors did a lot of things that we probably should do. Like our clothes were made much better back then, like all types of stuff.
But ain't nobody trying to do all that no more. Y'all not trying to do that. We don't even have livestock to even create our own clothes no more. So like, come on, fam. Like, we gotta stop doing this, man.
But that was just to answer your question. Basically, any day outside of those 4 to 5 days she's ovulating, you're having sex for enjoyment and not
exactly, and not procreation. Pretty much.
And
I don't care. And at the end of the day, like anybody, whatever they believe, you have your right to believe whatever you want to believe. But at the end of the day, if you look at everything on a even, fair line, there is more times that people are having sex for pleasure and not procreation. I'm sure that a lot of men who are even married to their women are not trying to pop out children every 9 months.
What? Yeah, but we condone.
We're not pulling out, MJ.
I mean, we condemn them. We don't condone that.
We're not pulling out, MJ.
You my wife. Having sex.
Why am I about to have sex with you?
Married. That's supposed to be your like any woman you lay down with, nigga. That's a wife. That's a wife. That's a wife. You're supposed to value your body and your sperm. You ain't supposed to just be sleeping. So I mean, you might as well. Because to me, it's the same thing. Sexual obedience is sexual disobedience is sexual disobedience. You're the same as a man laying with a man. If you're just laying with random women for pleasure, eventually you'll lay with a man.
I think that's the point MJ was making.
That's the point that I'm trying to make. Thank you. That's what I'm trying to make. If you're going to go on the stance that sex is only for procreation, then anything outside of that is not. It's not. You're not using sex for its purpose. You are using it for pleasure. You are using it for pleasure. So if you're going to use it for pleasure, or whenever you feel that it's within your right to use it for pleasure, then you can't really condemn other people for using it for pleasure for however they see fit. Because you have your times when you do it.
First off, I don't condemn shit. Your lifestyle is your lifestyle. You do what the fuck you want to do.
Right? I'm not saying that you personally condemn anyone.
But you talking about my stance on it.
Your stance is your stance. That's fine. But I'm talking about it just on a logic, not a personal or a how I view things or this is my moral standard. I'm talking about it just when it comes to the basis of words. If you're saying that sex is for procreation, we know that women have ovulation times. So there's a time frame where we cannot get pregnant. So if you're having sex around that time where you cannot get pregnant, then you're not doing it for procreation. You're doing it for
how would
pleasure.
The husband know that? The woman would have to tell us that, right?
But MJ, we're not saying that.
That don't even make sense. Like a husband and wife. I never seen nowhere in history where a husband had to check with his wife and said, "You ovulating? Now we can get it in." What the?
Actually, they do it all the time.
They do that.
Trying to have kids.
Where?
Oh, most of the time it's with the pale people because their fertilization rate is
what
low.
What you talking about, man? Come on, man.
But they do it though.
We don't do that shit. In my 44 years of living, I never heard no black person in no state that I've been in ever say some shit like that to me, from old to young. But you telling me about some fucking pale skins?
You asked for an example, and I gave you one, and then you ran off with the one example that I gave you.
What did she say? What? You ain't never heard what? What did I just?
He was like, well, who does that? Who finds out when someone's ovulating? I'm like, they do it all the time. And I use pale people as an example because we all know usually
that men shouldn't have sex with their wives until they're ovulating.
This stands from the beginning.
I'm arguing the stance of not using sex as pleasure. If you're going to only state that sex is only used for procreation, then the same talk can be had for married couples. Women ovulate at a certain time. There is 4 days that they are not ovulating where you cannot get pregnant. If you are using sex as for the purpose that is said for procreation, by having sex on those 4 days, you are not procreating anymore. You are using it for pleasure.
But MJ, we don't only. It's not only for reproduction.
Right, and if it's not only, but if it's not only for reproduction, then that means that anybody has the right to use it for pleasure.
But that's where he goes back to saying that the marital bed is undefiled. That's the reason why he's saying you can have sex as long as you want with your husband and wife.
But the random shit is this is where I'm talking. This is where I'm separating the random from the moral, the morality. Like, to just be out here just recklessly, randomly having sex with people just because you can, because you want the pleasure. That shit is not morally right, and it leads to all type of bullshit. That's all I'm saying.
And yes, sir, I'm not.
If a gay couple is married,
hold on.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that. Me personally, do I find if you're out there randomly just having sex with someone and laying down with them, that you could possibly have the risk of procreating with them is morally not a good idea? Yes, I'm in total agreement. I'm just taking it to the basic level. You cannot lead with sex saying that LGBT community should not, and this is outside of your religion and your moral standards. You cannot say that the LGBT community or anybody who is not married, who is having sex and using it for pleasure, because we know that procreation is not their purpose. You can't say that they're wrong for doing that when married people do have sex for pleasure. It is not only for procreation. That's all I was saying. And this is outside of your moral standpoint. I understand your standpoint. And like I said, I'm not really mad about it. I do agree. But just on the basic level, if you just take the moral out of it, if you're doing this, if they're doing the same thing that married couples are doing, then what is the problem?
Lilith said if sex is for pleasure, then what's the clitoris for? Explain the clitoris.
And Queenie Cascade, and that's what I wanted it to get to, because that's what I heard. You both agreeing on those 2 points. There were a lot of ways, because like I said, you both have your conclusion, but I think Yashar, because he has the Bible, the reference point, it's black and white, it's concrete. MJ, you're coming from a critical thought stance. Even though it may not all be critical thought, you're critically thinking at this point and weighing logic and this, that, and the other. So, but those 2 points that, about it just being for pleasure and about it being sex being misused, period, is the important points that I wanted to get put out there. So shout out to y'all. And I'm in agreement.
I'm totally in agreement with it. It is being used in the wrong way. It's being overused, and now it is losing its value. And even at the standpoint of Yashir, how he holds family and religion and that type of more fiber together, I can understand his frustration and his anger about it, because it's deeper for him, where it's not deeper. He doesn't seem to see that this is deeper for other people using it on a pleasure aspect. There's nothing deeper coming from that, but just that immediate pleasure. And that's why he gets angry. So that's why I wasn't really mad at him getting a little heated, because I understand where he's coming from. But I was just talking about on a plain level, just using the words and just using the logic where we remove the other standards away from it.
I agree with you, MJ. That's it. I agree.
Queen Cascade in the building.
Queen.
Hey, good evening, everybody. How is everybody?
Good.
Well, I haven't too long come in through the door, and at the time when I came through the door, Yashar was going off, so, instincts to protect sort of kick in, so I thought I'd pop up and see what was going on. At the same time, I haven't heard really enough of the conversation to sort of understand what's going on. So, do you think continue?
Oh no, Queen Cascade, we over it. It was just a misunderstanding. We was talking about sex, and pretty much sex being misused, and a lot of the issues where people are losing their values today because of it. And I understood, Yashar's standpoint on it and what it is taught in his teachings, but I was just trying to bring it to a flat level, as in, sex is being used pleasurable, not only within married couple, but outside of married couple in the LGBT community. So people tend to lead with sex as being a part of procreation, and that's being the priority, the main reason to do it. So I didn't want to. I was like, well, people use it for pleasure too, and also the married people use it for pleasure too. So just don't lead with sex being about procreation when we know that a woman ovulates a certain time, and 4 days she is not able to get pregnant. If you cannot produce a child within that time, then you're using sex for pleasure. You're not using it for procreation.
True.
Yes, Queen. And I was like a little nerved when I heard it's a certain cutoff age, because I'm like, what's the age, baby? Tell me.
Cutoff age in terms of what?
What's the age that you're not gonna want sex no more? That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
Because I ain't reached that age yet.
Wow, everybody's different, isn't it? When you're premenopausal and going into menopausal, there is that stage, as well as, listen, how many years ago I remember doing, and it's still an issue now, like some of the elderly people's homes and stuff like that. We've had to do sex education in those places, because even though, women are not able to get pregnant at those ages, more so these days, that doesn't stop people from not getting STIs. So we've been having to have conversations with the older generation about their activities too. Okay. And I think I heard Yashar say you guys were talking about in regards to the ovulation point and calculating and stuff. I know it's a newer concept to some of you, but some people have been doing it for more than a hot second since this kind of new generation of technology coming up from like 2005, and, smartphones, and people even having calendars before on their walls,
Yeah, but Queen, on that point, I never tracked that. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a woman. I never tracked no ovulation. But then again, I never had a problem getting pregnant. And my husband breathed on me too much. I'm pregnant, so I never had that problem. So
I think it's something that people need to consider, in considering your partner's needs, your needs. I know sometimes we don't think outside of ourselves about those things. And this is part of my issue when it comes to self-entitlement of males or men, because you only think about certain things to a certain extent from your perspective as a man, but even having the wider conversation about how we move forward with what's going on in the world is something that needs to be considered. There's nothing wrong with calculating. There's apps and stuff. There's even the tests in shops. I'm sure you can get them on CVS, Walmart and stuff, where you can track your ovulation and things like that. So there's nothing wrong to me. I know everybody's got their religious beliefs, but there's nothing wrong in sort of moving with parts of the times in terms of, we're seeing the fact of STIs and STDs and contraception and the issues, and, down to young men or men not even wearing the right types of condoms, and people automatically think, oh, go for a Magnum, and not everybody is Magnum sized, and things, slip off during activities or are not sealed in during activities because they're wearing the wrong condoms and things. So as far as I'm concerned, some people are not going to like this, but I think vasectomies should be mandated with the state of the world right now.
Say it again. Say it again.
Vasectomies should be mandated with the
state. Wait, girl, I'm about to die when you said the Magnum too big. Okay, I'm going back on mute.
Oh. Yeah, I've had that debate with plenty of people talking about, oh, I don't want them to mess with my balls, but y'all don't care that we gotta go get our twats messed with in order to prevent some stuff that y'all could prevent easily.
Now, a lot of the males that are talking about this don't fully understand what it is for a woman to go through a hysterectomy or a partial hysterectomy, or the long-term effects, and the fact that our ovaries and the way that our genitalia works, our estrogen and certain chemicals that are produced within our ovaries affect our whole bodies and our brains. Whereas it's different for men when it comes to testosterone and sperm and what they need. It's completely different for women having to go through an operation. I know we've got new mechanics in terms of being able to have the mini robotic arms, but that's not suitable for all women. So the time process for women is a lot longer in terms of a couple of months, maybe sometimes longer, depending on how it heals, how that woman is progressing. And there are side effects from that for women. It's much better for men to go through it. You guys have a quicker healing time. The procedure can be undone because you can have the clips put on. There's different methods now so that you can remove the clips or the stitches when you're ready to actually have children. To me, hookup culture over the last sort of decade has devalued, parts of what, to me, sex was supposed to be about. And I understand, sex revolution, but at the same time, we see the impact that even with a revolution of sexual exploitation, what the state of the world is now 10 years down the line.
Yeah, that's a conversation that's you could try to have, and you're gonna hit a lot of roadblocks in regards when it comes to men, because I think they willfully become like, tone deaf to that, because at this particular time we're in a society where it is women's responsibility not to only be responsible and accountable for their reproductive system, but theirs as well. So
trust me, MJ, more than 15 years I was dealing with sexual health. I've heard it all. I've heard all the excuses. I've seen the stealthing. I've seen the women that I've had to deal with, STIs from their partners or contracted them from previous relationships. The damage that STIs and STDs do to unborn babies, the impacts that has, even those STIs, because of the way that our genitalia is, the way that it can make us infertile, the long-term effects on our organs and stuff. So, yeah.
And I just want to say, I think it is time. This what it is, 2022, for men to start taking care of their reproductive health. It's time for men to step up and start. It's all, for all these centuries, it's always been on women, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know if you heard this, Queen, but I had my story. The reason why I have so many children is because every birth control pill I would take, I would throw up, I would have fever, I would be so sick as soon as I would get on. And they would take me off and try another one, and we try something new. But I always was sick. And so I always tell people, not every woman can take every birth control. I just was lucky to have somebody with me on my life path that didn't run off on me. You understand? But a lot of women don't have that. So for people to always put the pressure on, oh, she should have been on, she have all these options for birth control. That is so not true. And when I tell my story,
there's not that many options.
You know how many women that be like, oh my God, I always get fevers. Oh, I always vomit. I would take a pill in less than 20 minutes. I'm throwing the pill back up. So what good did the pill do me? I would have fevers. It would actually look like I caught like a flu. And then I would get off the pill, and then I'm back healthy again. So
I had that Implanon thing, and I swear I'm not lying. One time I bled for like 4 months, so it definitely worked. It definitely kept me unpregnant. But yeah, exactly. I mean, it was brutal. I would not bleed for 2 weeks, bleed for 2 weeks, not bleed for a week, bleed for a month, not bleed for 2 months, bleed for 2 weeks. Like, it was just awful, horrendous.
Yeah, and this is the thing, because it's like, in terms of what's available for us, like I've seen like women over the years that have had the IUD or the implant. Remember one woman, she got pregnant during having, I think it was an IUD in, and they had to watch her throughout the pregnancy because they were worried that the IUD that was trapped inside of her that had dislodged and moved, and now there was a baby, that, it would damage and hurt the baby. And people men don't go through it because they don't have vaginas. So they don't understand when it comes to even having things like IUDs and other procedures, that, you know, women feel sensitivity and women feel pain and uncomfort from things.
If they don't understand that, it's because they haven't been in a relationship with a woman and taking it serious, you know, like, and I understand how easy it is to be disconnected from things like that and the inability to actually be firsthand. But, you know, like, I go to the doctor's appointments, you know what I'm saying? I saw the struggle. That's what made me not want to go through another pregnancy, the difficulty in the pregnancy, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. That's what made me not want her old child on birth control, because of the complications from birth control.
And this is the thing, it causes other side effects like weight gain. I've seen women balloon up because they're on certain types of contraception. You know, there's guys that don't take those sort of things into consideration when you're judging our physical appearances and the effects that certain types of contraception in the past how many decades, because remember, we're talking about from the 50s upwards, that, you know, access to contraception, and then later on it's taken to get to sort of mass that we have access to it now. So women have gone through all sorts of complications with the way that their, you know, bodies are dealing with hormones and things like that. But I think it's time for MJ, you will know this and others will know this. I've had these conversations in different spaces when it's come to the vasectomies, but also the fact that there have been a number of trials for men when it comes to male contraception. And I think it was a couple of years back, they did an American one, and you guys started getting symptoms and things like that, and they closed down the trials. Now, they were supposed to be doing another set of trials. Let me see if I can find the article.
Yeah, men really don't want to take, from my experience, they don't want to take that because they're scared it's going to mess with their testosterone levels. So, I mean, but, you know, or it really messes with women, and they all, you know, but that's why I say I think this year, 2022, men should step up and start taking more responsibility, because I'm telling you, from a young woman to now, those birth control do not work for every woman. I have friends who didn't have a problem with it, but I have friends who also, just like me, when I would talk to them, they would have the same story or even worse than mine. So, I mean, just always saying, oh, well, she could get on birth control and she can do this. Listen, that does not work for everybody. It really doesn't.
It's actually more harmful for women. If you really think about the contraceptives that they have for women, they lead to a lot of problems. They lead to a GI infection. They lead to high blood pressure. They lead to blood clotting. They lead to so many different things that happen
pH
with these pH balance, imbalance. Sorry, and problems with your hormones. You know, you can go to each extreme, whether it's high in estrogen or even very high in testosterone. And even some of the women that you like, when we see on the news, who you hear that they killed their children, they didn't even know that woman's level of testosterone was higher than the average 18-year-old male. And that was also what kind of triggered her to, she didn't even look at her children as her children and was able to hurt them and harm them in that way.
Wow.
Let me ask this, because y'all, from the initial conversation, when men say homosexuality is wrong, does that trigger y'all?
No.
It doesn't trigger me, but my best friend, she's been gay since we were 16. So, I mean, it doesn't trigger me, but I do understand a lot of the religious teachings because I grew up so much in religion. So that's the reason why it doesn't trigger me.
It doesn't trigger me because everybody has the right to their opinions, and everybody has the right to associate with their what they want to associate with. It doesn't stop my boat, doesn't stop my flow. I have nothing against any same sex arrangement or marriages or any of that. It doesn't bother me. Is it for my personal life? No, but I have no problem with it.
It doesn't trigger me because I've noticed that dudes tend to get real anxious over anything that might take their options away, whether it's interracial dating, whether it's gay. I mean, they get a little upset. So no, it don't bother me.
It doesn't bother me because I've heard it in churches, I've heard it in religious institutions. I've seen the attacks on the Alphabet Mafia and stuff like that. So, I think I'm numb to it in certain respects.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about attacks. I'm not for attacks on nobody. But just straight men saying, I don't agree with gay men.
Oh, because if straight men say, sorry.
No, go ahead. My bad.
No, that was my fault. If straight men say something about gay men, having a problem with gay men, to me, it's a 50-50 chance that they might be gay themselves. I don't know.
Because they recognize, because straight men recognize that there are gay men and they have an issue with them. You automatically say, well, you might have an issue because you're gay.
I mean, it's a 50-50 chance. Why are you upset about something that don't got nothing to do with you?
Just think about the fear. Just think about the fear, though, right? If you are a straight man, a fully, I only want to be with women. I only want to be with natural born women. Why will you have such a fear about a person who wants to be in a same sex relationship? Attacking you in some way.
I think that's a setup question because there's no fear. I think that's how people can wrap their mind around it because that's how I do. When people do things, I'll say, what would make me do that, right? So from other people who aren't straight men, they look at it as a fear because usually when they have a problem with something, it's over a fear. But it's not a fear. It's not like I'm scared of gay people. I'm saying you're doing being a male wrong. You're doing being a man wrong. Despite how you feel or what experiences you have, I'm born with a penis, you're born with a penis, and I have to live within the code, and so I keep that code coded. And when you're born this way and you're saying, okay, well, no, I want to lay with men, and I say, well, as a man, I got a problem with that because you got on the same uniform as me. And when you go out there and act a certain way, it reflects on me. So the fact that you steal, people may say, men steal, men are gay, men are this. And so that's the checking of it. It's not like a fear. It's just, wow, look at this dude.
But the only problem with that, Swab, is only summing up manhood in regards of what's between your legs. And if that's the case, then that will make even the worst men out here men. If that's the only thing that makes a man is just what's between his legs, what's his sex, like his gender, then then we can throw away the whole notion of what is a man and what's a little boy. Yes, a little boy can be considered a man.
That's a privileged conversation that we have. A male is a boy that grows into a man. But we have a culture where we say, if you're not responsible as an adult, you're not a man. But that's us. That's the privilege we have. That's a grown man. That's a useless, non-accountable, no responsibility having man. That's a man.
But if I could just say this one thing, MJ, Suave have a lot of issues with a lot of stuff with manhood because he always says he hates when women say all men cheat because he always say he doesn't cheat. So my thing is, it's not just something that's between his legs. He's saying he have a problem with when men are defined in a certain way. He have a problem with the character that might represent towards other men and himself. Because just like he says, he thinks that all men doesn't cheat. He don't want that labeled on all men because he's a man.
I understand.
No, I get that, and let me correct that. Hold on. Let me correct that, please. I don't hate it when people say it. I see what you're saying, but I've always been in a relaxed state that they not talking about me. So I'll never get why they keep saying it. I see the issue is cheating. It's something that I bring up myself. So I don't mind that. When people say, men need to stop cheating. You know, I get
No,
it. I
right.
don't feel a personal need to defend myself because I know, you know, it's enough men cheat that you say, oh, men cheat. I date women, and every woman that I've dated has accepted me being a cheater. You understand what I'm saying? Even if I didn't cheat, when the lack of me cheating created complications in the relationship. I actually had a girl say, "You think you the shit because you don't cheat?" Because in my mind, at the end of the day, women accept men will cheat, and a certain percentage of women look at that as men will be men, like we just disobedient fucking
No, that's
dogs
just
that
low
run from everything.
self-esteem, Swap. That's
So
low
that's where
self-esteem because see, we were already
that's
told
where I get
that.
yeah, that's where I get my issue with it at. But I'm fine with that. But the thing is, when men call out sexually disobedient men, there's a pushback. There's a pushback. And I'm saying, well, first of all, unless women want to fuck gay men, you need to be quiet. Because this is men talking about men. I don't want to hear about gay women and how acceptable that is. We're not even thinking about gay women. I'm talking about men being gay. Simple as that.
I mean, if you think about it, you know how many women have unknowingly had sex with gay men? There's a big problem with down low men in our community. But also, if you think about it, if you're worried about the image of men, gay has been the image of man historically. Look, niggas in dresses, niggas in pink, niggas with wigs. I mean, even in the Bible, they got the Sodom and Gomorrah. This goes back to
and
that,
all
but
of that is
niggas been gay. Niggas been
all
gay.
Of that is spoken against.
Okay, can I say something real quick? I could care less about that. I don't. For real, I really don't. That I got a son, right? And I gotta, and it's bad enough. I feel like no one's gonna help me raise my son to become a man. I gotta sit there and give him the instructions of what a man's supposed to do, what a man ain't supposed to do. And I don't need him knowing that shit. I don't want them because they already targeted our babies. Fuck them gay people. They already targeted our babies. They already want to replace women. I don't give a fuck about none of that because they want to replace us anyway. This is what I want to say in defense of what the sister was talking about with the high testosterone level of them forcing to kill their children because they got the high testosterone level. I learned about that, but there's a higher number of women who sit there and let their babies die. Don't even get, tend to their newborns, or even by the time the baby turned 2, the baby's gone and the mama dealt away with the babies because during the time of her pregnancy she had to go to the prenatal care. The prenatal cares, they always want to experiment with us, and a lot of us, we don't have a hard target. We don't have a man. 9 times out of 10 they know ain't no man coming with her to her prenatal appointments. So they're gonna sit there and throw all this goddamn guilt trip. Oh, we gotta protect the child. We gotta inject this in order to make sure the child don't have any deformities. But they in your face during the time of the sonogram say, oh, the baby's healthy. They got all 10 fingers and toes. Oh, the baby's moving around. Okay, the baby don't want to be the baby. Yeah, okay, the baby's healthy. Some so-called. But then they sit there at the same token and tell you, we gotta give you this. You gotta take this. You gotta take this syrup. Orange or black. You got to do all this shit. You got to go pee. They got to keep taking blood out of you and all this stuff. And it's so overwhelming. Soon she has this baby and this bundle of joy. She don't have nobody there for her. It's like no one's there. The man who gave her the baby is talking to her crazy. She wants them to know how beautiful that baby is, and she feels like she has nobody. She feels alone, and that estrogen level, not only that it goes all the way down, but her postpartum goes up. Her postpartum syndrome, her depression goes up, the postpartum depression. So she don't do all that aggression shit with the babies. What she do is as simple as that. Let the baby cry all goddamn night, and she may harm herself. The baby will cry until the baby don't cry no more, because the baby ain't getting fed, the baby ain't being tended to. She ain't even looking at that baby because she hate herself. She hate that she brought the baby into the world. If she'd have known that she was gonna get this treatment attitude, all kind of stuff raced through the minds of the baby. That's why we had to save my cousin, who she was gonna sit there and let them babies starve, all 3 of them kids, because her dude got killed. He got shot out of nowhere. They shot him. And she was without her baby daddy. You know what I'm saying? And she felt like the world is gone now. She ain't got the provider. And so she was gonna sit there and let that 3-month-old baby cry all day, all night, And if it wasn't for her mama, who telling what she's doing with her other 2 kids? So a lot of the stuff is based on depression, not so much acting like a man. No, 90% of the time, these women are so fucking depressed. We are so damn sensitive after having our baby. And thank God mine was reversed. So if you touch my baby, I will fight you when it comes to my baby. I think you're going to harm my baby. I don't want no one touching my baby. So that's what I was going through after having my baby. You understand? My postpartum depression became the aggression of other people when it came to me and my baby. I have what I have that's going to help me heal because the world hates me. That's okay. It's me and you, baby, against the world. So we either going to experience that version or we're going to experience this. Nobody loved me. Nobody care about me, which I feel like nobody fucking loved me anyway. But that's the same thing. A lot of these women are going through that and everybody want to gossip, but nobody want to step forward and help save that baby. And that's the goddamn problem. Everybody want to judge the woman for killing that baby, but you ain't got your ass up and say, sister, you need me to help you? Want me to watch the baby for a couple of days? She may be gone for 6 weeks. It could be she needed some time to herself to heal because she's hurt right now. She's sick. That postpartum, the stuff that they inject in you, the amniocentesis, all that shit they put in your body just to make sure the baby ain't retarded, all that lying ass shit they say about us. Okay, it's the reason why the woman has low self-esteem. She's hurt. Nobody loves her. People hate her. All that stuff. No one's coming through to check on her, see how her and the baby's doing. But you can sit there and look and gossip and talk about how she looking, how she walking, why the kids look like that, why the kids dress like that. How come we couldn't be how come we couldn't be the saviors to come up and ask the woman? Because I would do it in a heartbeat and say, you need help with anything? You need anything for the baby? Everything's fine? I got to at least ask that, because if it ain't, and she said it ain't, you want me to keep the babies for a couple of days? You got a phone number to exchange? I'll keep the babies for a couple of days for you. You think you're going to be okay? It may be she not going to come back for maybe about 4 or 5 weeks. I'm not for Black folks. I'm not calling CPS. I understand. We just going to have to make the community get their ass up and work, because these babies is here for a fucking reason instead of judging. So yes, the woman go through is the fucking worst. The painful ass pregnancy, the painful ass labor. They over here experimenting on us, trying to kill us while we're laying on a goddamn table, like they try to kill me. And then you got no fucking body. My son don't got a goddamn father. There ain't shit to brag about. But this nigga rather kill me and see what the fuck I'm doing instead of just checking on your goddamn son. You can't even call your son. So we have this type of issue going on, and it's a sick issue. That's why I don't want to talk about fucking relationships, like and sex, all that shit. It's like the main problem is our babies. Our babies are being targeted and women are being replaced. That's all I'm saying. Did you see the show? Not the show. Did you see the article about the white woman giving birth to 3 Black children? That's not her fucking baby. That's that dead Black woman's baby. I just want y'all to know that. She had that Black woman's organs inside of her. Okay? She had an implant, because a lot of white women got a lot of deformities down there and they need help. And that's why Black women get kidnapped and their organs get stolen, because not only that the gay brother who died in Fresno, California, for telling the truth about his straight sister who was kidnapped and what those organs was really used for. Black organs. They want our shit. They don't want white people's organs. They want our fucking organs. And we over here talking bad about each other and shit. We over here not understanding what the fuck is what was going on. And our brothers, I'm sorry, I'm not talking about swabs, but a lot of our brothers, bottom line, all I see is cowardness. They don't want to fucking fight. They just want to fuck. They don't want to fight. They don't want to kill nobody. They trying to dodge bullets from their own brother, their own goddamn reflection. They just want to fuck. They don't want to fight. You understand what I'm saying? They want to simp for penis, for panties and penis, some of them. But I look at it like this. Our focus should be on about us, so we can know and get back on and be like our great grandmothers and them. Have that knowledge and wisdom. We know if that motherfucking fruity in the under. We ain't got to worry about when we didn't know. Now we already know how you carry yourself. When every time someone mention a woman, you got an issue. What happened to that last lady he was with? You got an issue. So you like men, don't you? Because if you're complaining about hair and weave and getting your nails done and a woman's getting it done and you're complaining, I'm already looking at you sideways. Motherfucker, who you dating? Who draws you sniffing? Because this show ain't a woman. You're complaining about women. And she's trying to make... And then, last but not least, because I'm going to get up out of here because this is triggering me to fuck up. I start seeing people, sisters, y'all gotta stop doing this shit too. I start to see how a bunch of black women are going to these Asian dudes and white dudes. What the fuck? To get your fucking hair done. Who are you giving your damn money to? You're defeating the whole fucking purpose. Go to Keisha. Why the fuck are you going to the Jimmy Wang and Scott Peterson to get your damn hair and straight bones and some cornrows and, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he'll do your fucking hair, you dumbass. You gonna give your money straight to the goddamn white community and the Asian community. And you let these niggas who want to be bitches bully you out of weaves and hair and extensions. And when you could just been the bomb bitch doing the hair, weaving extensions at your goddamn shop making money. Gives a fuck what they say about you wearing a goddamn weave. Wear your fucking weave. You support your own goddamn community though. Stop going to these other people just because you want to.
We can't get in the weeds right now. We can't.
Man, no, but I'm just saying.
But now we getting into the defending weaves.
No, I'm not defending the weave. I'm talking about the women I'm talking about we ain't doing shit for ourselves as women. We ain't doing enough for ourselves as women. It's bigger than weave. I'm just saying we not doing shit enough for us as women. We always want to judge and talk about each other and shit, and we not even sticking by each other like we're supposed to. We ain't even protecting on goddamn kids. We're not even look, I don't even know where a goddamn black nail shop is for me to go get my nails done so I can give my money to a black person. I don't want to give my money to a Asian person. I want to give it to a black person, but I can't find any. We ain't doing the right goddamn shit as women. We're so focusing on men. I'm fucking sick of talking about these fucking men. And that's all I gotta fucking say. Shit.
Well.
Breathe, sis, breathe.
Yeah, she be trying to get it out, man. Shout out to Tanjan.
No, I understand.
I felt you with
oh my gosh, this has been so quick.
Postpartum.
Now back to men being gay because they got an issue with
Hold on a second. Before you continue the topic, let me say this to Tajan. Tajan, because the other night I was concerned about you and we weren't able to talk. And I feel like you've got a lot going on. Listen, I'm doing a stream in a couple of hours. Roll through and let's talk. All right, let's catch up. I feel like there's other things on your chest that you need to sort of get off. But, you know, that's for something for us ladies. Okay? Carry on, Swell.
I mean, I definitely agree with Tajan, you know, but it's the help that or the lack of, you know, focus and trying to understand and trying to make women who are having children, their situation better is something that is, you know, that is being socialized. I mean, a lot of men's understanding about pregnancy is that you just get a woman pregnant and within 9 months, a baby comes out, and the bare minimum needs to happen where the child needs to be fed and, you know, the clothing or things of that sort. So it's really not a in-depth conversation in regards of what the woman is experiencing. And anyone who has had children, you know that you are different when you're pregnant and your body is different and your mental state is different after having a child. There are so many different scenarios that can pop up with the the PTSD, you know, the post-traumatic stress. You can also have your hormones be off, which can put you in a different mental state. You know, not every pregnancy is a lovey-dovey rainbow sunshine or looks perfect like how the baby shower was. You know, a lot of it is a very a rude awakening of a different life that they never experienced or they never endured or never even feeling that way. So, I mean, unless we are trying to change the social norm, so there is a broader understanding about the different, you know, aspects of women during, before pregnancy, during pregnancy, and after pregnancy, then we're gonna continue to have these problems where we later on find on the news something happens to these children, whether it's malnutrition, whether it's some type of form of abuse, child abuse, whether, you know, whatever. We're going to have these situations continue to happen because we don't have an understanding of, you know, or we're not being proactive to make sure we get get ahead of it.
Yeah, I do think MJ and especially Tejan said a word earlier. I know that America has a different understanding of, and especially the Black community, when it comes to the whole Planned Parenthood situation. And I'm not trying to trigger anybody. Obviously, my understanding, I'm doing research on it. At the same time, my understanding when it comes to Planned Parenthood is something different. So in having the conversation, the wider conversation with couples and young people and making them aware of why they need to be planning, the effort and the consistency that goes into a woman's health, giving women the best opportunity when they're ready, or say if you're 2 or 3 years from getting pregnant, the things that you need to do on the run up through that pregnancy, seeing what's available with hospitals. There's a lot of things that need to change, especially as it's like, we're having these conversations about kids and sex and stuff like that, but it's like the plight of just going through pregnancy, all the different things that can happen, the fact that Black women are more prone to fibroids, complications in pregnancy, and all those kind of things. And we understand and see the fact that Black women are dying on the table giving birth. We look at the hospitals and the fact that they don't even understand our pain thresholds and what's being taught in terms of nursing, or was being taught in terms of nursing before the pandemic. And even nurses have spoken about this during the pandemic, about the fact that Black women are not treated like they are human during pregnancy, during labor, and the pain medication, and are not listening to what's going on. We've seen women like Serena Williams and other women that have nearly died giving birth. And I don't think men really understand that that's something that, whether we like it or not, if you're going to continue down this road of having children, because we have to be realistic in the fact that, some people, listen, I'm at the point where, as far as I'm concerned, I see from a global aspect that when it comes to the wider diaspora, we need a reset. We need like a good, and people are not going to like hearing this, we need a decade reset to be able to bring the community up, to be able to raise the wealth standards, to be able to change the wealth gap, for the BM collective to get off their ass and do what they're supposed to do, for finances and stuff to be able to increase, to be able to put on the programs and help change the healthcare system, and the different circumstances when it comes to sexual health, and bringing down the STD rates and HIV levels, because we also forget that, Black women are contracting these things. We talk about single women, but, I've seen a number of women, and there are women that advocate on the internet and on YouTube who have HIV because their husbands had gone out and done things that they weren't supposed to be doing. And now Black women and Black children are living with HIV AIDS. So we've got so many areas. It's a multi-layered cake that we're dealing with. And, the responsibility of all this isn't just on us, because it takes two to tango.
And that's why, Queen Cascade, I am very disconnected when it comes down to the conversation about women supposedly supposed to be procreating and things of that sort. Because if we cannot have the honest conversation about, the preparations that needs to be done and the things that we need to fix, you can't speak to me about what you think a woman's supposed to be doing with her body and her wombs. Like there's no conversation there. So
exactly. And people forget at the same time we've just come through, and some of us in different parts of the world are still going through this pandemic. Some people are not on the other end. And we've got kids that are within this generation that are coming through this. And obviously we've seen, the rates of what's happening with Black women within America with every 5.5 hours. We've got multi-levels of what's happening with grapes and SAing, which also contributes to what's going on with sexual health and the enforced situations where choice has been taken away, consent has been taken away. You know, I've witnessed conversations recently where like young men are having conversations about how, what did he say in that clip? Like as if to say, basically, wait till a woman is passed out, or get with a deaf girl, or get with a blind girl, so that they're not able to see what consent looks like or feels like, or have the wider conversation.
Yeah, and that's a preposterous example. Like that's extreme. Like, and it's sad to me because those are the people who get the attention. That goes viral. You know, that's why it's no competition. Because it's like, for one, people are gonna find what they're looking for. So people going out to look for, you know, men that talk a certain way about women to, you know, continue the conversation of what needs to be improved. You know, that you're gonna have plenty of that. You're gonna have plenty of that. But niggas not talking like that. Niggas not talking. I don't know nobody that'll stand next to a nigga that say something like that and consider him a decent human being. You know what I'm saying? And the majority of them would, you know, probably attack him and probably get physical. But for someone to sit up here and propose to rape women, like, come on, man, that's an internet TikTok thing. That's not a group of men sitting around saying what we need to do. You know, nobody, like, we not legitimizing that. That's not logical in any way. Now, what men do when given the opportunity.
Well, in one sense, you're quote unquote talking about the quote unquote real men, but the fact is, just like that clip, it might have been something that's on TikTok, but don't undermine it, because the fact is, those young men that were having that conversation didn't know that she was recording it, and she was the only girl in that class with a group of young men. So, and I've heard conversations of that sort over the years, and in speaking to other women, you know, within different sectors, especially as Black women are the ones that are rising through the ranks, that are in technological circumstances, that are coming through STEM. They're being exposed to more men from different cultures that are like, you know, I've got a cousin, she was the only girl in a class full of men, and she was top of her class. There was men from different cultures around her, but she was the only girl. She was the only woman. She was exposed to all sorts of conversations. So, yes, I understand that's not happening around you, and it sounds extreme, and it might sound extreme to some men, but this is our reality. This is what we live through.
No, it is extreme. And I understand it is a reality, but that is an extreme. That's like the extreme of the, like, what the heck did he just say? That doesn't take away from the realness of it or the seriousness of it. You know what I'm saying? Things can be both of those. So absolutely, I agree.
And to add on to Queen Cascade's point, and to further mess with Suave, I actually think our community talks about rape a lot because we don't equivalate. This is probably not a fucking word. We don't equate. There we go. We don't equate coercion as sex. And honestly, I hear it all the time about coercion. Like, our community is full of coercion. Like, I'll just say it like that. Like, it's all about, I mean, I even ran into a term that I just found out about that I actually realized is another prominent problem in our community. It's what is it called? Reproductive abuse. And that's another thing. Like, so no, they might not be like, oh yeah.
I'm sorry, what's that term? I'm sorry.
Reproductive abuse. It's when, you know, you impregnate a woman, not just because you want a family with her, but maybe you want to keep her, you know, and she doesn't want to be with you. Or maybe you want to steer her life, you know, and not let her do this or not let her go there. Maybe, like there's many ways that's women. It's kind of like, you know how dudes be like, oh, she trapped me. after, hearing many different testimonials from many Black women, it tends to be the other way around. It tends to be an awful lot. I just heard too many stories from too many Black women all across the damn country, from in my personal life to from YouTube. Like, there's so many children that would not be born if it wasn't for the coercion or the reproductive abuse that's going on in our community. The tricks, the traps, the
game. Like that's what the game. That's what I was saying. Like when I was young, like even when I was young, y'all see me go through it here. Like, you're called lame, simp, gay, because you don't want to misuse women or coerce women. You know what I'm saying? And it's like that's what you're supposed to wake up and aim to do. Like, well, how many women can you get today? And that was like a sickness. You know what I mean? And I mean, when I was young, when I was a virgin, I was looking at the people who weren't virgins, and I'm like, this is not good. It's not healthy. But it was such an accepted lifestyle. It was like, oh, you're not in an abusive relationship with somebody that you're having sex with? What the hell are you doing? Oh, you must be in school. You must. And I'm like, wow, but this is the adult version of it. So I do agree on that too, that coercion shit. Like I said, you can't let motherfuckers push your ass into being no goddamn rapist, or because it's levels to shit, right?
It's funny because sexual coercion is actually against the law in many states in the United States. It's just not enforced in our communities, and the reason why is that a lot of people do not believe Black women get coerced into sex. We are known in history, or the image that they like to put is that we are the Jezebel. We welcome it. Yep. So this is why it's never looked as that with us. Like, you have the young girls who run away to be a part of the chain, or the on the corner, or the sex trafficking situation. The police, they wait about like 48 hours to see if that child comes back. They don't automatically put out anything for that child or anything like that, because they feel that in their minds that child left on her own accord. She wasn't coerced, she wasn't kidnapped, she left on her own accord. So maybe she'll come back when, quote unquote, the money runs dry or something of that sort. And then later on you find out that she was actually really kidnapped, or she was actually really hurt, or she lost her life. And then it's too late then. So because there's this Jezebel stereotype and that on Black women in general, and especially Black girls, because Black girls are looked as being fast and women even when they're children, and knowing that it's not basically enforced in our community about the sexual coercion, where the law is not even being used, then this is why we have these situations happen a lot in our community.
I just wanted to say something from what nobody was saying, and I agree with you, MJ, also, and Suave, but nobody. I think that is so true about the sexual trap. And what was the term you used? Abuse.
They said it's called
reproductive abuse. I was accused of that, y'all, when I was young by my in-law. You keep having all these kids,
right? Like you impregnated yourself.
It's like women get accused of trapping a guy, by keep having, it doesn't even matter if you're married or not, but women get accused of that. But the thing is, it takes two to tangle, right? So if he wasn't, with me, I wouldn't get pregnant.
It seemed like y'all trying to trap each other, I guess.
Exactly. So I that's a very good point that you use, because from older years, they always used to try to say the woman was trying to trap guys, even if the guy ain't had nothing.
Right.
We built together. We had nothing when we started out.
Because people, you know what? Because in the society that I've experienced, people accept negative more than positive. It's like if something happens.
Suave.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, finish your point and then I'll
No. Go ahead. I want to stop right there.
I want to hear what the rest of you was going to say, so I didn't mean to put you aside.
Okay, yeah, and I'm just saying people can conceive evil before they conceive righteous. So you being in love with someone and at 16, 17 saying, I could be with this person for the rest of my life. We're going to, stay together and I'm going to never be with nobody else. People can conceive you saying at 16, oh, I'm going to trap this nigga or I'm going to trap this girl. Like, to me, the thing is there, but that's not the intention. When I look at it, I see people really just are inexperienced in life, and they really think this is it. I'm ready to devote myself,
and I think it was like
one
that.
day you wake up and it's horrible and it don't work out. Go ahead.
I'm glad she's saying that too, though, Suave, about men, because they always try to put it on the women, like you're trying to trap this good brother, and the whole thing is, how much money does he make? How much money do you make?
They swear.
It was, I could say if he was a millionaire or a billionaire, but you both.
Oh, so you would trap a millionaire, Lima? Did you just admit that?
But I'm just saying.
Shit, I might think about it.
People, every day, a young lady, she got her boyfriend or her future husband. She's not thinking about trying to trap him when she get pregnant. But a lot of older women would take and say, you trying to trap him because he a good man. And I'm like, what?
I think that's the fair, and I want Queen Cascade to get her point in because she wanted the floor. But I think that's a generational fear that's no longer relevant. I think that grandmama, great grandmama, that was a real thing. Because if you lay down with somebody and you have a baby, you have a junior, that hates on you. You had a baby by so and so, you off limits. People used to honor that. And so that's the mentality that you would get. Like if you already started a family with somebody else, ain't nobody finna start no family with you. And that's where the wickedness in the games come in. But now we're born into a generation where that's not the case. So we don't understand the trap thing, but that was a real thing in the point. Go ahead, Queen.
Yeah, just to kind of bounce off what everybody's kind of saying. MJ's right when it comes to the image of when it comes to Black women and how we're perceived as being, sexually fluid and all these different things. But check it, when it comes to the negativity and the things that are highlighted by celebrities, let me use an example, Brittany Renner. Yeah? And other young women.
I can't stand her. And I ain't felt like this about a celebrity in a minute, man. But I do not like how she's forced in the mainstream like she's somebody to listen to.
So hold on a second. Let me just get into it with her. I don't know factually or not, or whether she trapped him or not. She says she's been very honest about what she said, what she did, what they planned. But the fact is, even if it was a case that she trapped him or any of these other young women that are similar to the Brittany Renner or the other type, do you get what I mean? The majority of them are not Black women. She's a biracial woman, as far as I'm aware. There's other women, Kim Kardashian is a white woman. So these new women, these women that are coming into the community that are indirectly a part of the community because of Black men, you guys have made them the new Black women. They have become our representatives when it comes to these situations, when it comes to these episodes that happen with trapping men. If you really, really check it, but they're not Black women. They're the face that you've given Black women. And I don't appreciate it. Because like I said, working in sexual health, the amount of young people that I've sat with, or even men, like I remember a situation where a woman just found out that she was pregnant and she's left to go into the bathroom and just, was emotional, sort herself out. The guy had a whole diatribe in front of me and didn't even realize what he was saying. Basically, he thought he was talking to himself in his brain, but he didn't realize that he was saying what he was saying out physically. And basically, he said the fact that he purposely got her pregnant and he had that plan how long ago, but he changed his mind because he was with another woman and he wanted that opportunity with that woman. And now this woman being pregnant was messing up his opportunity to go out there and get this other woman that he was watching pregnant. And that's not the first time I've heard that. That's not the first time that I've been in awkward situations. It's not the first time that I've heard women saying about the fact that they've been trapped. And what others don't understand now is it's even more relevant for us as women, because if Black women are leading the way and Black women are striving for success, and we're the ones on the ladder. Even though Black men are turning around and saying they're the prize, and other men are talking about they're the prize, no, we're the prize. Otherwise, why would you be trying to tie us down, take away our money, take away our financial access? You know, the DV that happens when it comes to financial responsibility and everything wouldn't be taking place if you didn't want that financial control and have that element over us. I've seen it too many times. I've experienced it myself. My daughter's father got me pregnant on purpose, knowing that we weren't in the situation to be able to move forward with our pregnancy plans. And it's only, I think, 2019 that he actually admitted what he had done. Do you get what I mean? And I tried to show him the error of his ways in what he had done and what would have been possible if he hadn't have made that move. Now, I don't regret having my daughter. It is what it is. Do you get what I'm saying? But in showing him, if he had made a different choice and had the conversation with me and didn't give me falsified information about our circumstances to be able to financially move forward with our plans, things may have been different. But that's the choice that he made. That's the choice that he has to live with. But it's also the consequences that I have to live with because of the choice that he made.
And that's along with the men who tell women that they want families until the woman gets pregnant, and then they say, oh, well, you know, it just didn't work out, or I didn't realize it would be like this, or that's reproductive. Oh crap.
You're both going to get them. Start again.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. That's reproductive abuse, or the men who tell the women that they want families, and then as soon as she's pregnant, they change their mind and say they didn't realize, or that's not what they want anymore, or that's reproductive abuse. Or I've literally heard this from a dude with my own ears. He was not talking directly to me, but some of them will get women pregnant to quote unquote bring them down a notch. Like, I've heard that disgusting shit more than once. One time I was in the vicinity and overheard it. Another time I heard it online. But like, and then one woman even told me that she didn't realize that's what she was telling me, but basically every time she got her body back together, every time she was in a good space, her baby daddy would come back and be like the best dude ever, and then get her pregnant and leave. It's just the so you can see.
Sorry, sis, you're back to Morgan now.
Yeah.
Damn it, Siri. Let us speak.
No, that's true. It's absolutely true. There are men who have said, and I have heard it personally, and I also actually have heard it online as well, who said that they need to take a woman down a notch by impregnating her, and she becomes
and
humble.
What does that do? What was they?
Because if there's if there's under the impression that women lose value when they have children, and this has been heard around in our community a lot, that women who are single mothers or mothers and not with the man that they had a child with, they need to get with the man that they have a child with, or they need to settle for what they get because they depreciate in value once they have a child with someone. So with that mindset, that that's why a lot of them will be like, oh, well, you know, if she doesn't have a child, she's cream of the crop. You know what I'm saying? If they feel that you're devalued by having children, then you not having children, you're cream of the crop. You're not spoiled milk, etc., etc. You know, you see what I'm saying? And a lot of them will be like, oh, well, the only way I can get her or keep her in a status where she cannot rise above me is if I impregnate her. Because if this is being taught to other men, or, you know, locker conversations, that you're not going to date a woman with children, or you're not going to date a woman with a certain amount of children, she's devalued, then she pretty much have to settle for whatever is out there that's willing to take
that's
her.
Crazy, because like my first relationship was with a woman, well, with a girl who had 2 children, and my pops had told me like, well, you don't need to try to take that relationship serious because she already, the way he said it, he said she already had a foundation, and you don't have a foundation. You got, your whole life ahead of you, and you just now getting out of school and so forth and so forth, and I was like, well, that didn't make no sense to me, because it was like I didn't understand what he said as foundation. You know what I'm saying? And I stayed in a relationship as far as I could. It didn't work out, but that didn't deter me. Now, I've never heard someone say it the way that y'all saying, but then again, I wasn't in no locker rooms. You know what I'm saying? I didn't get my advice from locker rooms and shit like that. But yeah, that
goes
is
back,
very confounding to me.
Yeah, it's hurtful to hear, right? Because like I said, if there's this kind of logic being out there that women depreciate like their property, they depreciate once they have a child, and or how many child they have, and they're single, they're not with the person that they have a child with, then you got to tell me, Suave, as a man, what incentive do that give women, especially the younger women who are not having children, who don't have kids? What incentive is for them to even want to have kids or start those type of families? If you're saying that once you get to that point where you have a kid, you're devalued now. You know what I'm saying? You're not worthy of what you was able to get.
No, that would
that.
encourage them to not have children.
And this is why we're in the situation we're in.
Yeah, and like I said, it's there's things to be, ironed out, but you gotta understand, it's not a illogical conversation. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, when I see it, it's bettering men. Like even for me, you know what I'm saying? And I don't want to personalize everything, because I know the majority, or the statistic, but this is relevant even to me. I knew if that girl did not want me to get her pregnant, I was not finna dare get her pregnant. You know what I'm saying? It was like the authority wasn't on me. It was on her. So that's just how I was from the jump. So I can imagine if women, but no, I'm not getting pregnant, I'm not getting pregnant. That is what's going to happen. More men are going to be like, well, I'm going to be the type of dude that a woman want to get pregnant by, because I think that's the intention in the first place. But it's just the standard was so low. Well, what do you do? Like, you got your teeth, you walk straight, baby ready. You know what I'm saying? But then when the responsibilities come, it's like, fuck your teeth. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck, you toothless and fat. And you provide the security I need for my mental fucking stability. And once that's thought of in the beginning, then I think, the mature will stand up. The smart will rise. But there's no encouragement for that. It's in small pockets in conversations like these. And once we leave out of here, we're terrorizing the rest of the world. It's not an acceptance. It's not an agreement. It's not oh, I get what you saying. It's what? Man, you tripping. You know what I'm saying? So until that culture comes popular, and I believe this is helping it, because this is what men did. This is what every other culture did. There's a certain enforcement. It's not always comfortable. Shit, motherfuckers can cause wars over shit. You know what I'm saying? And then we live in a state of mind today that we appreciate it, and we didn't go through none of the negativity.
I think that it's like the mindset is going to have to change in regards of how men feel about being a part of creating children. Because my understanding, like with men who feel like that if a woman devalues if she gets pregnant, that means that you don't you don't view pregnancy in a good life. You don't view children in a good life, and you definitely don't view women in a good life. And you're literally kind of saying that if you was impregnating a woman, that what you produce, you don't even see in a good life. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and niggas don't even hear themselves when they say shit like that.
Right, like it's like if you're cursing out your baby mama, or you're out there on social media trying to drag your baby mama for filth, right? What does that say about you? You're doing everything in your powers to make her look bad, but at the end of the day, you chose her, didn't you? You chose her because you nutted in her, right? She didn't steal your sperm. You gave it to her, right? So you whether you made a conscious decision or not, you chose this woman to be your baby mother. So that's an example of your decision making skills. And if she's the worst of the worst, that says about you.
Yeah, it's like you hating on yourself. Like, look at it. Like, don't you know you're the matching puzzle piece to whatever you're describing her as? That's you. And I want Queen Cascade to get this information about vasectomy, because even I was ignorant as fuck, and I talked to Katrina, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, but it's just people devalue themselves and their own product of their seed by that. But I can see how someone can say, as whether it's a man or a woman, once you have a child, you have an obligation to that child. So you don't have the liberty to just go explore the world, find yourself, take time to yourself. No, you gotta be a father. You gotta be a mother. No matter what else, you a / mother, father. So I can see, because it's not looking at it in good or bad light. It's looking at it in reality. With all of the blessings that come with babies, comes the struggles of being a parent. So if those struggles are going to get in the way of you making a life that you could be proud of by the time you're 30, then there's a value to that. But you can't sit up here and say, well, I'm going to devalue people by having children with them. Like, what is that's saying I'm only worth 50 cents. She worth $100. So if I get her pregnant, she'll be worth $50. That's cool. Like, you're admitting that you're a piece of shit.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that is weird as fuck to me. But then turn around and speak so good on yourself.
Exactly. That's why, and this is what women see every day. The contradiction. You say we're not saying that men don't have bad experiences with women that they had children with. Never saying that, right? Because an individual can be a fucked up individual. But if you're going that low to degrade and disrespect the woman that you chose to be the mother of your child, you don't give two cents, or you don't have that high esteem for the child or that woman that you lay down for. So that really boils back to you don't have self-esteem or really any love for you either, because it was so easy for her to have your child. It should not be easy for a woman to have your child. Just like you like to preach women that not every man should be able to be between your legs. It shouldn't be easy for any woman to have your fucking child.
Thanks. I tell women, girls, like, when I see them in pictures with dudes and the dudes is hugging them and shit, I'm like, that shouldn't be that easy. Nigga shouldn't just be able to put his arm around you like, let's take a picture. You know what I'm saying? And I say to the dudes, value your sperm. Don't just give your sperm to any woman. Value your fucking sperm. Like, however you got to think about it. You don't get the obvious, don't be a piece of shit type of nigga. You know what I'm saying? You got to understand, man. But you don't, because you be young. You be young and you be so ignorant and goddamn.
But it's so funny that they understand that concept when it comes to finance, though. They understand that concept when they want to provide for, and women who they don't want to provide for. But they don't understand that concept when it comes down to their reproductive system. And I think it's because it's the miseducation of what boys and men are being taught. What is manhood? If you're being taught that it's your right and your privilege to know the pleasures of women, and not everything else that goes, with that, then you're screwed.
Nah, Moonflower in the building. Shout out to sis. Go ahead, Queen Cascade. Break that down. You've been showing it.
Sorry, I've just come back on screen because I was looking at the articles, so I didn't realize it was playing on the screen. I think it's men don't want to have the wider conversation when it comes to vasectomies because they associate, as far as I'm aware and what I'm seeing, you associate your masculinity with your sperm. But at the same time, the contradiction is the way that you throw it away, and this hookup culture and the abuse of contraception, the stealthing, the reproductive abuse and everything like that. So in the long term, like what we're seeing in terms of the male collective is that, instead of welfare being an emergency option because of circumstances and situations, it's the main thing to get out of the situation. Let's use and abuse, in one sense, the system so that I can negate my responsibility from doing what I'm supposed to do as a man, have the benefits of manhood without taking the responsibility of manhood. And we as women are sick and tired of it because you can't complain and have the contradictions and not see. And we see the fact of the good practices, like you've shown, Suave, when it takes dads coming into the situation, and the impact that fathers can have if they're good fathers. Do you get what I mean? But we're seeing the abuse of power. And, not to go all Marvel or is it Spider-Man, but it is true, with great power comes great responsibility. And you're teaching these young men not to have accountability and responsibility for the things that come out of their bodies, as well as looking at what is wrong with sperm, the act, or learning the acts, or teaching young men the acts of sperm retention. We see in things like boxing and sports and football and soccer and basketball that they purposely say to the players, stay away and abstain from sex for the next how many days, because they need that energy, they need that power. And, there's people that are on YouTube, on TikTok, on different social medias that are sharing their experiences of semen retention and how it's helped them to grow in different ways. Do you get what I mean? There's the abuse of, earlier we were talking, part of the conversation was to do with recreation, sex being recreational and sex being for, oh God, that's the word I'm looking for. Sex being for procreation and sex being for recreation. But we're seeing in the fact that women are being used for spermicidal dustbins, that people use sex as a way to de-stress. People use stress in sex in different ways to be able to get through their day. Sex has become a crutch of sorts and a drug to a lot of people in a way. I think we have a good majority of people that don't even realize that they have become, in one sense, nymphomaniacs. And that's because a lot of these young boys are not learning discipline. And males have to take responsibility in the fact that if you're not in the home teaching your son discipline, it's difficult for us as women to be able to teach that. We understand what it is to be a woman and teach our daughters about what responsibility and accountability looks like when it comes to our menstrual cycles and ovulations and how that works. And obviously, women of the older generation that are not aware of that, the information is there for you to be able to research so that you can pass that information on. But the males also have to take responsibility in teaching the younger males about discipline and how to control themselves, because we're seeing the impact of what happens when things are not controlled. It would be lovely to live in circumstances where everybody could do what they want and live the life that they want, but that's not the world that we live in. We're seeing the fact of when people are giving freedom of choice and freedom of sexuality and sexual liberation, what it looks like now in 2022. So we have to get back to teaching our young men and women about their emotions, about their feelings, because and the other part of it is, yes, there is a responsibility as parents, but we also have to understand that the main majority of time, our children are out of our hands. Unless you're doing like homeschooling as parents, the main majority of time that children spend out of our hands is outside of our control. Hopefully what I'm saying is making sense, because my medication is kind of cooked in and I'm a bit woo-woo.
No, you're making perfect sense. And that's why my son is homeschooled. That's why I like to have full control of what he is being exposed to. And I mean, if you could do it, I definitely suggest that people do it. But if not, just keep on researching and vetting to, to try to have your children in the best environment possible that can make them, flourish and, try to, get ahead of all the other things that might be thrown their direction.
This is the thing. I think the sexual responsibility that we need to be teaching young men is to take pride. Not this, what's that saying about seeds, casting your seeds off and all that kind of thing. We need to stop this cognitive dissonance in conquering women. This whole thing that's coming up about sex and war, and the way that Black women are being attacked within the community and the non-protection of the community, and the fact that Tejan was right in terms of the sex trafficking that's taking place and women's organs and things like that, because 65 to 75,000 Black women and girls are still missing. A good majority of those have most likely been sex trafficked, have been put into prostitution, have been sold into different forms of adoption, black market adoption and fostering, black market organ sales, black market womb transplants.
Yeah, and I know that's real because they on that new and not attacking the LGBTQ, but they good in that for the transgenders too. White women and transgenders need Black women's reproductive organs.
Yes, this is true. This is definitely true, and it's been going on for a very long time. And they usually did it in a lot of other countries that are more dominant, Black people. And then it started to be a really big thing over here for the past 15 years. That's why from 2003 until now, I heard so many cases of, these young Black women. I mean, from the ages ranging from 15 and 20, like 15 to 29. A lot of them have ended up missing. Nobody know where they are. Nobody's been looking for them. The police, they do like the bare minimum of an investigation, and then they're finding these women where their parts not with them.
Yeah, a lot of them. And the organs, period. Remember the dude that was found at his school rolled up in a rug? And his family said that he was stuffed with newspaper.
Yeah, like that was the most craziest thing. Like for the simple fact that the government and and our government and our court system didn't really take let that school and that police department get away with that bogus ass story and then acquitted them on any wrongdoing, knowing that with the autopsy they didn't find any of his freaking organs. But you say that he fell into a mat and suffocated, and that's why there was blood on the floor. And then, but they had a witness who seen a student follow him inside the gym area with a hammer. Like that disturbed me. Like one of the worst type of news reports that I've heard that disturbed me. So.
And the video was cut off. They had 24-hour video in the gym, but it happened to cut off during that accident. That just shows an agenda on such a grand scale. You got the coroner working with the funeral home, working with the school, working with the police department.
Well, let me just say this, that's been going on not just with the women reproductive organs. But my uncle in 1976 was killed by the police in New Orleans, and his body was found in Mississippi. And when my dad and my grandmother went to claim his body, he didn't have no organs. They took all his organs out, and This case has still been going on, but the New Orleans police arrested him and picked him up for being with a white girl, and his body was found. They claimed they let him out in St. Bernard Parish prison, but for some reason his body was discovered in Mississippi. But yeah, this is with the stealing of black people organs. That's been going on. That has been going on.
And the reason why they do it to our youth or the younger people is because it's been known and it's been tracked in the medical field that black people or people of African descent have larger organs than other races. So they even use a whole different metric system versus anybody who is not of African descent when it comes to us. So it's a hot commodity. It's a hot commodity when it comes to transfers and transport of organs and organ donors. And look, just think about it. If we're killing ourselves at rapid rates and stuff like that, we have actually improved the organ donor system.
True. Especially if you've signed up to it and you end up, committing S, or people are being, girded or grilled, then you're giving them more access to different organs and things like that. As well as we've seen ridiculous amounts of times the fact that, a lot of the video footage is showing black men and other cultures that have come in and tried to grab people's kids, tried to grab children off the streets and things like that. They wouldn't have access to the community if black men weren't giving them access. That's the simple fact of it. If the community was being protected by the black men within the community, they wouldn't have access to do this. It takes rings of people within the community and outside of the community and going across state lines and different things in order to make these things happen. It's time to wake up about these things and understand that for hundreds of years, even down to slavery, they've known the fact that we lasted longer when it came to filled hands and all those kind of things. This is why they kept shipping us, because of how strong we are, the fact that we keep rising above everything when it comes to our organs and our blood types, especially the youth, because they are young. The children aren't smoking, the children aren't drinking, the children aren't, in terms of high rates in compared to, those who are in their 20s and 30s and 40s who may have been through drug addiction, who may have been through meth addiction, crack addiction, alcoholism, or just in terms of their diets, our diets as a community. So it makes sense to these traffickers to go after the children. Their organs are young, they're viable, they will last longer. I'm sorry if I'm triggering anybody by saying this, but it's the truth.
Man, we don't do trigger warnings. But I can imagine that it's more subjectable for the transfers because, like, we're mixed. You know what I'm saying? Then going with the straight African that the organ might reject with a straight European, it's like there's more of a chance because our blood is more mixed. You know what I'm saying? Like, it may be, kind of out there, but I can imagine it. I can imagine.
Well, the thing about it is there's so much abnormalities when it comes down to other races' genes. And there is very, very few African people or people with African descent that does not share the original traits of these other races' genes. So ours can be used like it's something similar as the type O blood type. How we can give blood to anyone, but we cannot get blood from anyone. We have to get blood specifically from the same type of person that we are. It's the same thing when it comes down to Black people's organs. Same thing about our genes. That's why they can continue to use Henrietta Lacks genes for cancer. And when with the stem cell research and stuff, our genes can be used to help everyone. But it is completely different when it comes to ours. And this is why we have a medical bias when it comes to us, because their agenda is to help everyone else and definitely help themselves. but it's not to correct or fix anything that we're going through. It's always at the last bottom. It's not thought of. It's like, oh, it happens or whatever. But whatever we can get from them in the meantime, that's what we need to do.
Even things like our melanin, being people of the sun. And I know everybody's got a different terminology of this, but I'm talking about in the way that melanin operates. They're using it now to be able to create supercomputers. Where do you think they got half of that stuff from? I know everybody creates melanin, even like white people and, if people want to call, Europeans, there's different types of melanin, but people are not aware of how they're using these things today. They're building supercomputers based off us, based off women's brains. And people forget our contributions to society through the 50s and forward, how they have used our brains to be able to create these things. Do you know what I mean? Computers were made from what? We look back at people like from the film like Hidden Figures and the women that were actually involved in those things. So they've been using us for a long time in a lot of different circumstances to be able to make the things that we have today, the things that we utilize today, the supercomputers, these smartphones, laptops. A lot of it is based off our brain function and the way that we're able to do maths and mathematics and the geniuses in young people that we've been able to produce.
Even
no, I was just saying all the artificial technology is based off like organic technology. Go ahead, MJ.
No, I just said also the security system. The security system was made by a Black woman. So a lot of people who feel safe at night, where they have alarms and things of that sort, you could thank a Black woman for that.
Dang. I wonder if that pissed me off. Like, I'll protect this house. You don't need no alarm system. Me and my dog got this.
I know we've gone a bit further off subject, but there's something that I wanted to play earlier in regards to what was going on with attacks, if people don't mind. It gives you more figures about what's going on, but I want people to especially pay attention. It's a mixed white man that's given the statistics. I know people have issues with color and race and stuff, but I need people to pay attention to the figures and the statistics and the mass calculations that he's done and worked out through the video, because it is really representative of the things that we're not paying attention to.
Where you playing it from? Because I can't get no strike.
I'm going to share my screen.
Let's see.
Hey, y'all.
What's up, Moonflower?
Sorry, Miss Moonflower. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. How y'all doing?
Hey, Moon.
Man, we can't complain. Unmuted.
Trigger warning, I'm going to talk about sexual assault. One of the most common anti-feminist arguments I get from Pop-Tarts is that all men shouldn't be blamed for the actions of a few. And when I talk about a few, they somehow all seem to agree that it's only 1% of men who are doing the sexual assault. There are a lot of different angles you can attack this from, but for the purposes of this video, I'm going to zone in on that 1%. And I'm only going to look at the United States. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, in 2018, there were 327,167,439 humans in America and 97 males to every 100 females. You do the math and you get 161,092,597 men. 1% of that would be 1,610,926 rapists. That's more than the population of Philadelphia, which is the 6th largest city in our nation. But now let's compare that to how many sexual assaults were reported in 2018. 652,676 women. And side note, the legal definition of rape includes psychological coercion. What that means is if you initiate and she says no, and then you pressure her, manipulate her, or wear her down until that no turns into yes, and then you have sex, you just raped her. Yes, even if you're married. According to the legal definition anyway. But I digress. This 652,000 is only the reported sexual assaults. According to the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, only 310 out of every 1,000 sexual assaults are even reported, which is 31%. But a Texas statewide sexual assault prevalence study in 2015 revealed that only 9.2% of sexual assaults were reported. And there are several other college campus studies that show near the same result. For the sake of argument, it's between 0.2% and 30% of the sexual assaults that actually get reported. We do the math. If it's 9.2% that actually get reported, that 652,000 becomes 7,094,304 rapes. If it's 31%, that 652,000 becomes 2,105,406 rapes. And what that means is that original 1%, the 1,610,926 rapists, are doing it 2 to 5 times a year each. That's once every 73 days on average. Just know that the more you try to shrink the amount of men who actually do this sexual assault, the number of assaults doesn't change. So what you're doing is you're increasing the odds that those men are actually serial rapists. So it's more important that we all work together to get them off the streets, not less. But then I remembered, hey, some of these guys are in jail, right? According to public record, in 2018, there were 1,354,313 men in prison. And we can see that 13.9% of the male inmates were in for rape and sexual assault. That works out to 188,250 convicted rapists. But if we go back to this rain graphic, out of every 1,000 sexual assaults, 25 will be incarcerated. That's 2.5%. And as it turns out, 188,250 is 2.5% of 7,529,980 people. That's larger than the combined populations of Wyoming, Vermont, Alaska, North and South Dakota, Delaware, Montana, and Rhode Island.
Yeah, and that I could say that I could say that about the amount of sexual abuses that haven't been sent to
trigger warning. I'm still talking about sexual assault. This is a part 2.
The
record data to assess that in 2018 alone, there were
pause it right quick. Yeah, like when I went to jail, when I noticed sexual predators in it, their bail was always lower, and it was always easier for them to get out. Like real talk. Even when I went to prison, I ain't asked everybody, what they was there for, but like that wasn't a popular thing, so I didn't know if they kept them away or whatever. But yeah, man, like them dudes do not be going to prison. Them dudes do not be going to jail. And the dude that I remember the most, he said this was his second time in there for that. From shit he described as kissing his daughter's boo-boo. Yeah, on my life.
That's why I was in a chat one time and a woman said to me that, if women was to stop dealing with men, that the amount of violence and sexual violence would creep up at higher rates if women were supposed to do that. Like just picture it for 1 second, that women, whether they're getting sexually assaulted and abused or sexually coerced, even while women are still letting men have access to their bodies, just for the simple fact that if a woman was to decide that, you know what, I'm not going to do it anymore, I just want to be left alone in totality, that will raise up more rape and stuff like that. So it's like a double-ended sword. And it's sad that a woman would even have to think like that she has to have some level of giving her body to men just for her, just to protect herself.
Yeah, it's disgusting. The levels that
that really made me so sad that I'm like, wow, like that's where we're at right now. That you're to the point where you have to be like, you know what, I might have to give him access to my body just so I can lower the risk of me being physically harmed or even drilled or anything of that sort. But then it still happens when you do freely give a man access to your body. So it's not a win-win situation if you really think about it.
Yeah, it's true. Swab, can you share the screen again for me, because there's a part 2 to it.
Reported, but if we look at these numbers, it actually turns out I'm still talking about sexual assault. This is a part 2. Tap here for part 1. So we've used public record data to assess that in 2018 alone, there were 7,529,980 cases of sexual assault in America, and in just the United States. If we go back and compare that to the 652,676 that were reported in 2018 and do the math, we actually find that it's even less than the college study said. The college study said only 9.2% of rapes were reported, but if we look at these numbers, it actually turns out to be 8.7% that actually get reported. And if we work that 7.5 million rapist number back into the 161 million men number from the original census data in 2018, that actually works out to 4.7% of men. That's about 1 in 20 men. Do you know 20 men? If so, then statistically speaking, you know a rapist. At least one. And this is why saying not all men is such a problem, and why we do say it is all men. We're not saying all men are committing rape. We're saying all men are contributing to rape, or at the very least have contributed to rape happening by something as seemingly innocuous as perpetuating a culture that allows rapists to feel entitled to rape without consequence. And we as men need to own our contribution to that culture. So it is not just the men who are actually committing the act that the law recognizes as rape, which, by the way, statistically is still greater than the entire population of fucking Arizona. It really is all men when you consider the men who laugh at rape jokes instead of holding other men accountable for telling them and thinking they're funny. It is all men when you think about all the men who go to bars or to gyms or to fucking parking lots and see men sexually harassing women and do nothing about it. It is all men when you consider how many men stay silent when their friends, their bros, admit to and even brag about coercing and sexually assaulting women. It is all men when you think about how the majority of the police force receiving these reports are men. The majority of the judges ruling these sentences or not ruling these sentences are men. The majority of the lawyers defending these rapists are men. It is all men when you consider how many men, when a woman will actually tell them to their face, I was sexually assaulted, will respond to that woman by saying, I don't believe you. You're doing it for attention. You're doing it out of spite. You're doing it to tarnish a reputation. I don't believe you. Prove it, instead of just listening to them. It is all men when you consider how many male pastors in megachurches preach from pulpits to tens of thousands of people that if a woman is sexually assaulted, it's her fault because of what she wore or how she acted. It is all men when you think about how many men in those congregations internalize that message and believe it. And yes, at some point or another during my life, I have fallen into almost every category I just described. It's our work as men to own that, stop it, and stop each other. If you're a man, you can make the biggest impact with the smallest effort. Use that privilege, be the solution.
Hey. That was some good information. Thank you for sharing that, Queen Cascade.
No problem. Oh, is that me?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's you. I'm so got scared.
Sorry.
I'm like, oh my God, they're coming to get up.
Oh shit, you scared me for real. I didn't know if that was some aliens coming to get us
I
or
was
what.
like, the jig is up. They got us.
Mine, what? We finna go to jail.
It's under the security. Okay.
I'm too cute to go to jail, y'all. Y'all gotta quit that.
I'm sorry about it's one of those what do you call it? You know, sometimes those commercials will pop up with the bingo and shit.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
it frightened me as well. I was like, what the fuck? Is that security alarm? Is that the cameras? Okay.
Eccentric element. No, he said he fell into most categories mentioned. Like it could have been, oh, he laughed at a rape joke. Oh, he listened to a friend brag about coercing a girl. Or, oh, he heard a girl get called but didn't say nothing. So he was just saying that he also realized, was self-aware that he fell into some of those categories and he decided to change or do something about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's a part of the social programming. You know, there's been a social programming where certain things that men do to get women is acceptable. Even if it's been, confirmed under the courts that it's called coercion and it's illegal to coerce somebody into sex. These are things that young men are being taught. You know what I'm saying? And then if it's being taught as is nothing wrong for doing that, then that now you're in an environment where other men who probably have done it as well they're not gonna look at it with the same type of level as someone who haven't done it. You know what I'm saying? Or a woman who's in that situation. They're not gonna see it that way because they're like, oh my God, I did it, and when I did it, I got my wife. Everything turned out great. I did it and I got my girl, and everything turned out fine. So it was no harm, no foul. We're in love. Everything is perfect. But so that I think that's a very strong issue, that if you're creating an environment that is acceptable, you are letting in the good and the bad with that.
Yeah, it's the justification. And then there's other things online where it's like young men are talking about it, the fact that they're willing to accept someone that has grape on their record or has known to do that as a friend than accepting somebody else from the alphabet mafia. That was just one of the questions that I remember one of the guys that he said out of his mouth, that majority of us, and this was about black men, the spectrum question thing. I don't know if anybody else saw it. But he turned around and said, the majority of us know somebody who has raped or attacked somebody, and we accept them, and we need to change the culture. So it's not as if certain young men aren't aware of what's going on. It's the justification and the social, like you said, MJ, the social programming that's allowing it to be okay. And then like that extreme version, you're having conversations about grape and justifying it for the purposes of making yourself feel comfortable. So really and truly, in these kind of conversations, although they are triggering and they are uncomfortable, they are supposed to be uncomfortable because it's morality we're dealing with human beings and emotions and women that go through these things. So you are supposed to have an adverse reaction to it. But like we said, because of the way that society is normalizing it and making it satirical and making it jokified and justified, and I know other men won't agree with me, but places like the barbershop, which are your safe havens as men, as males, you're having derelict, degenerate conversations about your relationships and having baby mamas coming in there and, women that you're abusing, and the younger males that come to the shops to have their hair done are listening to these conversations, are witnessing these conversations and normalizing these conversations. Do you get me? Me as a little girl, my uncle owned a barbershop for 60 plus years. I've been in and out of hairdressers, and even as I don't have any male children, but taking my cousins, taking my brothers to the barbershop, done projects in barbershops around the art of barbistry, and had to listen to certain types of conversations that they've had about women and the way that they deal with us. So we also need to remember that in having your safe spaces in some ways, because of the bro code and the degenerate behavior that has been allowed, and the quote unquote good men. I don't know if you're trying to say something, Suave, but you're on mute. We can't hear anything. Also de-evolving our young people with what they're learning to normalize. And we've got to stop it. And ladies, when you're taking your sons to the barbershops and things like that, if you're dropping them or whether you're picking them up from the barbershop, just have a conversation with them, or even if they're in their groups of, hanging around with the young men that they hang around with, have the conversations about, what's the kind of conversations that they're talking about, what's the topics, use the different TV programs and different things going on to teach them life and moral stories and lessons. Somebody else jump in so I don't have to talk.
Yeah, I just think that you should be talking to your kids regardless. You know what I'm saying? Like, be active in your kid's life, you know, not always just on an authoritative level. Start to get to understand and know your child and things that make them twerk, things that make them, you know, excited, things that make them sad. Like, have those little simple conversations, because those conversations will give you a tool and a guide to, if you have to start misdirecting them from chaos or something that would be, you know, would be bad if they was to act upon it on a later date. You're getting a handle on it. You know, you're getting a handle on it. Like, I have conversations with my son all the time, like even with certain shows that he watched. I ask him how he feels about it, or what made him sad, or what did you like about this, you know, and that gets me to understand his view on things, because I can look at something and I'll say, oh, well, that's PG-13, that's age appropriate, blah blah blah. But my understanding of the show is going to be completely different than the understanding of the show to him, and how he interprets what he sees. So like that whole generalization of thinking that if you put your kid in front of a child show, or you put them into a quote unquote child sport, it's going to be completely different on how your child is going to react. So you got to be involved. You have to be involved. It's a 24/7 job. And if you become a parent, male or woman, you ask for it.
With great power comes great responsibility. Moon, you there? What's on your mind?
Hey, yeah, I'm here. How y'all doing?
Cool. I don't know if nobody's still listening. Nobody. We heard the first part. It was the M part. I didn't hear, but it's okay. I've just seen the message.
What happened?
No, nobody was up early. I didn't realize that she disappeared off screen.
Oh.
Part of what she was talking about that we didn't hear, she did repeat, and it was fine. It was towards the end of what she was saying that it started bugging a little bit, but we understood the point that she was making.
Oh, okay, that's good. That's good. So what y'all been up to today?
Man, I've been resting.
Hey, MJ. Hey, Queen.
Hey, Lima. I was thinking about going live to finish the live from yesterday.
Okay, cool.
What live you did yesterday? I didn't get no notification.
Didn't I do it last night, y'all, when I got
what
off?
You talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, everybody needs to make sure.
I've been catching your replays. I just caught a replay.
Yeah, I've been catching the replays. I didn't even know.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know when y'all going live, because I keep, like, when I go check, like, I watched the whole one this morning, but it was from you from last night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't get any notifications.
Janky,
make sure it's not on customized.
Everybody needs to put on all in the bell thing. If you press it again, it depends on what mode you've got, like YouTube on, but there should be bell options for all. Some notifications, or there's another option. Press all, because if you don't press all, and even then, YouTube will choose what notifications to send you, whereas you will get a few more notifications with the all button. But YouTube is so janky when it comes to notifying things. A lot of the time right now, I'm having to actually go to people's pages to see
that's
what
how I do.
That's how I found this stream. I always just check it. When I first get on YouTube, I check and see if Taz live, I check and see if Nala live, and I check and see if Suave live, because I never get a notification.
No, I don't get notifications no more.
I get because Suave sets the stream to stream on the Argument Lead, but also Goldmine's channel. It's the notification for Goldmine's channel that I get, and then it's like hours later sometimes. That's when the Argument Lead notification comes through, but sometimes it doesn't come through at all. Sometimes YouTube is weird with the way that it will shadow ban people.
Yes.
So unfortunately, you'll have to.
I don't know. Is Suave working?
Yeah, he's working.
He's doing this thing.
Y'all, I've been doing these readings.
There you go.
For like 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'm about to say, my bad. What's going on, sir?
Oh my God. So I don't know how. So I've been doing these readings for like 2 weeks, right? And Suave, you keep popping up in them.
For real?
Yeah.
You sound kind of sad about that.
Yeah, I don't like it, but
is it death or jail?
It's neither one. Thank God.
Oh
my God.
shit.
What about then?
Okay.
Thank God, because I was about to. I was getting scared over here. Like,
Oh, God.
Lord, don't
beat
say it. Don't
anything
say
else.
it.
No.
Bracing ourselves, girl. Bracing
Yeah, I
ourselves.
could beat anything else. What is it?
So I've been like scrubbing all the YouTube streets and trying to get clarification of why it keep coming up. And last night, like I think I got clarification. I don't know if I should say it it's messy, so I don't know if I should say it. I don't know. I don't
Spill the
communicate
tea.
with you know. Okay, this is the tea. This is the tea, y'all. So the lady who's a revolutionary who only want to kill black people, right? But she's a revolutionary for black people, right?
Who?
Nandi.
Oh, hell no.
So I had to start watching. I found her channel after the Black Sun debate.
Mm-hmm.
So I was watching the Black Sun debate against Blue, and usually I root for Blue, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I just kind of liked some of the points that Black Sun was making about women. So first Sister Holly was like, "Nah, Lima, that ain't it." Like, so then I was rooting for him again, and then the Nandi, she was like, but I forgot that's the one. Because I know her voice, really. When she comes on Argument, I know her voice. And I remember she was the one attacking you, Moon. So I saw that. So I went and I checked out her page. And I just was watching it for hours, y'all. And listen, everything is clear now to me. Mm-hmm. The thing is, she has to destroy the Argument League so she can become the Argument League. And not just to become the Argument League. It's the hatred is so much for Suave. It's like she can be talking about somebody else and she would jump in and hate you.
Yes, I just told Suave that the other day.
It's so unreal Suave. I've never heard something like this. The vow. Like she has such a. And the thing is, I listen to you constantly. You never curse this lady. You never, try to defame her. You never try to. And I'm like, just searching.
Yeah, she is live.
I was going crazy watching video after video, trying to figure out what do Suave do to her. Like that was my whole mission. Like, what did he initially do to make this hate so strong, right? So I mean, I was like 24 hours watching her like crazy. The whole thing, the message is she not even trying to just destroy you. She have to destroy you to destroy SVDL. Boom! I promise you. Once she take you away from Solar, the end goal is to destroy that. And I'm just gonna tell y'all that.
I'm confused. She got a crush on Solar, so why would she want to destroy him?
No, that's the gameplay. The game is I'm showering you. I'm buying you this. Oh, his birthday is coming up. We have to do something amazing for him. The game is I love him so much. I'm gonna protect him from Suave. But when I get Suave out the way, I can just destroy that shit. I promise you. Man, I know game. I know
Lima,
game.
you ain't lying.
Yeah, you're the.
I know game.
Remember,
man.
I said to you, you're a little bit. Me and you had a conversation. When was it? And I said to you, you're a bit behind in everything that's been happening in the YouTube streets.
I'm way behind because
now
look,
you caught
she
up.
did a video on Black Sun playing like he was like going crazy, like he was with the KKK or something, right? I mean, I watched this lady, I swear, for more than 24 hours like a fiend, trying to score. I went through old videos, trying to see when the beef started.
She just want to beef with anybody. Period.
No, it's just history repeating itself in our community, right? Like
but she is a revolutionary, but everybody she hates and wants to kill is black people. Well, I promise you.
A lot of people who say they're revolutionary, they're not really revolutionary. They have, agendas, and usually if you're not a part of their agenda, you are a part of the problem, and they will get rid of you. We have seen it in our history numerous times when there was people who was trying to make a change, and a lot of people got on board. And then within the midst of it, something happened where they weren't getting their praises, or they wasn't making the financial gain as the one who is like the figurehead of this particular movement was making. And something happens, and in that process, those are the ones who become Judas and either give that person up or they try to destroy the whole system from within.
Yes, but this is deep. I was doing a paid reading and this man still was coming up. And I'm like, why is he coming up? I don't even personally know him like that. Why? And I just could never figure out. And almost 2 weeks, and I said, you know what? I need clarification. So I did a clarification reading. And when I tell you, it is crystal clear. She has to take this here whole little platform we're on right now down. And then it's just, I'm telling you, watch. I promise you, give it a year. Give it a year.
I don't doubt you. I don't doubt you. People will try. And people are trying. And like, there's people out there that are trying to spread a boycott to stay away from the channel. So,
but I mean, just think about it like this: we're in any level of any of the disagreements that occur. Has it gotten to the point where attacking the argument lead, what I'm saying, was something that had to happen? Like the destruction of the argument lead, the destruction of the debate lead. What disagreements have we ever had up here that these need to go? I mean, unless we're talking about physically harming people, and there have been people who have said that, on these platforms, and they were removed with the quickness. I don't understand. I don't understand the vitriol. I really don't.
Listen, she was talking about Signetter. She called him Signeter. She was saying Signeter, and every 10 seconds. And Suave, boss. Suave.
Oh, God, fool. That shit was funny as hell.
Oh my! So you be saying it? See, I never.
Yes, because she be talking shit about me. She be talking shit about me, and then she be like,
it, girl.
Yes, and then like the other day she made a video about me, and then she was talking about me, and then she was like, "And Suave, bitch ass." I was like, "What Suave got to do with anything?"
Suave, you in her comment at every 60 seconds. I promise.
Oh God, his name in all the titles.
She called him White Son and White Son this and White Son that, and that be Suave, and I'm like, oh my goodness.
Oh, so I thought she was cool with Black Son.
I guess they not cool. No, I remember I had seen them get into it, but I don't know why. She had made she had made a video cussing him out.
Because anybody who come here now, any man, that's why I was saying Younger is not allowed to come up. A lot of these people are not allowed, and it's like they're being bullied by a woman. It's so hilarious to me now that I got the clarification. Like I swear to God, I wanted to tell Suave just so bad. They can't. They're shamed, or they'll be bullied if they come here, because that'll be a betrayal for her, and she doesn't stop cursing people.
The thing about it is, you got such a problem. Hit the link. The link is always available. Hit the link. She over there live right now talking shit. She over there on live talking shit
about Black Son keep coming over here, and why you keep coming over by Suave, and he don't do nothing but disrespect you and punk you, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, like this lady is like for real, the real deal, like for real.
Listen, Mules, she's gonna keep doing what she wants to do, and at the end of the day, the majority, as far as I'm aware, because I'm not over there, are grown ass men. They are grown ass men. They make a choice.
Asiatic Lion be over there.
They make a choice.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, it's the
they make a choice to allow her
terrified
to
come over here. They be in the chat, but they won't hit that link because they'll be next for the attack.
That's why she be sending T-Duck out.
No, she don't even send him no more.
Yes,
he better not dare come over here, because
not no more. But she used to be on her videos talking about some T-Duck. Go over there and type this in the back chat.
But look, about 6-7 days ago, she did a video and she was honoring T-Duck. Y'all gotta go back and watch all these videos.
She did, but then she just called T-Duck a bitch 4 days ago too.
Girl, I
Listen,
was
I haven't even
watching these
watched
videos.
I
It's
think through you,
crazy.
Moonflower, I've watched a couple of things. I haven't even bothered to click on it because to me it's just like I'm giving her unnecessary click. I'm giving her unnecessary hours. I'm giving her unnecessary attention, and it's not worth it. But the other time when I came up here, when they were on about gang and all that kind of stuff, I was laughing not because I was laughing at her. I was laughing at how ridiculous the situation had got to. But you're ready to perpetuate using your own sons and daughters to go out and commit a crime and attack somebody over something that's happened on the internet that in the long scale of things is irrelevant.
I was trying to get to the point where what he did to first make her hate him so much, the venom, right? And I'm telling you, every reading I was doing for other people, it was constantly like he was coming into my mind. And I'm like, what is going on? This never happens to me. Except for one time it happened with my brother, right? He wound up getting shot. But this, for him to keep coming into other people's personal, things. I'm telling y'all, when she told me no, he not the one, he white son. Some say click on her page. I clicked on this lady page and I just got enthralled. I just kept watching video after video. And then I was trying to watch older video to catch up. I missed so much in the YouTube streets. Y'all don't know. And I mean, I didn't even know all this beef was going on with her. She don't like Taz. It's a whole bunch.
Yes, her and Taz had fell out because she was talking cash money shit, fool.
See, I didn't never know none of that.
At first she was like, yes, Taz is this great man and da 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 and da 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 da. And then I remember like 2 days later.
No, she don't.
I forgot what she had said, but she had said something that pissed Taz off, and he had went off on her. And so after he went off on her, then she was all like, Taz is a bitch. I was like, what the hell?
I don't know, girl, but I'm telling you, she might be talking about Taz, but in 60 seconds it's going.
She gonna be talking about Suave. Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Like,
bruh,
what did he do? And I just keep trying to figure out what he do.
He didn't do a motherfucking thing except for let the ladies come up here and speak their mind.
This my thing, man. The thing is, see, ugly women don't know how to take it when you treat them like they regular. You see how I speak to you? I say, hey. Ugly women think you say, hey, mean, ooh, he liked me, right? Mm-hmm. So then when they found out, no, I don't like you. I'm just, have nothing against you. Then they found out you don't feel, they hate you. They want to fight you. So that's just what it is.
Hell no,
she want to fight you, Suave. She want to fight you man to man.
I'm glad that she said, Suave, what's up? She said, Suave, what's up with our march or something?
She was like, I want you to come because I'm going to run up. I'm saying to myself, you realize that's a man.
Suave, you better be careful. She going to run up on you and fuck you. You better run.
Hold on a second. Did you say she's on about running up on Suave after
She
Mark?
wants to fight Suave. I'm like, wait a minute. Do you not realize, lady, that's a dude? I'm like.
But even that, the fact that at a march you want to run up on somebody when the whole point of being at the march is to help protest and whatever the plight.
That doesn't matter.
No, it says Suave phones. What's up with our meet and greet? You said March.
Oh, March is in the month. Oh, sorry. I thought March. You meant March is in protest marching type thing.
Yes, Suave. I thought you said. She said she thought you said you was coming to Atlanta in March.
I'm telling you, the whole end game and beginning game is to take you out. Don't have your channel gone. And then she's going to destroy SVDL. I promise you. That's the whole thing. It ain't even about you. It's some kind of sick thing she got plotted against that. But that's the end game. You're just you're part
of the
middleman. Yeah.
Food. Suave came up here and was like, yeah, she just mad because she got a crush on me and I don't like her back.
Nah.
that is what he just said. Food.
You could be arrogant and think it's about you. It's about you, but not about you. I'm telling you.
That shit was funny, food.
It's about you, but it's not about you. And if I was Solar, I would be like with my head on a swivel with this lady.
Mine, Solar liked the bitch, so it don't matter. That's his little girlfriend. Solar liked
no, because I'm telling you, I call it. I'm telling you, I done called all kind of stuff. Y'all just don't know me. But
girl.
That's the whole thing. The thing is to get these people out of her way. She got to get them out of the way.
She really be tripping, fool. I don't understand what her problem is. Like, oh, you old as hell. Please go sit down before you throw a damn hip out.
The problem
if you don't suit her version of B1 and what that looks like in her head, and you're not willing to follow her methodology. Her methodology of B1 when you're the enemy.
Bobby, she said if these people was around, she would be their slut, right? She would
whoa. Who's
she would sleep
trying
with
to
all
be?
of them. Huey P. Newton and all of these here people, right? But listen, Huey P. Newton was a crackhead, and I think she a crackhead too. Honestly, because nobody could talk shit like a crackhead. You ever talk a crackhead?
Crackhead always talk mean shit.
$8 want a dime. They always got $8 but need a dime. You know, listen. You're not gonna tell me about game. This lady is either on drugs or reformed from it, whichever. Give me a dime, but I only got 8. Hey, I'm telling you, I know game. This lady, she got to knock this man out to get to the one she won't get. And if Solar don't make her the number one once Suave is gone, she's gonna come with so much venom toward him. She's gonna just try to. That's the whole thing.
Hell no. They said she possessed. Hell no. But my question is, are you saying that she said she wanted to fuck all them like black leaders or whatever from back in the day?
She said she would be their hoe. She said,
"Oh my God, she want to be." You know what? I ain't even gonna say that, fool. I ain't even gonna say that. I was gonna take it there
because she really loves Huey P. Newton and
you know what? I'm gonna say it. She gonna be one of the. She probably one of the ones who told them other ladies to lay there and be great by them so they could practice.
Allegedly, Moonflower. Allegedly, Moonflower.
That ain't alleged. I read the article last night. Remember, it ain't alleged. He admitted to it.
No, I get the fact in terms of the article and what he did, and I've seen the historical fact.
Well, allegedly, Mandy. Allegedly,
in terms of her involvement.
Listen, Eldridge Cleaver wrote a book called Soul on Ice, and he talked about raping black and white women, killing judges, and all kind of stuff. If y'all ever read Soul on Ice by Eldridge Cleaver, you know this
that's
man.
What I'm saying, Mule. That's what I'm saying. I've read parts of the book. I haven't read all of it. I remember reading it back in the day. Moonflower went through part of an article about it. So I understand that part is real. But the other part in involving certain people's names into it, where you can, allegedly. Okay.
Yeah, that's because I said Nandy probably would do that. But so she said allegedly. So it won't be a legal issue. You get it?
Well, allegedly.
That hoe wanted to fuck them.
Allegedly, I'm telling you, her whole thing is not that she hates Suave, is that she got to move. She feel in her mind she got to get rid of Suave. It's either a jealousy that he's here, or she think he's a protection of Solar. Or I'm telling you, I don't go wrong. I'm telling you, I have people that pay me $500 a week. Yeah, I don't go wrong. I'm never wrong. And for this man to keep popping up who I've never physically met or touched, is different if I've touched somebody and you come. But if this has never happened other than one time with my brother. Yeah, I'm telling you, this doesn't come up. And for this to keep coming up, I searched before I spoke on this here for a long time. She want to get rid of him, but the end game, she is destined to get rid. She is her thing is either I'm going to be number one at SVDL, I'm going to destroy. I'm going to knock it all the way down. And that's just how that's going to go. She's going to butter up Solar because he's the main man right now.
He ugly as hell.
But it is fake. I like Solar.
But she's ugly as hell. His Facebook had popped up on my timeline. I blocked the fuck out that nigga.
I don't really judge him on his looks. I mean,
man, that nigga ugly. And yes, Tanjon, you are right, because she started talking about some me and Suave was in a relationship, and she over there, she be talking shit about Domo.
One of the videos, she said that you was sending Suave, Pussy.
Hold on, when she say that?
Yeah, girl, you sending him pussy through the internet. Girl, I was weak laughing. I was like, oh, through the internet. I said, how they do that?
Bitch, I'll beat your ass, hoe. On God, hoe, I'll beat your ass. Say something else. I'm gonna beat the shit out you, fool. I'm a dog walk your hoe ass.
Every 60 seconds when she's talking, she goes back to you. So it's an infatuation. It is something that's just unnatural for somebody to talk about somebody who never. Do y'all ever even really hear Suave talk about her?
No.
Not then. That's part of the issue. He doesn't talk about her like that.
Unless somebody bring her name up, he never talks about her. Never. Like, she's so irrelevant to this man. Like, I never hear him comment or anything, or just
she want to fuck Suave. You better run.
Unless it was about a debate. That's when he'll say Nandy Rand. Remember? He'll say that.
Yes, and she did.
I never hear him just like that bitch. This whole oh my God.
Not once. The thing about it is she sit over there calling everybody bitches and hoes and then calling folks dick suckers, but then want to run a solo and cry about it when motherfuckers say it back to her.
Wait, she called people. Oh my goodness. I done started saying this. My husband be weak laughing. Moon. Swamp pussy bitch.
Yeah, she so did. Then she be over there talking about his titties, food. Something about putting a nipple in somebody's mouth, and I be like, "What the hell, bitch?"
Yes,
she be talking about this my titties.
Want to put his nipple in a baby mouth?
I be like, "What the fuck?" The hoe is weird. The hoe is weird.
Where she get this from? And I mean, I just don't know why she would have so much venom. And I prayed Suave, and I did so many readings, and you would keep coming up in other people's programs. And I'm telling you, the whole thing is this lady just has to devour you. She has to devour.
Almost sounds like a succubus.
Y'all,
it is.
Look at wonderful Reaper comment. She said her teeth 7 miles apart talking shit.
God. Lord mercy of my soul. People like that when it comes to energy and stuff, it's like succubus leech energy after a period of time. So it's like
I felt
the energy
so
they put out, they
drained.
will get back in their own self-destruction. And that's not calling it to anybody. It's just, when you look at life and the things that come back to us later on and the things that we put out there, that's why
I hope you take what I said serious. I'm so sorry for keep talking, but I'm telling you, you've been coming up for like 2 or 3 weeks, and I was trying to say something in the chat, but it just always come off wrong in the chat when you're trying to say something, it just comes off, wrong. But I'm just here to tell you, she just want to end your thing so that she can become either one or two things. Either she's going to lead VDL Solar, or she's going to destroy that. That's her game. That's the whole thing. She have to, and I heard y'all saying, Yanger, come on up, and calling people to come up. They can't come up. They know that they will be ostracized. So
they'll get murdered if they hit that panel.
Yes, that's the whole thing. Y'all don't realize it because you don't watch her. I never watched her before either. But the way she talk about anybody who come up on this platform, you don't know. If they come up over here, she's discussing them on her page, on her page. And she's dragging them. Yep. And it's just the jealousy and envy. So, and these men are like being bullied. And, I kind of think, you shouldn't even want to come over here if you're that weak. I don't need nobody to tell me I can't go somewhere. I'm grown. I should be able to go where I want to go.
Thank you.
I don't understand it, but that's what it is.
Well, before it goes out of my head, what's it called? The advert that you did for Katrina's Lord help me. No, but that can be involved as well. Sorry, medication. It's the advert that you did for, is it the bullying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you okay with me running that?
Yes. I'll
I'm gonna
email it
drop
to
my
you.
email in the back chat so you can, because I've got the one from is it the what? Oh God, what's it called? Battle Sport or whatever. But I want to upload it with all you and Katrina's information and everything. If you're cool with that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Anything I can do to advertise and get the, the different community projects and support, and I don't know if you guys call it referencing, but we call it resources or signposting, then it helps.
Absolutely. Let me get that now.
Yeah, you just have to wonder with the whole situation. At the end of the day, do people really want the community to get better, or they want it to get worse? Because that's my view on a lot of stuff that has been going on. Like, we have this ability that we never had before to be on a panel and to talk amongst ourselves and be able to reach to many different viewers that might want to talk about certain topics and stuff. And it seemed that this great power and tool that we are now used to, and that we are now able to use, we're taking advantage of it, and we're using it, not like us personally, but in general, people are using it for the wrong reasons. I mean, there was a point in time where, unless you wasn't a celebrity or you wasn't having an interview on a very large platform, or a network, that you didn't have a voice, you wasn't able to be heard. And now that it's more available to many people to be heard, it's being used in the wrong way, and it's kind of disheartening and disappointing to me.
Definitely.
Yeah, but she idolizes these men, and I mean the men that she idolized, they started off doing really great things, but they were criminals. My father came to America and he came from England. He was from Africa, but he was living in England, and he came here to strictly join the DC chapter of the Black Panther Party. And so I grew up knowing all about the Black Panthers. And my dad had to get out of it because he was like, by day they revolutionary, but by night they drug addict criminals. They'll snatch a woman's purse. And he would laugh and say, don't trust none of them. All of them are. And so when we grew up, we knew that they just wasn't upstanding men, and for her to be at this age and still living in the ideals of shoulda, woulda, coulda. No, the reality was there was no good.
Let them build a time machine and take her back there. Let her be with some people.
UNP was what? Convicted of cocaine. I mean, he was getting crack on discount. It was just the reason why the people wanted him dead wasn't white people, it was black people, the drug dealers. I mean, in 1989, he was really like he was just strung out on that crack. I mean,
not crack on discount though.
Girl, I'm telling you, it was. And for you to be this old, the thing is, what I like about some people who giving the real history, I think people start off good, but fame and all the attention that they're not used to getting, and now they got some pull and weight, it distorts them, right? And so then they go their true nature way, which they was already a criminal, but then they became this revolutionary, and then they get all this fame, and now they got people who want to roll with them and who looking up to them, so they feel so good about themselves, but their true nature come out now. And he became a monster. He was a monster.
That's why. Oh, go ahead, Lima. You can finish.
No, go ahead.
No, that's why I was just gonna say, this is why I don't believe in fake prophets. I don't believe in this prophet shit that there's supposed to be this great leader or this this great advocate who's supposed to carry the burden of everybody's trauma and distress and be the way for someone. I don't think so. I believe that is everybody's responsibility. Everybody is supposed to be a leader of some sort, especially a leader for their own lives. We tend to forget when we put people as their, as our savior in some way, we forget that these people are human. And then we forget that whatever their message or movement that they're pushing that you agree with, you're most likely not going to agree with a lot of things that they do in their private life or who they really are in their private life. Doesn't align with who you are as a private life. And I think that's a big fault when it comes to the Black community is prophets. A whole bunch of prophets, a whole bunch of fake messiahs, a whole bunch of people who we deem and idolize as leaders, and we're literally condemning ourselves because these people are human.
Facts. Bunch of pastors and deacons and imams and priests and babas and
not the imams.
Like what the fuck? What institution y'all go through?
And I think, and I think that we really do it to ourselves, right? That's an L that a lot of us as individuals who get too caught up in it, that we got to take, because like I can get a message from someone, like somebody can, share a message that I needed to hear that was going to be helpful in my life. But I am mindful that person is just only delivering a message. That person ain't my message. That person is a human being. That person is able to make mistakes and correct them just as I. And if we have to take accountability of that. We sometimes we also do put too much on other people's shoulders, and then when they get corrupt, what we do, we discard them. We discard them, and we're hurt. We have so much passion, and we're hurt about, dag, I put this person, I raised them up on this pedestal, and they let me down. Well, why was you praising someone who bleeds and breathes just like you?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Why was you even doing that in the first place? You set yourself up. We gotta take the L for that. We should know how to separate the message from the person.
Yes.
The thing is, sorry, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You haven't spoken. I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and this gangster stuff, it's like this whole persona that this woman have is like, I'm so gangster, and we have to get away with that, get away from that, because that's keeping it real. You can keep it real because I'm on this gangster. And this gangster stuff is just really another code word to me, meaning I'll kill a nigga. Gangster to me, when I hear people with all of this here, is I'm black on black. Because everything, the venom that she has is only for black people. It's not against white people. It's not against other people who want to harm us, or even the right. I'm against black people. Don't get me wrong. I'm against criminals. I'm against people who break in people's house. I believe if your son is out here committing armed robbery, I want to see him in jail. I want to see your sons, anybody who's breaking in people's houses, stealing your grandma's purse. I want to see these people locked up, because guess what? That is a detriment. Rapists, child molesters. I want to see a lot of people who deserve to be locked up. I'm all for them going to be in jail. What I'm not for is people who are harmless, people who never did a criminal act. I'm not trying to take them out or call them a lame or whatever, or they're fake, because to me, those are the real people. See, the thing is, these evil criminals have termed these terminologies, right? They coined these phrases, the evil ones. And what's good is bad, and what's bad is good. So everything that's positive about us, we want to label them in a negative way. But everything that's horrible about us, her, is such a positive thing. And people are drawn to the negative. People are drawn. I mean, her flock of people that are just filled with hate of other black people, just the animosity. It's what can I do to you on the internet other than say my point of view? It might not correspond with your beliefs. Listen, I'm not Muslim, right? But I grew up Muslim. I grew up from a child being Muslim. Then I went to Catholic school. I became Catholic, right? I also went through a time, being Buddhist. my son had anger issues, I started bringing him to a temple. We meditate, right? He got away from a lot of that fighting. He was fighting every day, which probably was my fault because I believe in putting my kids in boxing from the time they're 3 or 4. But anyway, on March 20th, there'll be the statue of the Virgin Mary in my house. They're going to come here. They're going to do the rosary beads. Am I Catholic? Not really. I'm not any religion. I don't believe in any religion per se. I believe in all of them. I really do. I believe that there's good in a lot of these faiths. I just think that these faiths have been so corrupted that what touches my heart is from God. And if it doesn't touch my heart and my mind and my spirit, it's not of God. And it's plain and simple for me like that. I don't sit up here and need a man or a book or somebody. I can sit in your church all day and all night and gain 2 or 3 of your beliefs. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to take and believe everything you believe. So it doesn't mean that I'm going to hate you because you don't believe the way I feel either. You understand? I'm all about family, y'all. I'm not against no black men. I'm not against no black women. I'm all for families. I'm for people who want to just be regular, who want to be productive citizens, who like to joke and laugh and have a good life. That's it. I'm not on one team or another team. I'm on everybody's team, and I try to just see if people could just marry their thoughts a little. Because if you can get people who don't see everything out of, I don't think a man gonna think like me because he's not a woman. I don't believe I'm gonna think like a man. So I can accept a man having a different view. But what I can accept is somebody wanting to hurt black people and sit up here and keep saying all this here about what you'll do to Suave, what you'll do to somebody who you've never physically met, who never curse you out, who never dog you out. It just certain things just don't seem right to me, you know. So that's just me. So I'm gonna go on mute.
Yeah, it's not just you.
We need to stop the normalization of it because, outside of the situation with Suave, we talk about belief and what we believe in. And I don't know if it's just me, but I haven't met, and there may be one in the chat that would be interesting to talk to somebody who's, I know there are atheists, but I've only met a couple of female atheists, and the ones that I've met have been white women. So it'd be interesting to talk to a black woman that's an atheist or doesn't have any belief in, tied to any kind of belief system. But black women are the most religious, with the most prayerful. We see the black male worship that exists and the idolization that exists. And really and truly, where has it got us?
I think that it can give you insight. I know it gives you personal insight, right? My grandmother, this here with the statue coming, I don't know if y'all know, but St. Peter Claver is a big church in New Orleans. And so I watched them bring the statue once a year to her house. This is just a tradition for me, really. But, my grandmother also taught me how to do roots and make, homemade stuff. So what I'm saying is you don't have to be one or another. And I think that with us in our society, especially here in America, is one of the, you have to be all in or not at all. And that's just not reality. Everybody have good and bad in them. I'm not perfect. You make me mad. Step on one of these bad toes, I might cuss you out. You understand? So nobody is perfect. So what I'm saying is, don't be so quick to just be full of venom and hate for somebody. That's it. And don't knock other people. Really, I never would knock a Hebrew Israelite or a Muslim or a Catholic or a Christian or anything. I don't knock none of it.
Yeah,
Do
the
I
thing
believe
is,
in it? I don't believe in most of it. But
we can't
that's your
blanket it.
belief.
It's a book. It's a book. You're gonna do something good with a book, just like you'll do something good with a gun. other people are going to do something bad with the book, just like they do something bad with the gun. You know, like that influence that comes with it, the power. You know, some people are corrupt and they're going to use it to do corrupt things. So, you know, you can't condemn Hebrews, but you can, you know, like this certain specific of people or this certain dude that's influencing people, that's what needs to be addressed. And if you roll with them, you need to be addressed with them. But yeah, that's, you know, you can't just say all black people or all Israelites or anything. Well, majority of the time.
Yeah, I mean, and it's true. In all the religions, I can tell you a whole lot of flaws. I can tell you where if, you know, listen, I've studied so many, so I can point out their flaws, and that's why I don't follow them strict. You know, that's just me. But I don't sit up here and like, if I'm face to face with one, I'm not gonna sit up here and knock your God. I'm not gonna tell you. I can really hurt your feelings and tell you a lot of things that you really worshiping that you don't even know you worshiping. You know, but I just let them go ahead, me.
I respect religion for what is supposedly supposed to be used for, and I also respect that people hold dear to it. And if it makes them a better person, if it brings them peace, if it brings them the life that they want to have, I'm all for it. I don't have no problem with what anybody, you know, views are, you know, saying like it's not my position to judge. It's just that I don't want the same type of treatment. So, you know, I'm spiritual, you know, and I'm a spiritual person, and this is a person who was brought up in a religious household, many religions. So I have an understanding of all of them. I also studied world religions in college. So I have this deeper understanding where I'm not going to judge. I'm not definitely never going to say which is better than the other. Is I just respect people for where they at, and you are supposed to respect me where I'm at.
Amen. Amen to that, sister. Just respect me. But the whole thing is, all of the religions that I've ever studied, to be blunt, is just not good for any woman. Not one. Not one. But not in their totality, put it like that. But I haven't found one that was good for a woman. Not one. You know, but
it's I'll tell you one thing, Lima, like religion, right? Like the documents that they have for women in religion would be good for women or productive for women if the men of those religion was actually following their part of it. Because, you know, a lot is said about what women in certain religions are supposed to do and what they're supposed to do for their families and their husbands and stuff like that. But a lot is not spoken about how men likes to bend the rules in regards of what they're supposed to do when it comes to their families or their wives and things of that sort. And I feel that if they were following their guidelines that they have for the woman to the T with themselves, then it can possibly work. It can actually possibly work and be, you know, and be productive. But that is not what's happening. You know, that is not what's happening. You're having a whole bunch of women being taught a whole different doctrine in a different way out of what the men are being taught or what they're saying that they're allowed to do due to being a part of a patriarchal system. And when you're teaching women one way and then teaching men another way and then wanting to bring them together, you're going to have problems.
Yeah. So MJ, I disagree with that. I don't think any of these religions are ever good for any woman. Now, what I will say is, if you want to say a little bit, the teachers of these religions, the master teachers just say in the Quran is Muhammad, right? So he tried to liberate women. He elevated women, right? Because his first wife was who? Khadijah, right? A woman older than him who owned a business, who was a successful business. He was a pauper compared to Khadijah, right? He was an orphan, right? So my name is Halima. It's from the lady who breastfed the Prophet Muhammad, right? Mama Halima. But the thing is, he only could do what he could do. He when they would come to him and say a woman can't own land, he would try to say, well, this woman can own land. But because the society that he was around hated women so much, he could only do a little. Even with Jesus, he said Mary could come and study with him. And the men, his disciples, were so hateful toward women. They were like, no, this woman can't. And he was like, yeah, she can come and she can study at my feet. And they were so hateful of Jesus. Jesus said, well, he put a condition, well, as long as she cover her head, she can stay in here and study. So the men tried the actual master teachers, and that's who I study in these religions. But if you study the men who are outside of these master teachers, they had a venom for women. They hate.
You paused out a little bit. I don't hear you, Mule.
Coming, but even Deborah, who was a judge, right, in the Holy Bible, she was a judge over the whole nation that she was in. They still minimize her. Let me just tell you this here. This is my belief. God gave women the brain and gave men the brawn to make us equal. So when I say men and women are equal, I do not mean equal in every sense. I do not think that I can go and beat up my husband. My husband is 6'5". I'm 5'1". I don't believe that, but so far as mental wise, so far as financial, so far as family, I am the brain. You understand? So far as knowing how to economize, I believe that he made us equal, just different. Put it like that. And when you find your equal and y'all can mesh great, it's a beautiful thing. That's why I always go back to religious teachings, and I'll say, in the Bible it says when a man finds a wife, he finds it a good thing.
No, I mean I understand what you're saying, that like the men who were who was a part of creating the great books of religions had something against women. But I was talking more on the aspect of patriarchy, right? So with patriarchy, the men are supposed to be the provider, the sole provider and protector of one's family. And I don't think that that's a bad thing if that's what, if men were really harp on providing and protecting and being what they need to be for their women. I mean, a lot of people,
it's a bad thing. And the reason why it's a bad thing is just another nice way to enslave women. Patriarchy says, I will marry my daughter off because she's cattle. I will give you this girl for this amount of silver. Patriarchy is a bad thing with a nice spin on it. Patriarchy, them fathers didn't care if their daughters were getting raped, abused, mistreated, or anything. That woman will go into that family. She has no voice, no rights, or nothing. So people keep saying like, oh, man's supposed to listen, get out of that foolishness, because patriarchy is the devil for women. And we just been so conditioned to take the abuse. Women are conditioned to, like Suave said, all men cheat. So if my man go and cheat, I shouldn't leave him. Why? Let me tell you something. The number one rule, everybody to have a peace of mind, you need loyalty. You understand? A woman will give her life for loyalty. I would die behind my husband for loyalty. My children for loyalty. Because my husband needs to be loyal to me. I need to be loyal to him. That's the only way you can really have true trust. You understand? So we've had a lot of problems, but we've never had an outside person in our problems, in our marriage. So the thing is, people mistake, just because we've been conditioned to have to go through slavery. We've been conditioned to patriarchy. We've been conditioned to all these negative things. That's the normal, but it's so unnormal. Listen, I teach elementary kids. You can see kids as young as 4 years old. They're on the playground. The girl is gonna go grab a boy. Come play with me. She's bossy. That's her natural element. She's not being taught that. That's her natural state of mind. The boy can beat her up. You understand? But he's sweet. He's like just letting her jack him around. You're gonna play with me. And then something happens in 3rd grade. He's like, nah, he ain't about to jack me around no more. It's just the evolution of us. We taught the opposite of our own nature, of our own minds. What should be natural to us is unnatural. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Thank you, baby. You need something sweet, I guess.
Well,
I thought Suave was talking to us.
No,
I mean, like, I understand. I totally understand what you mean, Lima, but we cannot forget that a lot of men have used patriarchy in a bad way, in a negative way. There are some women who don't want to have their own. There literally are women who wants to be totally taken care of by a man. They don't even want to think about those things. So what would you say to those women who just like, I want a man to be in charge of all of that. I don't want to have to focus on that. All I just want to do is just focus on being a housewife and having children. Are they wrong for wanting that too?
No, but they should focus on what comes with it. And a lot of it comes with that is abuse, because I'm the boss, you're my subject, you will do what the boss tell you to do. You're going to do let me just say you this here. If I ran this house and paid everything here, my husband would have to listen to me and take all my crap. He would do what I told him to do. And it's no different from a woman. It is no different. If you want to put yourself in a subjugated state, let me tell you something. When me and my husband got married, I didn't even have a job. I was in college. I was broke. You understand? But I always had I always had the potential. I always worked before that. I don't know what happened that year, but I wasn't working at that time. But what I'm trying to say is, I've never wanted my husband to just, I'm just going to put all the burdens and all the responsibility on him and this. No, we are a partner. You understand? I cook. He likes to clean. You understand? I cook all this here food. He's in there doing the dishes. He can't cook good. I mean, God forgive me. He tries. The children hate his food. But what I'm saying is, you're going to have to come to some type of an arrangement and accept people for their flaws and their strong points. Admire the strong points and don't focus on people's flaws. What I'm saying is, if you're looking to put yourself in a subjugated lower class, accept the things that come with it. I'm never going to be lower than anybody. I'm not lower than Trump. I'm not lower than Biden in my mind. You understand? When you're talking to the mule, listen, I'm going to carry all us to freedom.
I totally agree with you, Lima. I'm there with you. But see, that's like me and my mindset and the way how I was raised by my father. I was always raised to have my own regardless of the situation. But I was also raised that I am worthy of a man to provide for me. And if he does not provide or protect me at the level of what my father was able to do or more, then he is not worth my time. I don't feel that is I don't want to give the impression that women who just wants to be domesticated and just being a mother or a housewife is devaluing of themselves if they're not reaching for anything else. I just think that, women should have the ability to do, whether they want to take care of themselves or whether they want to be taken care of by someone, and totally, that they should both have the ability to be with a partner who genuinely wants to do that and do the right thing.
Yes, but I'm just saying, having control of whether I eat or not is not going to be That's just can't happen. But let me just be honest with you. So what, MJ, you've been in the military, right? My husband was in the military for 30 years, right?
Yep.
You know how many times this man got deployed and I felt like a single woman? Do you know
A lot of times
he was gone and I had the burden of raising our kids? Just because you're deployed and you're gone, that doesn't mean that our kids is not going to eat. That doesn't mean that these kids
that
don't
is
need to go
true.
practice. So a lot of the time I was at home with the kids, raising them by myself.
Correct.
Because he would be deployed. This is what I'm saying. You can't be so weak and think, yes. And now I will say this: having a husband who works and you know, it gave me a lot of advantages to where when I saw our kids going astray, I would quit jobs. So I would quit and I could stay home and focus on them. One time I didn't work for 3 years. You understand? What when my 25-year-old was doing all the fighting in high school, you know, I had to remove myself. I had to be home. I had to be to a point where I brought him to school, got ready for the school to call me, and picked him up from school because I just, I didn't want to lose him. And all his friends was going to jail. His best friend is in jail right now for 50 years for killing somebody. When I saw that, when I saw that on the news, I quit my job because I was like, my son can be in, it was just a lot going on. He's 25 now. He's out of college. To me, single women, this is why I push marriage and push people to try to, learn to tolerate each other. Because if I was a single woman, could I have afforded to just quit a $60,000 job? No, I wouldn't have been able to. So this is why I say you need two people to have successful children. And it's not that my husband wasn't there. What it is these streets are ready to claim our kids. These streets are, and their friends, their best friends from elementary growing up, they might not have the same background or the same advice coming from their parents, right? And your kids will follow them or either be encouraged by them to do a lot of things that can run. My grandmother taught me this. When your kids are young, you are protecting them from the world. The world will molest your kids, abuse your kids, steal your kids, right? But when your kids become teenagers, you are solely there to protect them from themselves. You have to protect these young people till they're about 25 from themselves. They will put themselves in a world of trouble themselves. So this is why I say I'm all for family and not letting kids just go about their own ways. So I don't know. I don't even know how we got on that conversation. Sorry.
No, it's cool. I mean, I understand. I totally understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that, there are some women who feel that the utmost for them in their life, the utmost goal and criteria that they want is to be the best mother and have a strong family unit with the man and partner that they're with. And they probably don't even want to be like the greatest engineer or the greatest social media influencer. People's aspirations in life is different, especially when it comes to women, just as it is with men. I just don't want I just don't feel that, if a woman wanted to be solely a housewife and she just wants to be comfortable in being very domesticated, being about her family, and that's what she wants, that, she shouldn't be put in a position where she can be manipulated, used, and abused because that's what she wants. I feel that the woman with ambition and the woman who is more domesticated both deserve the right partners for them and not being abused and used, because we have women who are very, ambition, who have a whole bunch of thrive, and they are also being put in situations where even though they can take care of themselves, they are still being put in a situation where they are being manipulated or being used. It doesn't stop. I mean, the only thing about it is that they're able to to get on their feet a whole lot quicker. They're not at the mercy of, when it comes down to finances, but they still might not even have the same family support either. So, I think that we should just promote that the best partner and whoever your partner is and whatever you have for your life, what you want to do for your life, what your goal is, you deserve to have that partner who's going to be there for you through and through, who's not going to manipulate you, who is not going to use you, who's not going to take advantage of the situation.
Yes, but also remember, if you find a sucker, lick them. And when women sit up here and want to be in this passive, I don't think for myself, I want a man to do everything for me. When you put yourself in, my father is a strong African man. And he used to always tell me, be a doctor, make a lot of money, do this, that. And so when if you put yourself in these roles, you have to. I have a sister. It's 4 of us, girls, 4 girls. 3 of us are married, right? 1 is not. But if you put yourself in a role to where you don't want to work, one of my sisters is like that, and the violations that she takes, I mean, I have cried a many nights for her, but this is the role that she wants. This is what her life is. It's not for me to judge it. It's something. Do I think it's horrible that she goes through that? Yeah. You can't sit up here and say, but it's something she, to me, went in with her eyes open because it's something she expects. Is women who want to put up with these things, they expect their man to cheat. They expect that they're going to physically fight with a man. They expect these things. They expect them. They might not tell you that, MJ, but they really do expect it. And for the things that my sister has told me and cussed me out for trying to interfere in her marriage, which I stopped a long time ago. You have to leave people to live the life they choose. And this is obviously the life that if you sit up here and tell me that you want a man to do everything, you want a man to be in control of your life, to dictate everything about you and your kids, that's fine. That's what you want. I don't think it's normal. I think it's absolutely against any God. And that's just my belief. So,
I hear you.
Those women will come back and cry and tell you, come help me or send me money. I need to go to a hotel. And you send it. You'll get her out that situation. But do I run to another state to go get her? No. I'll cash app you a few hundred and let you go to a hotel. Because I know you're going right back 2 days later.
No, I totally hear you, Layman. And the reason why I hear you and I understand you, because what you was taught is something that I was taught, and what I was taught in a proper function, family with a father and mother present in the same household. So I totally understand you. Like my father, he would never tell me to not to have my own. Like my father always made sure that I had my own and that I knew that I needed to have my own. Just like my father always taught me to defend myself since I was 9 years old, he put me in martial arts and took me out shooting and things of that sort. So like I understand it, but I don't want to, I don't want to, I guess in a way I don't want to shame women who don't want that.
Your daddy said, not my baby. My baby ain't gonna be out here doing that.
Well, my father, God rest his soul.
For real, so
my God rest his soul. My father had 10 daughters. 10 daughters and 5 sons. And
he must have been a player.
He was. But he was an older man. He was an older gentleman. When my father passed away, he was 75 years old. So, and all his children was present at his funeral because he was a father. He was a father. So, but when it came down to his daughters, he didn't play no games with us. You know, he didn't play no game with us. We had to be very educated.
Was you more the older, one of the older kids or the younger kids?
I am the second youngest, and I'm near my 40s. So just think about that.
See, ask his first kids. They gonna be like, man, that nigga wasn't shit.
He was. I'm dead serious. I'm very close with all my siblings. He was there for them. He put a lot of us in private schools. My father worked until he couldn't work no more. He retired with 2 pensions. He owned buildings in Manhattan. Like, he did everything he had to do to provide for his children, and their mothers, put them up in, households and everything like that. And these are prior relationships before he had with my mother and married my mother. But he always, with his daughters, he wasn't playing no games with his daughter, and he knew, because he also was a man who had friends who were those men who like to go after younger girls and were and like dating and mating with younger girls, and he used to hate that. So like me, I wasn't allowed to go to sleepovers. I wasn't allowed to wear nightgowns. I had to wear pajama pants sets, like, all through my my younger years. Like, he didn't play no game. He was that's how he taught us. And you know what, I do commend him for that, because all his daughters are successful. All his daughters are college graduates, have very great paying jobs, are able to take care of themselves, are able to defend themselves. So I really do commend him for that, because he made that a serious strong point, that my daughters are not going to be out here stupid.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was on mute, and I was saying, MJ, your daddy sound like my daddy, because he really always used, none of my girls gonna be stupid. You're not gonna be stupid. And when I first told him, I was really young, that we were getting married, are you stupid? That was the first thing he said. You don't even have a job. How you get married? So your dad does sound like my dad. You will be successful. You will have your own income. You will be self-determined. So yeah.
No, yeah, he was all about that. He was all about you being independent to the point where you're not out here struggling. You're not out here being desperate. You're not out here making desperate decisions. You're not out here being thirsty. He understood that there are men who are out there looking for women who are in destitute to take advantage of them, and he didn't want that to happen. But he never said that that when I do find a mate or a partner, that man ain't supposed to take care of me. He said that man better bring what I brought to you from birth. If he can't provide and protect you the way I have been doing your whole entire life, don't bring him to my door. And that's it.
Yeah, I can see, I totally agree. My dad didn't even like my husband for the first 5 years. And guess what? Now is my son. But for the first 4 or 5 years, he didn't even really talk to him on the phone or anything. And now it's like he's his dad. He'll call him before me. He will so I think that once a man sees that you are taking care and doing right, then your dad ease up. But your dad sounds like my dad, and that's the thing. What I see on this internet with these men, keep wanting these women to be simple-minded, and she's so passive, and she's so this and she's so that. I had to ask my husband last year, the first time in all these years, am I submissive? Do I submit to you? I never in my life heard that before. Submissive, being submissive. I'm like, baby, am I submissive? He was like, I don't know. So what do y'all feel about that word submissive? I'm going to tell you something else. I asked Moonflower this a while back about soul ties. I don't believe in soul ties. I think all of these things that people coming up with is new era things. Soul tie. If you have sex with one person you link to them forever. So I asked Suave that, and he was like, yeah, that's true. No, I still Suave, I still Moon don't agree with soul ties. So what do you think, MJ?
Nima, I kind of do believe in soul ties. I kind of do. I think as certain extent, like it depends on the situation. I mean, like if sex is a deeper connection, wouldn't that, well, with certain sex, I would say certain sex is a deeper connection or being used as a deeper connection, wouldn't that create a soul tie?
Hello? Hey, so hello?
Yeah, we still here.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. So this is why I don't believe it, right? So I had a little boyfriend. I was crazy about him, right? This was my boyfriend. He used to carry my books, yada, yada, yada. Crazy in love about him, right? But we never had sex. He wound up getting killed, right? He wound up getting killed in the Iberville project. And I cried and mourned him as if this was my one true love, right? And my husband knows the story, but we never physically had any sex. This is why I believe it's not the sex that make you a soul tie. It's the emotion behind it. It's the thoughts behind it. I don't believe that every woman who's laid down with a man is tied to that man, because people do it too casually. But what I do believe, if you're really in love with somebody, it does create a bond. It does create a soul tie. But I don't believe that if I just randomly start having sex with strangers, I'm just tied to all these men. I don't believe that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think it depends. I think it depends on how the act is being used. Like, like you just said, with your story, you had a soul tie for someone that you had very strong feelings for, but you was never intimate with that person. I just think that, when it comes into sex is also can be used as a soul tie. I don't think it's the end all of the situation. You're correct. I don't think that with every sexual encounter you have, you created a soul tie, but the possibility is there.
Me and Moonflower had a conversation about this once before, and I think we came to the conclusion that it's about the intimacy. You can have intimacy without having sex, just like you can have sex and have no intimacy. I think that's why MJ said it's certain type of sex. I think it's about, I think the intimacy is what creates the soul tie.
Okay. So if it's like that, I can agree with it, because I'm telling you, you can have a deep feeling in love for somebody and lose that person, and you will be physically hurt, sick, like throwing up, sick, hurt, and never had a sexual relationship. That does not mean, and I know people who casually have had sex and be like, girl, F him, F that nigga. I ain't worried about him. So that's why I don't believe in soul ties. I really don't.
Not to reverse the conversation, but just to throw a comment. I came in on the talk about patriarchy, and I definitely think that within our community we should have a patriarchy. It's a very unpopular opinion, but because we live within a patriarchy, I think we should have a patriarchy. Because right now, like I said, very unpopular opinion, right now we have a matriarchy. The Black community is a matriarchy, and it's failing because it's a matriarchy within a patriarchy. If America was a matriarchy, I'd have no problem with us being a matriarchy. We wouldn't have, it wouldn't be women breaking their necks and their backs every day. But because it's a patriarchy, I definitely would prefer it to our community to be a patriarchy as well, because that's who the job is designed for. Right now we have women doing jobs that are literally designed for men. That's kind of like in general. And then the other thing I wanted to say was I would love to be a kept woman. When I was younger, that was what I wanted to do. Like, I wanted to be a kept woman. I wanted to be one of these bougie bitches out here, but staying at home, getting my nails done, not lifting shit heavy, whether I can or can't. It didn't matter. I didn't want to do it. Like, just because you want to be a kept woman doesn't mean that you'll be dumb, though. You can still have money in the bank and not be trapped in a relationship just because you allow the man to do all the quote unquote heavy lifting. But you can have an abusive relationship, whether he has more money and he's doing everything, or whether you have more money and you're doing everything. There's not very many couples in the Black community who are privileged enough for the woman to be kept and to not have to work and her to be able to give all the responsibility to the man. And just because you're in one of those situations doesn't mean you will be abused. Just like it doesn't mean you won't. You can be in any situation and be abused.
Well, I halfway agree with you on that but I in my reality, honestly, in just my simple reality, I didn't know any really rich man who was just going to be able to provide the exact lifestyle that I wanted. And so I never wanted to put that kind of burden on my husband. I knew I wanted things, and I can live off of what he could provide, and I can be satisfied, or I can go out and get what I wanted, and I can be happy. So it just was a little trade-off. But at times, because of the family was always the most important, I would have to step back sometimes from jobs. And I get what you're saying, just to have the opportunity that some women don't have, that you can quit a good paying job and say, I gotta redirect these kids, So that was my thing. It's nothing wrong if you want to be a kept woman. What I'm saying is about the abuse. For me, patriarchy is a form of oppression, and that's just how I look at it. But it might not be that way for you. But what I'm saying is, if you want to be a kept woman,
y'all don't think that there can be no healthy patriarchy?
There could be. If a lot of things could be a good thing if it was done right. Like, we can even say communism. You know how everybody talked about how bad that was? If communism was done properly, it could be prosperous, but it's not, because it's never done the way it's supposed to. Just like patriarchy could be a good thing, but it's not, because it's abused and used improperly. If patriarchy was something that could be destroyed,
is good at all. But I will say this here. If somebody broke in my house in the middle of the night, I'm looking at my husband. I'm like, baby, what we gonna do? You know what I'm saying? I'm grabbing my piece. Don't get me wrong, but he's gonna lead out the door, and I'm coming right behind him. So patriarchy is always there, whether we acknowledge it or not, right? If something's going wrong physically, you looking for your man to be the front person.
Yeah, I just think that with the Black community, and definitely someone in the chat said that with the Black community, Black women have never really experienced the whole kept woman scenario. If you want, you could do research back in the 1950s. So around in the 1950s, at first women were, being the engineers and doing all the mechanical stuff, because most of the men was at war around the time of the late 1940s. When the 1950s came in, there was a big promotion for the United States to push for the family unit. That's when they started to change the clothing for women. Women had to wear the long gowns, the A skirt. They was very, very feminine back then, whether it was for like makeup and stuff, because there was a promotion during the 1950s for the women to come out of the workforce and to be focused and back onto family and creating children. It was a big push around the 1950s for families and to up the numbers, to procreate. So that's why they had a lot of finishing schools around that time for women to be trained into being a good housewife and things of that sort. Black women, however, in the 1950s did not get to enjoy the process of patriarchy, because during that time when the white women were told to come out of the workforce and to come back to being mothers and things of that sort, Black women still had to work. Black women still had to work. Black women was not able to have the finer things of life. They wasn't able to really enjoy the new trends, the new fashion, the new makeup, stuff like that. They have a big documentary on it on the 1950s. That it was actually a real big push for the family unit in the U.S.
You're right, and then on top of that, let me pause this. But on top of that, we wouldn't be able to go back to that because Black men don't believe in providing. And you're right though. Black women never got the ability to ever be a housewife, a stay-at-home mom, or nothing.
But do women? I mean, and I heard not be a stay-at-home mom and a housewife, but do women want to live the kept lifestyle?
I do.
I think
So
many Black
that means
women
you can't
do.
drive, you can't vote, certain rights and
That
privileges.
doesn't mean you're kept. You can have rights and be kept, just like you can
No,
have
that's
your
not
own
what they
money.
had. When they was being kept, they didn't have those rights.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't vote, and if I ain't got to drive, I ain't gonna be mad. I'm sorry.
I ain't mad at you. She said, I'll sit in the passenger seat anyway.
My own God.
Yeah.
But I mean, even after they got the ability to vote and to be able to divorce their husband, even after the women's rights movements, a lot of them were still kept women. I think people don't understand that Black women, we never got that. So while white women now are like, okay, we want to be the men, we want to be in charge, we want to work. Black women are like, yeah, we would like to be kept. Like we're 100 years behind. We ain't never got that. We want to be kept just because they want to be men, like we been men, and we don't want to do that no more.
Thank you. Like white bitches, you really messed it up for us, ho. Because now niggas talking about some, oh, you want equal rights, don't it? No, bitch. I want
Just because you want
to
equal rights doesn't mean that you don't want to be kept. Like, yes, I would like the rights of every human. Yes, I don't want you to be able to beat on me and get away with it. Right. Yes, I want to be able to vote if I want to. I want to be able to drive if I want to. That doesn't mean that I don't want to be
I understand that. No. No. I'm not saying that. I'm just letting you know that's what was going on when they was kept. And yeah, there was a gray area, but as they got more, rights, that kept shit was going out the window. But so I know it would be a different kept. You know what I'm saying? But I was just saying that. But do you think housewives and women that stay at home should be congressmen and have political influence?
Well, if she's a congresswoman, then she's not a stay-at-home mom. They're really busy.
No, that wasn't what I asked though. Like someone who was a stay-at-home mom, right? And now she's in her 40s, her kids that grew up, and she want to be a senator. She want to be a governor. And all she know is house politics.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
I mean, yeah, because at the end of the day, she's still gonna have to learn politics anyway to be able to understand what she voting for, who she voting for, what she got going on. Just because she a housewife don't mean that she don't know. And then on top of that, when you a housewife or you a stay-at-home mom, you got time management skills, managing, people skills. You got motherfucking de-escalation tactics, negotiating skills, marketing. So you good, honestly.
And honestly, let me just say this here. Both times when I didn't work for years, I had to let my housekeeper go. And I just love her so much that she came back to us over and over. But listen, I need my housekeeper. So no, just being a stay-at-home mom, people don't realize it's a lot of work in a home. To run a home, financing a home, cooking breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's a lot of work being to do it right, to do it correctly, to be neat and having these kids when all these you need help. And so no, I don't. For me, I never mind working to provide the lifestyle that I needed for my house and for my family. So
you know what I think is really funny? I think it's funny how women are called lazy for not wanting to work and do the house stuff. But at the same time, we're called trifling if our children turn out wrong because we don't have the time or the energy to dedicate to them. Isn't that funny? Because, usually I let comments live, but this is the type of comment that many men make. They want to have all the rights and freedoms. They want to have all the rights and freedoms, but they don't want to have to do shit. So apparently anything other than women working like men is us not doing shit.
What
and
is,
then it says,
Oh
those
God,
white
Astro, you
women,
can shut up.
no, what is the comment? Say it again.
No, they called us lazy because we talking about being a kept woman.
right. It says, Astro said they want to have all the rights and freedoms, but they don't want to have to do shit. So apparently if we don't work, we ain't doing shit. And then it says, those white women you are envious of. And so apparently to want to be a kept woman, only white women are
Can be
allowed to
kept.
be kept
Oh, God.
women. And if we want to be kept women, we're envious of white women anyway. And it says, those white women you are envious of are worthless to white men. That's why they are treated the way they are. So maybe black women need to start being more worthless and will be treated better.
Man, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, really, you a fucking weirdo. You know that, big dog? You coming over here listening to women's conversations, even though it's not something that you like to do. Like, go over there with Nandy. Is she over there talking this shit you like to talk on over there?
Who is that? I'm missing it.
Astro.
Astro, a person named Astro. You're welcome to come up if Suave will even let you on.
Oh, God, hit the link.
Yeah,
hit the link, big dog.
Astro can come up.
Yep, hit the link, big dog. I'm calling you out by name. I want you.
And
I don't know about them. I want you.
I'll let you talk and write notes so I can drill you afterwards. I won't say shit.
We can do this. I sees you and I likes you. And we can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way.
Oh my
the
God.
choice is yours.
Oh my God. Mo, you remind me so much of my daughter. Oh my God. She just turned 23, y'all, on March 10th.
Happy birthday.
Morning is crazy.
Boy, I'm
but
for
listen,
real.
if a woman goes to work, my husband works 12 hours, I work 12 hours. We have children that we need to take to sporting events and all this here. Listen, we need a housekeeper. To put all of that pressure on a woman,
is
she has to do everything. Your house gonna be dirty. It's gonna be mismanaged. Listen.
Or she gonna burn that bitch down.
Oh, God.
Or she's gonna be overworked.
It's gonna be dirty. But
it's gonna
you
be
can't.
Dirty. And who
the
blames
thing
the
is,
house
people
being dirty?
gotta fear with things they don't know, so it's like an uncomfortable. Man,
and
let
somebody
people
come
get
to your
together
house,
and
they'll
fix their
never
homes.
say why your husband didn't clean up. No, they're gonna say why you have a
clean up.
I'm gonna say why neither one of y'all nasty ass cleaned up.
Not nasty ass. Hell no.
Like, God damn.
And guess what? Let me just say this here. When you have your spouse, your husband is working 12 hours, you working 12 hours, plus you gotta bring swim class, football, karate, all these different things these kids want to put you in that they have to do.
Let's not forget the appointments. Don't forget any of the appointments. Don't forget how you have to keep up with his information,
That's
your
what y'all get
information,
me
all
at. Y'all
his
win.
information.
Exactly.
Y'all
and
win with them
and you
appointments.
have to cook because you
Oh,
don't want your
God.
kids being raised on fast food. So you have to cook. Listen, you need, it's great to be able to afford the help. That does not make a woman lazy. These men are crazy.
Yeah, and Suave, you is right, because I used to make all my ex's appointments. Sometimes he still call me and ask me to make him an appointment somewhere.
Or to fill out a job application like they can't write.
Girl, wait a second. Hell no. I'm not doing that shit. But I'll call your doctor and make your appointment, my guy.
My best friends asked her to fill out job applications. Like, bro.
Hell no, I wish I would. No, the fuck? Goofy ass nigga.
She said
Queen
no
Cascade.
Hi, Queen.
You're back. Is Jashar actually there, or is he just trying to eavesdrop? What he doing? Screen recording our conversation or something?
Hey, ladies.
He's probably just cloud listening, handling his household or something.
Hey, Queen Cascade. What's up? You back?
Yeah, I just want to say, I think it's just very disingenuous, the comments about women being lazy, especially in this day and age with everything that we have to deal with. Like, come on, dude. We are going through the fact of pregnancy, everything that we've had to deal with in just going through that 9 months. And it might not have been 9 months. It might have been 10 months. It might have been 11 months, depending on what was going on with your pregnancy. You might have had to deal with a premature baby and a NICU. You might have had to deal with complications through your pregnancy in getting that baby to birth. Then you give birth. You don't know whether that woman has torn, what she's gone through in terms of her healing. If she's gone through a C-section, having to heal through that while breastfeeding and everything else. Night shifts, not getting any rest, bleeding, having to deal with blood clots and everything else that you don't understand as a man, that we have to deal with in the recovery of our body after giving birth to what is supposed to be your legacy that you treat like shit. We don't get a break from that. And then we continue to raise those children through stress, through storms, through hurricanes, through pandemics, dealing with schools, having to deal with predators, having to deal with pedophiles, single parent homes. For the few good men that are actually out there doing their job, it's not like we're at the point where we've got laser beam eyes to be able to deal with these predators that are running around the streets, attacking now specifically women with children. You could be minding your own business, still be a woman, married, have a partner and whatever, and you're still a target on that street because you're a baby, because you have a baby, because you have a child, and you are vulnerable. We are motherfucking soldiers. We are warriors for our children. We are lionesses protecting the pride with some lazy ass jiggers, dust mites, and emotionals that are causing a dust apocalypse that you guys want to turn around and say middle finger. No, middle finger back and fuck you. Because there's women out here doing the best that they can, tearing their hair out, dealing with mental health, raising children through the most extreme circumstances.
Facts.
So don't dare undermine our struggle.
They don't care. I literally heard a man say, "Man, I know she's pregnant, but she ain't got to be all emotional like that." Like the fuck? What are you like? They don't care. They don't think of. They literally feel like we're just regular people. When we get pregnant, nothing changes. We're just carrying a bump in front of us. We push it out like a shit on the toilet, and then keep it pushing. They don't think about what pregnancy feels like. They don't even have any clue about what happens to us after we give birth. No, they think that shit snaps back like a rubber band.
Let me just say this here, Queen Cascade. You really touched the nerve with me. You could have preached. I could have listened to that because, you know, it touched something back in my memory. With my last child, I was gestational diabetes, right? So I was giving myself a shot. And, you know, I was like 9 months pregnant. I had been going through these all this pregnancy, right? And my husband comes home one day and he sees me giving myself a shot. And he freaks out. What are you doing? Why are you putting a needle? You know, and I'm like, because I have to do this every day, you know, twice a day. We don't even burden men with the things that go on with us through our pregnancy. We go through it and don't even try to burden y'all with everything. We might complain about swollen feet or something like that, you know, but we don't even burden y'all with a lot of the things that our bodies have to go through with these pregnancies. And then you sit up here and not value it. We need to really start letting these men know a lot of the things that we go through. When you was naming things, we don't. And I will tell you this here, even having a husband or a partner, I don't think I don't even know why, but I wouldn't even say, well, the doctor put me on this new drug, or the doctor did. You know, you understand? We would go through this here regularly, just on our own. We deal with so much through pregnancies on our own. Even if you have a husband or you have a spouse, you don't even talk to them about every problem because you don't want to burden them. And then they just devalue you like, oh, she just had a baby. Oh, ain't nothing wrong with her. No, it's a lot wrong with me. It's a lot. This baby has drained all my vitamins, all my calcium. We lose teeth. Right?
Like a fucking parasite.
Right. After you have a baby, don't you realize that you get more cavities easier? Your teeth are not as, you know, it's so much that just your body gets all used having your kids. And I'm not.
They literally said giving birth is traumatic. It is a traumatic experience, quite literally.
Yeah, Yeah, and they just thinking like it's nothing. Like, oh no, don't devalue me, or don't think me staying home, I'm supposed to be your slave. No, me being home is to nurture this baby. Me being home, I breastfeed for I honestly, some of my kids well over 12 months, which don't judge me,
Oh,
y'all.
you are
One of my
something
kids
fierce.
I breastfed for like 18 months because it
You
just
are
wouldn't
something
stop.
fierce. Breastfeeding ain't no joke. People make it seem like it's cute. It ain't nothing cute about crusty nipples, swollen titties, leaking
Oh,
everywhere. That shit is
yes.
hard.
Gotta keep putting Vaseline on them so they don't
Wrong with
chafe.
them.
And it's just ridiculous,
You
right?
always juicy.
Okay.
And it's just
They
like, oh,
don't
well,
know
that's
about
natural.
they don't know
Natural
about the
hurts, honey.
fibroids.
Natural hurts.
The fibroids that can happen during pregnancy. They don't know about you emotional dust mites don't know about the hemorrhoids and the things that can happen to our bodies that we and even after like the pregnancy, postnatal depression, your body trying to bounce back, your hormones trying to level out, your body has gone through a severe trauma, your womb is healing from that experience. It takes
Yes, you are still contracting after giving birth. They didn't tell us that. They didn't tell us that in school.
your body is still contracting while you're breastfeeding. Your body is trying to come down from this. Like even say for instance, women, I don't mean to trigger ladies, but that have gone through miscarriages and things like that. The hormones and everything that your body goes through is still there for months afterwards. We lose hair, we lose teeth. Sometimes some of our bodies don't bounce back. Some of us have long-term implications after that from having women that have had the epidural and they put it in the wrong part of their spine, and now that woman's in a wheelchair. Okay, there's women out there that have got sciatica and other things and disabled from giving birth to your fucking legacies.
That they don't want most of the time.
They deserve to be home and treated like queens. They're raising the next generation that needs education and needs certain things. I'm sick of this succubus leeching ass energy behavior for these kinds of Daswana that don't want to do nothing but have all the mouth to talk about something that they've never experienced in pushing a baby out your vagina. Try pushing a watermelon out your asshole and see what happens and see how you recover from that.
I have a question for Queen Cascade, but I just want to say this real quick because somebody brought out breastfeeding, and it's like a big moment for me. And I'm not going to be on long because I love the conversation. I love listening to y'all speaking. I mean, it's a lot of facts coming out. I'm learning a lot from things I didn't know. But can I please tell you, one time I gave birth to my first baby, right? It was back in 1999. I gave birth to my first baby, and I had a hard time trying to learn how to teach my baby to latch because she was a preemie and she had little lips. I mean, my baby was 4 pounds 5 ounces. She was so little, and I was crying because I was like, I want her to eat because I didn't know she was a twin, and that baby didn't make it. So I just wanted my daughter to live, right? And I was crying. I was getting frustrated because I didn't know how to breastfeed. And then when I finally got a chance to latch, she wasn't getting enough, and she was howling and crying because she was hungry. So my auntie, rest in peace. She died in her mid-90s. But she told me because she was born in 1919, so she know how it works. So she said, and this is the for the women who don't have no kids yet, or you know what I'm saying, or just had bad luck of breastfeeding. She gave me this remedy. She said, go ahead and make you some grits and mashed taters. And she said, season how you like it, add eggs with it, but grits and mashed taters, put it together and eat it, and that baby will eat. So I'm thinking she ain't mean feed the baby the mashed grits and mashed potatoes. She mean me eat it because baby's too young. So I took this grits and mashed potatoes. I think about 4 hours later, you know what I'm saying, I stopped giving my daughter this formula, this Carnation Good Start formula, because I started to my breast started swelling up, and them pain, it was painful as hell. I was like, okay, let me get my daughter to eat. So finally I got her to breastfeed, but I didn't realize I ate so much that I made so much milk from that starch and mashed potatoes, and it won't stop leaking. She got full, went to sleep, and I was in pain. I had like 4 or 5 bottles filled up. I didn't even have no damn breast pump. That was the most painfulest thing ever, and it wouldn't even let me squeeze it out. My daughter woke up and had her poop, and she was ready to eat again. I was like, "Ooh, thank God! Take it all." But I say this: I would never regret breastfeeding, because she did wonders for me. I got sick of people calling me Whitney Houston because Whitney didn't have no breasts. Now I got people. My daughter did wonders for me. She gave me breasts. So shout out to my daughter. My son, on the other hand, I forgot the remedy with my son. So my son said, "F it, I'm hungry. Give me something to drink." But Queen Cascade, I got a question. Now all the stuff that you naming, I've been through it, and that's a trip. But let me ask you this: I got spine problem because of woman, a white supremacist woman who claimed she was trying to numb my back since it won't let me squat my baby out. She stuck a syringe to numb my back on one side, and then she sat there and took like she numbed both sides, but she didn't. And I felt her not do it. And then she took a syringe for the for me to help dilate my body. She gonna take the syringe and she gonna put it in the wrong. And if it wasn't for my cousin, she probably would have just sat there and left me any kind of way. Like, I was being so poorly treated at the hospitals. My son was even labeled bad before he even got here, like being misbehaved. Like, I've been through it at Stanford University. Mm-hmm. Let me ask you this: I have spinal pains that come every now and then, and the way they treated me after giving birth, I want to talk to you about that because I'm so painful. I lose maybe 2 pounds of blood within the whole month. I lose, and I know what should I do, because it's my own. I'm his only family. I don't really have no.
Okay, the sound was cutting in and out. The gist of what I got is you're dealing with back issues with your spine because of the situation with the medical staff at that university, and it's causing other complications. So really and truly, because if you can hear me, Tejan, come over to my channel later and we can discuss it in more detail. But for the most part, I think that you need to go in and speak to a lawyer that deals with medical injury and see what the situation in regards to that, if there's something there for malpractice, or you know what I mean. I'm not familiar with the
it would be negligence. I mean, she could definitely look into something for medical law for negligence. And as a new founded emergency medical technician, she needs to go see a neurologist, because whatever that lady did by sticking the syringe in her lumbar, I presume it has to be her lumbar bones, because if it's the lower back, she probably have nerve damage, and this is why she's feeling the excruciating pain.
Yeah, as well as with the bleeding, the possibility of the wound, the way that the wound's not trapping and filling up during your cycles. The nerve damage, it sounds like it's under the lumbar, but with the sciatic nerves, the way they wrap around, that you're probably dealing with some pressure on that. But yeah, there's a lot that you guys don't understand that happens to us women, and the things that we have to deal with afterwards, and the long-term implications, and the things that some of us have to live with for the rest of our lives for bringing life into this world. It's a serious thing.
Did she say that that happened to her when she was pregnant with her child, that woman doing that to her, or was that just recently?
That's part of the thing that cut out, because it was cutting in and out. So like I said to Tajon, if she wants to talk about it a bit more in detail, then we can talk about it privately, do you know what I mean? But
right,
for the most part, like you said, she needs to go and get seen.
Yeah, she do definitely need to get seen, and like I said, it definitely seems like a neurological situation in regards of her back. That's why she's having that excruciating pain. If it was just like a regular back pain, unless she went and got it scanned to see if she has a chip or some type of break or a crack in the ligaments, I don't understand why would she even shoot her with a needle, because you actually have to scan the
she
area.
said when she was giving birth to her son.
Yeah,
it was when she was giving birth to her son.
it was the epidural.
Yeah, I was just about to say it might have been the epidural, but let me just be honest.
And she shot the I'm sorry, one second, Lima. She gave her the epidural in her lower back.
Don't it supposed to go in the middle?
Yes, not your lower back. I hope it wasn't her lower back.
But that's the thing. Some of the older medical practices, this is the thing, because obviously I'm here in England, but at one point the practice was doing it in the lower back.
Mm-hmm.
So it caused a lot of issues for Black women, especially because of the way that we're constructed and the nerves around the sciatic nerves, and the way that it goes into the gluteus maximus. Do you get what I'm saying? And the way that our wombs are placed and the alignment of the womb towards.
Right, but it shouldn't be the lower back, right? Because there is the lumbar bones and it's the sacrum bones, and the sacrum bones is closer to our anus and reproduction system and the cervix of the cercox. Sorry. But when they give epidural, they give it in your thorax. And there's a reason by it, because what they're supposed to tap on your spinal cord is supposed to basically immobilize the whole lower half. And that's why I said it's a nerve situation if she's dealing with this pain.
Yeah. We'll talk about it as ladies.
I went through that with the epidural from my third one. And it does, Queen, it does mess with your sciatic. After that, I started having problems with my sciatic nerve. Before that, I never had a problem with pain, and now it shoots all the way down my leg sometimes. The older you get, the worse it starts affecting you.
That's true.
But I noticed, immediately after, I would start feeling lower back pain that I never had before. Yeah. So Tajon, you're telling the truth about that, and they probably did something wrong with me too. But I don't know. And mine is not extreme, but yeah, I do have a lot of that, and that's what I'm saying. It's so many complications that we go through as women. Don't sit up here and call no woman lazy. Look, we go through a lot with our bodies. Exactly. We really do.
I have a question for the ladies. Are y'all gonna be busy tonight?
Nope, I'm on vacation.
At what time? Because I'm about to head to work, but I'll be having my free time. So what time?
In about 20 minutes.
Okay.
You going live, right? I got your notification.
Yeah, I'm going live. I switched it to 7:20. It's gonna be a continuation of the conversation from yesterday. So I was gonna ask y'all if y'all want to be on the panel.
I'll stop by.
Okay, MJ.
I'll definitely stop by. Once I get my free time, I'll definitely be there.
I'll be there.
We'll pop in.
What you saying, Queen Cascade?
I'll pop over for a bit, and then I'll get some rest for a bit before my stream.
Okay. So I'm gonna get ready to do that. I'm gonna get my little videos together and stuff, because we're just going over what we was talking about yesterday.
No problem.
I wanted to ask Suave, can I do a video and put you in my title? I know.
Yes, absolutely.
I want to do this reading. I just want to show you. I recorded it already, but I didn't want to put it out until I get the okay from you.
Absolutely, I would love that.
Okay.
So
Feel
y'all
good to
all
have
get
somebody
all.
saying something positive about me without a hate going out.
I said,
Man, it ain't nothing but love. And I always say, like, Suave is a regular, look, we regular people. We're not gonna always be right, but we regular people. I just like regular people. That's it.
Absolutely. Tequila in the building. Shout out to Tequila.
hey y'all,
Hey,
I was listening in
Songbird.
from the clouds, but before y'all all get off, I just want to say, no, we are not lazy at all. And everything that y'all talking about is so real. With my last pregnancy, I just want to chime in and just throw in a few things. I developed sciatica, like really bad sciatica, and I still deal with it to this day. And my daughter's 8 years old. It's times like I could be walking and my leg will give out and I'm on the ground. I just fall because I just go weak. And like I said, I developed that during pregnancy over 8 years ago, almost 9 years ago. And I still deal with that to this day. I still have a lot of complications from pregnancies.
Yeah.
It's
Men don't
very
go through
real.
that. Yeah.
It's very, very real. You will some things you can carry for the rest of your life. And also we also have a lot of illnesses. Like I don't know, I haven't shared it with a lot of people, but I have an autoimmune disease. I have lupus and connective tissue disease and fibromyalgia. So I'm a lot of the time, sometimes I'm very weak. I'm tired a lot. Um, I'm tired a whole lot. So I don't want to work extra hard because I'm always extremely tired. So I'm not trying to do a man's job and my job. Yes, if I could be a kept woman, I'm going to be a kept woman. And yes, I was a kept woman. When I was with my kid's father, when we were together, I was a kept woman. I was. He worked, I stayed home.
And let me ask you about that, please. Because it's not that it's all sugar and peaches and cream. It's just that's a fair exchange for you, right?
Yeah, fair exchange, no robbery. At the end of the day, we've still got to carry on, live our lives, raise these children, protect them from predators, get them to school. We're playing so many roles in so many people's lives on top of ourselves, being personal assistants, PAs to older parents and their circumstances, being like once a man, twice a child. So we're gonna put our bodies through some of the most excruciating things in our lives, and bring forth another soul or more souls into this world that deserve the love, care, and attention of the mothers that are there, that are even if not mentally sound, physically sound. But the fact is, that's the choice that you made when you ejaculated inside it and created that baby.
I think
And
sometimes
y'all
we
still
forget.
living longer than us.
Yeah, I think sometimes we forget that even way back in the days when women used to have children, it didn't even matter if it was from the richest family or to the poor or lower class family. They had wet nurses. They had wet nurses, they had babysitters, they had someone to monitor the other children so the mother could rest or feed the child. Like there was a whole lot of help for
Always
women, and this
always.
and at one point it became where the women who's becoming the mothers of these families had to take on the responsibility that they used to have extra support for all by themselves, and it became like a societal norm for her being able to do it all. And if she can't do it all, then there's something wrong with her. She's broken, she's lazy. It's really disturbing how people like to write off what history and how things really work. Like in a patriarchy, they had wet nurses for their women. They had assistants. They had a help. They had someone that they paid to help wash the children or wash the clothes or things of that sort. So the mother can go out on events or anything with the father or any social gatherings. Like these things have always occurred, and I just don't think it's fair that we leave out that part of history and it just expect women to just handle all these things that comes with having a family and having a partner or a husband. And then now with all the modern, things that we are expected to be able to take care of now, we just can't, we just got to start rewriting history. We're going to have to own up.
I wanted to just say something to Tequila right quick, because I went through that with my second child. We were staying in apartments in Norfolk, Virginia, and we were on the second floor, and I was holding my bundle, my newborn son, and I was walking down like 1 or 2 steps, and the next thing I knew, my leg went out, and I could not even catch myself to break my fall because I had my son in my arms. The best thing I could do was twist my body so that I fell backwards. And I mean, he didn't have a scratch on him, but when I tell you, I went down a whole flight of steps and I was banged up. I went to the hospital, thank God nothing was broken, but yeah, that leg going out, it's a real
thing. It's excruciating pain. It's like a pain. Oh, it hurts so bad. Yeah. It's like a pain that goes through your whole body.
I was bringing him to his 2-week appointment, and I tried to walk down those steps, and I'm talking about I hurt myself so bad. Mm-hmm. And people don't realize that giving birth, just because you have a successful birth and the baby is healthy and you're healthy, that still doesn't mean that you're not recovering and things like that, because that leg went out on me like for real, and I went down that flight of steps, and the only thing I could think of was to hold my son, close to me. I couldn't even, if I wasn't holding him, I could have tried to catch my fall or brace myself to stop from falling, but I couldn't. Men, really don't value a lot. That's the thing with, I feel like with patriarchy is such an oppression, because women, we know we go through things. Men don't realize that your body can fail you and your body can give out on you at any time, and you just not even expecting it. And you come home and the house is dirty and this, that, and the other, but women, we might feel like, oh, well, the kids are okay, the kids are fed, the kids are clean, but the house isn't the way you would ideally want it. That's the reason why I pay for a housekeeper, y'all. I'm telling you, it's the best money you're gonna spend.
I know it is. I hear that tenfold, okay, Lima?
But don't play.
A lot of people, that's what I'm saying, they don't understand that it's the after having birth that is the most crucial moment for not only the child, but the mother. And this is what they teach us in the medical field, that within it's within the first 1 to 2 years, you have to actually be paying big close attention to the mother, because a lot of pregnant women get high blood pressure while they're pregnant, right? A lot of pregnant women deal with preeclampsia or eclampsia afterwards. And eclampsia afterwards revolves seizures, revolves blood clot. It's almost similar to having strokes. And we all know how deadly strokes can be. So, like, these are things that you have to watch out for. Like, you don't just say, okay, she had the baby and the baby's breathing and the mom is breathing and everything is okay. No, it's the aftermath that you definitely have to worry about. That's why making sure that you have your afterbirth appointments and keeping up with your doctor is so important, because things creep up. Like, you might have been fine during the whole pregnancy, and then afterwards everything goes loose. You're like, damn, why is she failing so fast? Why her blood pressure going down so fast? Like, even with me, like, I had a smooth birth, but within 2 weeks I was back in the hospital after having my son, because I was starting to have heart failure. So, like, you have to, like, you have to want to understand these things. You're going to have to want to know these things. It's not a walk in the park. It's not this rainbow sunshine, everything that everybody try to make when it comes down to having kids. So this big promotion of having kids without all the other big talks that need to be had with it, is very disingenuous to me, and I don't like it.
You know, it's really depressing, MJ. I can't like speak for like a broader sense. I can only speak on what I've heard in my own personal life, because I haven't had any testimonial about this like on YouTube from people from different states. But many of the, I'll say friends of friends, because I don't have too many close friends like that. But I know many friends of friends who did not go to aftercare because they couldn't, because of what we talked about earlier, because of the lack of care about Black women and their mental health and their physical health after giving birth. Like they couldn't go. No one would watch their kids, or they were too busy running everything and having to work. Like I literally don't think I know one person like my age group as a Black woman who has given birth who went to the doctor afterwards because they couldn't. And it just really depressed me. And I wonder if any of you know any women like that too. Like, is this a national thing? Is it just where I am? Is it just the people that I know? Or does this happen everywhere? Do many Black women not get to go to the doctor after giving birth?
Is that aimed at anybody in particular? Because I've seen women that haven't gone to therapy.
No, kind of in general. I guess I'm just trying to get more testimony other than what I've seen in my own life of friends and those I went to high school with. Like, I truly, depressingly, I don't know any Black woman in her 20s or 30s that has had a kid that has been able to get aftercare.
That's so sad.
I don't know, but let me just say this here. With my first son, I had him in New Orleans with all my sisters and my dad and my family around. And that was the most loving time. And it is a difference when you move to a new state. Because like I said, my husband was in the military, so we traveled a lot. Moving to a new state and you by yourself and you having these kids, it was the most hardest time in my life. And I will say that's the reason why I really value family so much. And that's why I push for people to have family with them and try to, because when you move and you're new and it's just you and your husband, and oh God, don't let them get deployed and you're just by yourself. And you might have a few friends. I have beautiful friends from all kind of states. Women who have just come through for me like a sisterhood you guys may have never known, but you have to really rely on other women so much to help you, because when you have these kids and you have a kid already and you don't have that loving support of your sisters who are just there, who take over. Like my sister just was down for maybe 2 weeks, right? And I'm washing clothes and I'm folding. She's just gonna sit next to me and just naturally she's folding clothes with me. If I'm cooking, she's naturally gonna grab an onion and cut it. It's natural with your family. Things are natural to, if I go to your house and you're cooking, I'm like, okay, well, what vegetables need to be cut up? We naturally help each other. When you're by yourself doing everything, it can be traumatic because, first of all, I come from a large family. Second of all, doing everything by yourself. And like I said, even when you're at the healthiest, I felt so healthy. I didn't feel sick. I didn't have any leg pains. When I went down that flight of steps, when I was telling y'all, I felt completely fine. I was healthy. I didn't feel like nothing was going to, but almost 2 to 3 years, like Tequila said, my leg used to go out. Thank God it doesn't go out anymore. I mean, this was in my 20s, now I'm 50, but back then, when you're in your childbearing ages, your legs can go out on you, and because the doctor explained that your hip has to move to your hip during childbirth actually dislocates itself and moves. We don't even realize it, but it's a natural part to actually allow the canal to get bigger so that you can push a baby through, and then it eventually closes. But in the meantime, between time of that opening and closing, you can lose your balance so easy. I never even heard of that until I fell. Nobody told me that.
And this is the thing. So, ladies, you need to take care of yourself the best way you can. So the things that I'm hearing, things that we need to be working on in the collective in terms of aftercare, for ladies having more support systems to be able to help them after giving birth. We have so many multiple layers, and it's like these things are not even really registered by the men in the collective, that these things are necessary, like having hospitals. Like I know that this is like a reality TV show, but I respect one of the doctors in there. Her name's Dr. Jackie. I think is Married to Medicine, because she has gone out of her way to be able to create a hospital that deals specifically with Black women, to be able to make sure that they have a service that is appropriate for them. Do you know what I mean? But that's just one. Look how many millions of Black women there are, like getting through the gauntlet of pregnancy, having to deal with your safety concerns, even being pregnant, because you're most likely to be jacked when you're a mom, when you're pregnant, being a woman, just because of your gender, the oppression that we have to deal with. And then afterwards, when you're dealing with postnatal depression and potentially like your hormone levels are all over the place, as well as the discrimination that you then face again for being a mother breastfeeding and stuff in public and stuff. So it's just like the different levels and parts of the journeys that we have to navigate after pregnancy. Like Neil was saying, the way that our bodies have to shift to go through that, and then the way that our body takes period of time, may take 1 to 2 years. Sometimes for some women, it might be 5 years for their body to go back to a pre-pregnancy state if they haven't had babies again within that time. So y'all don't know the half of it. These emotional dust mites, you bow down, bitch. That's what it is. Bow down, bitch. Bow down, Mitch. Bow down, Mitch, for what these blood clot Ross women do in this place for these kids to bring life forth.
And I just want to say this before you all leave, because it seems like everybody's getting off, and I don't know if the stream is going to end. But let me just say this here, and I don't want to just turn this to a woman's channel, but I got on because MJ was we were talking about something else earlier, but another to me a thing that we're miseducated about is that a woman hits a certain age and all of a sudden she can't have kids. Let me just tell you this here. Back in the 40s and 50s and 60s, even the 70s, they would do all these hysterectomies on women, right? Yeah. There are women now, even in England, I'm learning about in their 70s giving birth. Let me just be honest with you. I'm praying that I can start a menopause, but I'm 51. I have never started it yet. I am full-blown 7-day cycle, just as when I was a young woman. I'm waiting. I'm praying that it stops, because who wants to be pregnant at my age, right? But I'm always so careful with my husband. I'm always telling him, and it still has to be, my grandmother gave birth to her last child at 51, and I'm at that age. And when I tell you, I'm so terrified that could happen to me, because I have an 11-year-old, but I also have a 27-year-old and a 31-year-old and a 25-year-old and a 23-year-old. I don't want to have another baby at this age I'm in, but this is a misguided thing that people think. Back in I think older days, they would do all these hysterectomies on women, so women in 30s and 40s would stop having kids. This is not today's age. And another thing I wanted to say, which is completely off topic, this was about the polygamy thing with that debate that I know it was such a hot topic when they kept saying, to have kids. Women can have 20 kids if they want it. 25. I think the most kids a woman had was like 36, right? Women can have kids every single year if they want to have a kid. Listen, my grandmother had 17. So I'm come from a very fertile bloodline. So I know I have to be very careful because I will be pregnant. But I don't, but I don't get when people say a broke man who makes 40,000 a year should be in a polygamy thing and just add women to help him, have all these extra kids because a man can procreate more than every 9 months. Yes, but how many kids do a broke person need? That's my thing because first of all, even if you're wealthy, the time, the attention, the visual eye to eye contact, I see you as a child is so important to know that child intimately. You're not going to get that if you have hundreds of kids. And a woman can keep having kids as long as you want them. My husband didn't want a football team. He always joke and say, my wife trying to give me a football team. I wasn't trying to give you a football team. It's just naturally some people are just very fertile. And like I said, because I had so many complications with birth control, I'm like, look, don't even touch me unless you want a baby. So we took the chances and we have what we have, and I'm grateful for that. But what I'm trying to say is stop. Don't put a negative effect on women, because when you do that, you diminish not just her character, you diminish the children. Your children are yours. They're, they're precious. You love them, but there's a working process, right? And it's not easy. Don't diminish the fact of giving birth, because a woman should be upheld and glorified. That was the one thing I loved. Each time I was pregnant, my father, my husband, my brothers all would cater to me. My father-in-law, even my husband's dad, would cater to me and always uplifted me. Nobody, I didn't come from this YouTube era, thank God, where men look down on me. No, the men who are actually present in my life, really, even when I took that fall, everybody came to oh my God, I don't want you to. And they got to the point where they taught me, put them in the stroller. Don't ever carry the baby again. And, do this here because, you should have been able to protect yourself. It was a lot of help, even from especially my sisters. My sisters did the most help, but the men always encouraged me. My father always is proud of me. My father loves me. You guys have to love your children, whether they are male or female. I love all my kids, male and female. You cannot take it and feel like a woman is lazy because a lot of things women hold in. We don't sit up here and tell you every sickness or every pain and every ache, because you would be disgusted with us if we told you everything that was wrong with us. Honestly, I've been married all these years. I don't sit up there and tell my husband every problem I have, because guess what? I think it would be annoying. It would be annoying to hear every single thing. Oh God, today my leg went out. Today my back went out. No man wants to hear a woman just complain all the time about things that she can't prevent and he can't even help to prevent. So a lot of the problems I tell my husband is things that he can prevent or he can help me with. I don't tell him things that he can't even help me with, even if I tell him. If I tell him, it's just another burden added to a plate that he can't fix anyway. You understand? So a lot of times we keep that to ourselves, but that doesn't mean that it's not real. It doesn't mean that it's not happening. So that's my thing.
Ladies, I just want to say before I get off, for those of you dealing with sciatica and stuff, it may be useful to you depending on, what kind of medication or treatment that you're dealing with. But if you're in a position to, like once a month, Indian head massage or a nice back massage, on the areas that you're dealing with, the sciatica. I love things like the CBD oil. I know you guys have like the THC oil. If you're able to, take advantage of that and give yourself a nice rub down. Or sometimes even like the hot bath with the CBD oil in. Oh my gosh. And I bought one of these things It's like a I'll have to do a little live on it. It's like a heat wrap belt type thing. I'm testing it at the moment to see how I get on, but it's warm at one angle and it vibrates and it massages. You're supposed to be able to put it under your top and stuff. So there's different little things that are, inventions that are coming out now in this sort of era that may be useful. Like I've got this little massage thing and I put my little oil, CBD oil on it. And then I rub it on the area with the massage thing and I leave it there and I let it vibrate and it's lovely. And it helps ease like the pain with sciatica because I actually deal with it myself. And just in terms of in the winter, the things like, I know it's simple things, but shea butter is good for the area to be able to, like in winters here, though sometimes the winter gets bad and I can feel it in my bones with the sciatica. So I put like an extra layer of that quality shea butter on just to sort of reinforce the area from, the cold and stuff like that. So I don't know if that helps, but ladies, trust me, I empathize with what we go through bringing these children into the world and the no breaks. And it's a thankless job and we are doing it and we are proud that we are mothers. And the ones that put us and demean us, they don't realize that they're also demeaning the carriage of their birth into this world as well through the mothers that brought them forth. So, good night, God bless. Suave, always a pleasure. Mule, always a pleasure. Commander, I think you're just listening in or had it on, but hey. Good night, everybody. I'll see you on Moons in my stream later.
Okay, absolutely, sis, man. I appreciate y'all. It's the Commander. Yeah, Rio versus Just Me tonight.
What time they up? 6?
Yeah, 6, 9 our time.
30 minutes. Yeah, man. What was said, man, I can relate to when it come down to the support that the sisters had back in the day. And I speak back in the day, I say the ancient time, because people forget that was the whole purpose of the elders, the elder sisters, the elder women in the community. You know what I'm saying? How can I say it? The women servants, right? Our wives, they always had help from their servants. You know what I'm saying? For the simple fact of those situations that Mule is talking about. So, for example, when we move out and our wives is with us, 9 times out of 10, they either coming into a servant or they coming with a servant, right? And as they grow and they have children, right, the support system is there. So when we out and about, they got that support system. When she need that break, that woman is there to help. You know what I'm saying? Till the children get older, you know what I'm saying? And the daughters get older and they there to help. You understand what I'm saying? Along with the servant. So like, go ahead and play. So just, listening to the sisters, you know what I'm saying? Like I can relate to that support, you know what I mean? In this day and time, the servants ain't there. So we have to take the place, right? You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, you know what I'm saying? It's something that we have to learn as men. You know what I'm saying? It's not something that just comes so natural. You know what I mean? So the things that you guys want from us, certain things that you guys definitely have to voice yourself. You know what I'm saying? Be heard, be understood. You know what I'm saying? And we can correct correct what needs to be corrected. Vice versa. You know what I'm saying? You guys listen to what we have need of, and you know what I'm saying? Y'all make that happen. And it works both ways. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing that just, that I feel like we just need to start really focusing on is us, not just the women, but us. Because if we just focus on y'all and we don't focus on us, then it's only one problem being fixed, not the whole.
Yeah.
Even when I look at our Africans, watch yourself, be careful. Even when I look at them, they got women serving. They got women help. You know what I'm saying? They women, they gather together every morning, take care of business. You know what I'm saying? Take care of their husbands after the fact, from wherever they coming from. You know what I'm saying? So like it's there to be seen, but you know what I'm saying? Do people acknowledge that? Do people speak about those relationships, those type of communities? Not really. But it's there. It's still there, even to this day, 2022. And it ain't looked at in a negative way. Oh yeah.
Wondering where might
Hey, I just was wanting to say this here. I just think historically women have been trained not to try to burden men with every single female issue or child issue that we have. And I think that because we've been trained, because from me, from my father and my husband, they're fixers, right? So I will bring them problems that I know they can fix. Because I can't call my dad and tell him something emotional all the time because he can't fix it. So we rely on women, my sisters and stuff. They can fix emotional problems that my husband or my father, or maybe they can't fix it, but they can understand,
Right.
So I think that a lot of times with women, a lot of things because we've never historically, we've been trained not to even bring to men. It goes under the radar of men. It just goes under the radar. Not that they don't care. We don't really address a lot of things with men, female concerns, because we feel like it's bitching or it's just complaining, or maybe they might say it's something natural that women go through. So I do I appreciate that you understand that women, we do need support. And somebody said, is patriarchy ever good? The reason why I always say no is because we don't communicate. We don't have that relationship to where you can take and say, I'm gonna give everything to this man, because he can't even deal with everything. Like I said, I couldn't burden somebody who's overseas in the military with every problem I'm having here, and he's going through his own situation over there. I need to make sure his mind is focused on his task over there, right? So I have to be here with the kids and be focused over here. So, everybody has to play a role in society. I just want everybody's role to be valued equally. That's all.
Yeah, that's understood. You know what I'm saying? Should nobody be undervalued? Relationship or not, single person, young person, everybody have their value in life, or they wouldn't be here. Leave that dirt alone.
Yeah, I really enjoyed you and Suave conversation earlier when y'all was talking. I really enjoyed learning, and it was you and Sister Nobody, and she was asking you about what y'all was talking about, the cobblestone. I had never heard of that either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had got a personal call, to deal with my attorney and things about this accident that I just had. So that's why I put the phone, put it on mute. But just to sit back and listen, you know what I'm saying? It's a good thing, you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, we need to hear. You know what I'm saying? We don't always need to be heard. When I say we, I'm talking about the men.
Yeah, the men. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. So what y'all talking about now?
Shit, it look like we got 20 minutes before this debate starts, so I think Suave probably can shut it down.
Suave, who about the debate?
Here.
Who's debating? You, Sarah? Commander?
He just said it. Rio, Minister Howe, and I forgot the other person he said.
Okay, that sounds like that's gonna be real good. What's the topic?
Man, don't make me lie.
Let me see. For the last debate, I was not the debate before the last one. I was the first person there, so I want to be the first person there tonight. Because it seemed like if you miss a few minutes, you missed a lot.
Yeah, you have to go back because you want to make sense of everything everybody's saying. You got to start it from the beginning.
Are you a debater?
Yep.
When is your debate? When is your next debate?
I'm gonna talk to Suave about that probably tonight. I mean Suave, Solar after the debate is over with. I'll talk to him about that.
I love watching those debates. I learn a lot of information. Even if I don't agree with it, I learn a lot. Mm-hmm. Suave, what's the debate topic for tonight?
Get out that dirt. Where's it? Took his shoes off. Man.
Must be working still.
Lima, what you want to see a debate on?
What I would do, listen, in my mind, I'm a great debater. But y'all put in too much work for me. Y'all do a lot. Y'all do fantastic. What's the debate tonight for?
What you saying?
What's the debate on? What's the topic?
Hold on, let me see. Martial arts or capoeira or jiu-jitsu, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, which is better martial arts?
Wow. Okay.
I say capoeira.
Capoeira is the one where they throw people, right?
It's a movement that you use, and in that movement, kick the hell out of somebody.
Oh, okay. So Suave, you asked me what would I like to debate about. You know what I would like to debate about? Anything Black here in America. I think I'm an expert on a lot of historical things that are wrong that people believe in. Seriously.
Oh man.
Like, I'm serious. Like, people talk about Dr. Martin Luther King. I think he was an excellent historical figure, right? But people like epitomize Huey P. And I think he started off good, but he was horrible, right? So I think I would debate a lot of people on a lot of Black political events in history.
What was horrible about Huey P?
The crackhead Huey P? Or which one? which Huey P?
Oh, you talking about? You said the contact?
The crackhead. He was a crackhead. I mean, yeah. I mean, he was a known.
Shit, fighting for liberation for Black people will drive you to smoking crack. I'm surprised Malcolm and Martin weren't smoking crack. What I saw Huey P. do, and I'm with you, Lima. I'm not gonna just blindly defend him, but oh my bad. But yeah, no, there's no way I would drag Huey P. I think we're privileged, and we have the ability to just open our mouths and say things about people who can't defend themselves, and in a time 60 years later after that, nobody really has the intricacies to go within the details and actually show you the good, the bad, but
But what I would say about Huey P is not that he was all bad. I think his intentions were great. I think a lot of our historical people, their intentions were great. But I think with power changes people. It's that HNIC, the head nigga in charge, comes into play. And when they get this power, they're not used to it. And so then the fame of it all can get to people. And what I saw with him, especially when he went to jail, and which time? Oh God, he went to jail so many times. But when he got out of jail, I mean, I say from 1964, he stabbed Odell Lee, right? He got convicted of that, right? So I say from 1965, when he got out from that, till 1969, he was very good. But the problem with it was he brought nothing but young criminals into it. And they were all petty thieves. I mean, just the revolutionaries that we idolize today were all criminals. Those people who were rolling with him were petty criminals. They broke in people's houses. They did drugs. I mean, you can say it led him to it, but he was already a drug user. He was already a cocaine user in 1964 before he started the Black Panthers with Bobby Seale. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you can look at it. Did he have a good message? Yes. Did he inspire people? Yes. Did he start programs? Yes. However, he was still a criminal.
Wait. Hold on.
He was still a criminal.
Hold on. See, I don't know how that's making sense in my understanding. Mm-hmm. Even though that might be what's written on paper, right? Mm-hmm. It just the actions that we're talking about, right? Mm-hmm. I look at a dope head, mm-hmm. Whether they sniffing cocaine or they smoking crack. It's a characteristic that they carry. And to start programs, not even close. To do the things that he was doing for the people, with the people, the time that he was putting in, he didn't have time to smoke crack. Crack would have been taking him away from all of that. Heroin, whatever, sniffing, all that. He would have been so spaced out, he wouldn't have been thinking right. So, you know what I'm saying? To say that during the time that he was actually making moves for the people, that just I don't see that happening.
Well, you never met a functional crackhead. I have an aunt I'd like to introduce you to. And she is inspirational. She will give you the best advice. I'm talking about she gives the best speeches and the best advice, and you would never suspect what she's going to go do later on. She's functional. She can do stuff every day of the week. She can work. She was at the post office for I don't know how many years, 40 years. But on the weekends, she blew that check. I mean, that's just, listen, there are people, it's two sides to every coin, right? So it's one side of a coin and there's another side. People are not one way. And that's the misconception that we live in fantasy land, that people are so good or either they're so bad. People are a mixture of both, to be honest. You can get up here and act like you're the best mother in the world or the best father in the world and be beating your kids later. You understand? So it's two sides to every coin is multifaceted in each person. What I'm saying is that I think the intention and the thought processes were good. But the reason why so many gangbangers and people idolize these people is because they think, well, they were criminals like me. They broke in people's houses. Huey P broke in people's houses like me. My father was a Black Panther, and he's the one who taught me why he couldn't be with those people. Because by day, they were revolutionaries, but by night, they were petty criminals. They were breaking people's houses, steal your TV, steal your radio, and they would do all these things. My dad had to get away from that foolishness. So this is what I'm saying. We idolize and we romanticize, even with people with Africa. They look at Africa as, oh, if we were in Mother Africa and we would do this because our people, our ancestors, their people was messed up. They was jacked up. They jacked up today. Stop romanticizing people. Be who you are. Everybody is touched by God in some kind of way. We have to live in our own brain, in our own spirit, in our own mind. And if you need help to connect to something positive, use it. But don't be led astray by a religion or by a politic or by romanticizing Africa. No, you need to know that right now, today, where your feet are, this is your reality. And this is the life you have to make better for you and your family. You don't have another chance. You can't go back in history. You can't look forward. You have today. Today, you make today great. And that's all you have is today. Tomorrow is not promised to you, right? But you plan for tomorrow. Whether you get there, we don't know, but you plan for it. So that's the whole thing. We romanticize these people who were just straight up jacked up, who are regular people who fought demons. And then we have all these gangs that came from Huey and Pete. You know, the Bloods and the Crips. All these people, they idolize Stokely Carmichael. They idolize. When you look at the Bloods and the Crips, when they did this documentary on a guy from California, he idolized Huey P. Hello?
Yeah, I'm listening to you.
I'm sorry. They idolize these people, but they also idolize the fact that they have common sense and knew they were criminals too. You understand? So it's nothing wrong for me to sell crack or drugs to my brother. He's still my brother. Whereas most society, look at the Italian mafia. When we watch those movies, oh, you could sell this to drug, but you can't sell it to Italian.
That's another
Why
thing
we
I
never
was
have
saying.
any standards? We have to have standards for our revolutionaries.
Even in the criminal world, shit was unfair. You know what I'm saying? Any entity is going to use criminal ways. You know, things that are outlawed, not horrific, wicked things, but things that are out that will be try to be controlled by the people that's already in power. You know, to prevent people from using that same scale. You know, the American government was built on bootlegging and stealing and murder and all of this stuff, corruption, and but then they outlawed it, prostitution and liquor and drugs and stuff. You know, so
Listen, I'm not against a lot. I did a lot in my youth. My brothers was out there, so I was out there with my brothers. You know, I'm talking about my blood brothers.
Yeah, I see your mug shot on your avatar.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I was out there with my brothers when I was young, you know. You are so crazy. No, but I'm serious. You know, growing up in New Orleans, you did what you did. But what I'm saying is it don't make it right, right? And when you know better, you do better. And you set a better standard. And to me, we follow people who set bad standards. We follow people who think that because they did wrong, they want to uphold the wrong. No, if I made a mistake, I'm gonna tell you I was dead wrong. I shouldn't have did that. You understand? Can I tell you that I know somebody who unlocked a patch on somebody's head for a food stamp card for $250? Yeah, I do know that person. But am I gonna say that's a good thing? No, it's not a good thing. You shouldn't do that, dude. You should not be like that.
Now, how much you gonna sell me them stamps for? What you said after that?
No, that's what I'm saying. It is what it is, right? We'll travel for groceries. Greyhound, go everywhere, right? No, but
my family gotta eat still. Don't do that. Yeah, I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at it. Yeah, Sean, what was me and your title? I keep forgetting.
Say what you say, bro?
Me and your title, I keep forgetting.
I forgot, bro. Hold on. I'll get it. Come on. Y'all come inside. Come on. Oh. Damn. Damn, Neo over here popping like a motherfucker. Like,
hello, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
you. We can hear you now. You was kind of out for a second. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
She must have got a phone call or something.
Yeah, probably so. And I gotta go back to the. That was about like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, it wasn't the Septuagint, was it? BC Septuagint?
Nah.
Okay.
Man, Akmalak and Battle Axe, man, they been coming over to the source getting their ass handed to them, bro.
Mangled. Okay.
Running from debates and all that shit. I'm like, man.
That's what they do, bro.
Then we asked the brother, we say, you still a part of the league, bro? I'm talking to Battle Axe. Niggas say, nah. You know what I'm saying? I'm busy, you know what I'm saying? So I ain't got no debates. I ain't had no debates. So then A9 said, so if they call you and ask you, you know what I'm saying, set up a debate, you gonna debate? Nah. So then you quit then, nigga. Nah. I ain't quit. I more or less like got fired. I'm like, nigga, Solar ain't say nothing about kicking you out the league, nigga. What the fuck is you talking about? Nigga, you
I hope he did.
Crazy, nigga.
I hope he did. Niggas, I don't know what's up.
I'm like, bro, you quit, bro. Nah, man, I ain't quit. So if they call you, then you still a part of the league. Nah, man, I ain't, you know what I'm saying? I'm busy, man. I got other things to do. Well then, nigga, you quit. You ain't came on the line and said, man, look, I got other things to do. I ain't gonna be debating no more this season. So yeah, you ain't say nothing like that to the league. Nigga, you just vanished. It's crazy, bro. Brothers gonna have to start being honest with themselves, man.
Yeah, that's a fact. Go ahead, Lima. Okay, revisit. It ain't go nowhere.
So what's going on with the music, bro?
Oh man, I'm starting on my second album. I'm done with the first one. It's in the finalization process, mixing down and going back over the audio and all of that shit that I hate to do. But I'm starting on my second one now. So yeah, I got a nice little something in the tuck.
Yes, sir. You gonna where you gonna do the premiere at? You gonna do it on Argument League?
No, I either do it on Midwest Music Focus or my Instagram.
Okay.
Shout out to Nico.
Let me tell you this though. Let me just say this. For y'all that don't like to work out, man, listen. Shake that shit off. Start getting your body in some type of shape. Let me tell you, especially for us that's getting older, it'll help you recover faster. Because remember, we don't recover the same. But if your ass ain't doing nothing, your recovery is gonna take hella long than a person that's actually out, you know what I'm saying, doing something on a regular basis. Just saying, it's a whole lot of stuff we can do at the crib. You don't need no weights. You know what I mean? Turn some music on, get that good sweat up. You know what I'm saying? Do your squats, your lunges, stretch. If you don't do nothing else, stretch.
Lima, you back?
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, that is so true, man, because you need to exercise, right? Exercises. When I'm chasing around this 2-year-old of mine that I have over here, and he always want to go to the park, She loves being outside. You better be active and have that energy going.
Yeah, that's what keep you young, kids.
Yes.
Last
and
thing
guess
you want
what,
to do is
Swab?
sit around.
I went to the store earlier today, and a lady told me that she thought I was 32 years old.
Not 32.
I said, "Oh my God, thank you."
You said, "Oh damn, thank you."
Right now, Mew, you trying to move way too fast. You know you got a husband over there now.
Hey,
No. She wasn't flirting with me.
What you say? You was a year off?
She giving you that confidence, like, oh, you still got it. Your husband still be on.
Hey, you can
Yeah,
rank
she
up.
asked me for my ID. I was buying something, that needed an ID. And she asked me for my ID, and she was like, "Oh my gosh!" She was like, "You look like you 32 years old." I was like, "Ah."
That's what's up. So
she
you know
probably
what
was
age you
lying.
can use? What age you are? I'm 32.
Yeah, no, but I'm proud of my age. I don't really care. It really don't matter.
Nah, shit, you already got what you need and what you want.
And plus, these kids and this husband, they lie. They gonna bust you in your lie anyway. I never forget. I was telling somebody I was 29 or something. They were like, I'm 29. How are you and your son the same age?" I'm like, "Boy, shut up." These kids are just embarrassing anyway, so you better take your own age. Yeah, so anyway. How do y'all feel about being a father?
I love it.
Best 1,000 different things. I was scared. Shit. I was terrified. I was happy. I was proud. A lot of things, but I was a stepfather twice before I was a father. And, I love kids my whole life. So the moment I got to be able to hold a baby, and even when they tell you sit down on the couch and you can hold it, I was feeding and changing diapers since then. So,
That's great. That's great.
Close my door.
Is it scary?
You said, is it scary?
Mm-hmm.
Every now and then, that some scary things happen.
When they get older, you know what I'm saying, and they start moving around, you know what I'm saying, because they, they hanging out and they doing their thing with their friends, and you trying to give them a little space. It's not about scared. It's just about, I'll just say nervous.
Nah, it start early from the first time you fuck up. See, cause like even with me like being a stepfather, I was there real early in the kid's life. So it was like when I did something inexperienced, it got scary, Like I fed my son too much. I told y'all that story. I fed that man like 3 cans of prunes at one time, and that nigga shitted up his back. That shit was scary.
Oh my God, who told you to do that?
That shit was scary.
So did y'all women trust y'all with the baby?
Yeah, they didn't have no fucking sense.
Listen, I have a confession. I never trusted my husband with my babies because he tried to wash my son's hair for me. I was at work. He thought he was doing something good. My baby was maybe 3 or 4 months. And I got off of work and my husband was sitting on the bed. His eyes was bloodshot red. I said, "What's wrong?" He was like, "Nothing. He's okay. Junior, he's okay." I was like, "Well, what happened? What do you mean he's okay?" I tried to clean him up and wash him. And I washed his hair. No, face down.
Oh, hell no.
Wow.
You thought I never from that point left him alone with any of his kids.
So okay.
Not when they were young. Not when they're young.
First daughter, I was in school and working. So it was my wife who was with my oldest daughter. You know what I'm saying? And the rest of our babies, you know what I'm saying? It was a team thing. You know what I'm saying? But then we had a cool babysitter, not babysitter, but preschool. You know what I'm saying? That actually, you know what I'm saying, was teaching our babies, you know what I'm saying, and getting them ready for school. So when they get there, they advanced, right? Mm-hmm. So we had that type of assistance as well. So we had time to where we could actually get out, work, you know what I'm saying, take care of our shit. And then at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, we both getting off at the same time. So bam, we there. You know what I mean? So now it's to the point where it's my turn. I'm at the house majority of the time when I, you know what I'm saying, I ain't getting no calls or, you know what I'm saying, I ain't getting no work, no contracts and nothing. So it's like, man, with my twins, you talking about understanding patience, you know what I'm saying? And yo, yeah, and I understand it now when they say the older you get, the less patience you have. It's like, oh, got to reestablish that though.
I have a confession. After that one time, I did not like to leave him with my babies at all.
Yeah, I heard that. You watched my baby face down in the water.
Right.
Listen, he was so. I think men are fixers and think they can do everything you can do, and so whether they know what you do or not, they just want to jump in and do it. I never trusted him. And that was a big issue with me and him for years. Thank God we worked through it. But yeah, I didn't like leaving my kids with him. I'd be like, He'd be like, I got these kids. No, Let me call my sister.
Oh, hell no. Nah. I'd be like, I'm not, baby, look, listen. Yeah, I got this. We
I know, but I would tell him only do this or only do that. But he would want to do too much. Like he would want to do everything. Like I didn't ask you to bathe them. I didn't ask you to feed them. Not with a newborn, no.
But that I ain't gonna lie. I used to love bathing my babies. You know what I'm saying?
Him too.
I used to love bathing my baby, but I ain't never held my baby under no damn water.
No, bro. I'm taking a shower with mine, bro. I ain't putting them in
washing his hair face down. Oh no.
I ain't even putting them in the bath in the baby bath, man. I'm just going, man. You take a shower with me, fucking, we good.
I would throw your ass in the sink with the dishes. If I ain't got one of them baby bathtubs, put your ass right in that sink with the dishes. We use the little pink pans from the hospital. Put a little water in, a little soap.
Had a little cool right there with a little legs. Cool. Man, listen, man. Hey, babe. She ready. He ready. She come grab her. There you go. That's how I did it. I wouldn't. If she wanted to give him a bath, she gave him a bath, man. I wasn't really tripping on all of that.
Okay, they said go ahead and hit continue. My bad.
I think men are really good and patient with bigger kids. So, like, once they hit 2 years old, then yeah, you could just leave them and don't care. But when they're real young, ain't no man watching. A 1-year-old would pick up anything and put in their mouth. Them men ain't watching them kids like that. No.
Why you think that?
I just don't. Because I would watch my dad and my uncles watch other people like children, and they would just yell at them, "Hey, what you doing?" And they don't know what them kids was doing. They didn't know. I would have to be the one when I was a teenager go check and see what they doing. Like, my dad is not watching your kid. Like, why y'all always think my dad is? I'm watching your children. Like, I was like 12 or 13, but I would tell my aunt, "See, they're not watching. I'm watching them." So I just never thought men were good with little bitty kids. But once they hit like 2, men are great. Men are great with kids, but nah. I wouldn't leave y'all with no little baby. Don't trust it.
Yeah.
Y'all don't have the
Look at Lima up here, man bashing.
Yeah, I don't. I promise you. I just don't, because I grew up with my dad always talking about, "Yeah, drop them kids off." And he would tell anybody drop their kids off. And them kids would be putting pennies in their mouth or anything and choking. And I'm 12 or 13 trying to do the Heimlich, and he in there drinking beer and watching a football game.
Yeah, I remember my dad had to knock a penny out my sister's throat, but he just had inferior kids by an inferior woman. So,
Hey. I'm telling you, men have more patience to me though with like older kids. Like my grandson, his favorite word is no, and it drives me crazy. I'll be like, boy, stop telling me no, no. Even when he comes to me, I say, come here. He said no, and still come. I'll be like, you better stop telling me no. Which to my husband is super funny. He thinks it's the best thing in the world. I'm like, you better get him. He keeps telling me no. I think when
I
men
can't
involved,
say the micromanaging is not done by men good. Like, you know, even though I was raised by my dad, but he didn't come to school to check on my grades. He didn't, like, did you eat? Do you have clothes? Do you have a roof? I'm trusting you could get through the rest of the day. You know what I'm saying? So, and he just
let's
accepted when you
go.
did dumb stuff. He just accepted it. Like, you know, oh crap, I'm going to sleep, so I'll go to work tomorrow. You know, glad you survived. See you tomorrow. That's what it was like. And you know, as a kid, everything you go through is the biggest thing ever happened. I can't believe it happened. What happened? All right, well, you know, there's nothing you can do about it. Just, you know, try not to do it again.
Let's go. Let's go. But you're right. That's just how men handle stuff. Like they do only the big picture stuff, right? All of the big stuff is only important, right? And to a kid, every little thing is important. I would call my husband and tell him something, and he'll be like, tell him so. That ain't important. I'm like, but it's important to him. It's important now. And it might not be important to adults, but it's very important to kids. Somebody one time told my son because of the store that he said he bought his shoes from, that the shoes was not real. So I asked him, I said, well, what did they see something on the shoe that's saying that? Because it comes from Foot Locker. Oh, well, Foot Locker is a Chinese company. I said, you listening to these kids? All the shoes coming from China. Oh, but they say Foot Locker is owned by China. I don't know who owns Foot Locker, but if it is, then every shoe is counterfeit. So what does it matter? But to a 10-year-old, that's a big deal, you know, for somebody to tell them that. My husband didn't have no sympathy. He was like, so what? Men really don't care.
Man, you just can't pay attention to all feelings. You know what I'm saying? People got the right to feel. I feel it. So what? You know what I'm saying? What do you expect for the world to do because you feel this way? You know? So.
And I feel opposite. I feel all feelings are valid. I just don't think you should react or act upon your feelings. That's all. I think you should grieve the way you grieve. You should love the way you love. I think all feelings are valid, but it's how you handle those feelings that matter. What's your name? Commander? You must be dealing with your kids.
What's going on?
And say, how do you deal with the feelings of your kids?
When you say the feelings of my kids, what do you mean?
When they crying or they got a problem, but it's something childhood, something to deal with children issues.
I try and talk them from the whining and the crying. Sometimes I'll be on them like, hey, cut that crying, cut it out.
I'm like, what you crying for? Because when I was young, that's what I would cry because I didn't know what to do. So I'd be like, what you crying for? And they said, and I'd be like, all you gotta do is this. All you gotta do, once you have a solution, you don't cry about things. But one thing with me personally and my character is I get frustrated. Frustration is like my fucking it turns me, inside out. It's just being able to not, like, when I was a kid and I couldn't tie my shoes right, it would piss me off. The inability to do something, that's what it was like. It would piss me off, like, hold on, why I can't do this? And I would just get extremely mad. And I remember my mama pointing out one time, like, don't get frustrated. And I was like, frustrated? And that's when I learned what that word was. And then, and then it was funny because I would see my son do the same thing, and his mama say, don't get, like, she already knew what time it was, I guess, because she knew me. She'd be like, don't get frustrated. A lot of dudes would get frustrated, man. And it was funny looking at him like, well, you really frustrated.
That is not funny.
It was cute, so
Mm-hmm.
My little man.
I do feel like our kids are just a replica of us. Even though they try to fight it or they don't believe it, I see so much in my kids. I don't really see.
They got like the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. They're like a Trinity. They're their mother, they're their father, and then there's a unique aspect of them. But of course, like when you buy a Cadillac, you start noticing all the Cadillacs. You notice the things in your children that you're used to. So all the things that's familiar to you, you notice. Man, the other parent would notice what's familiar with them. That's why both parents think the child look like them and act like them. But it's both, and then there's a unique side that you both got to learn. Like, now what's up? What you finna be?
And that's 100 what you just said, because it's him, me, and then a unique side. Because with all the kids, they all have something similar that they all do, that my husband do. And I'll be looking at him, I'll be like shaking my head, like I can see, or they have a response that only their Paul would have. I'll be like, oh, there you go. He'll say, oh, well, y'all do that because your mama do this, and I just start laughing. I'm like, really? I do that? But even the way one of them walks is just like his dad. It's like, how do you inherit certain looks or certain, how frowns of your face,
you spend your whole time watching somebody else do it. Bone structure, shit.
Yeah, but that boy look more like me, but he has he looks like me, and that one have more character of his dad, right? And the one who's identical, the oldest one who look just like his dad, have more to me characteristic traits of me and my dad. It's just weird how these kids get, you be looking at them,
Yeah, they really grow up and be real people. They be real people. You be like, Mom, remember you was just a fucking bobblehead ass.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And all they can do is look and suckle. Yeah.
And when we were kids, my husband used to fight a lot. He used to fight a lot. I couldn't stand. He was my brother's best friend. He used to fight a lot. And I never was a fighter. And not my second one. All he used to do is fight. All he would do is fight. I'm like, I couldn't stand it. I'm like, he got that from you. he got that from you, you know. And I just, you know, he was smart, but he was very sharp temper. How you say frustrated? This one here, his temper would just snap. Like he wanted to fight, and that's how we started doing the Buddhist temple. And one of my kids is doing something wrong. Everybody I did the good had to suffer for the bad because I didn't have no babysitters. So if I had to bring him to meditate, everybody learned to meditate. We did that for like 3 years.
I heard that. I used to hate that shit. We step kids. We ain't even got the same parents.
Even when my stepson come, he had to meditate. Oh yes, he was there every summer, every Christmas.
I ain't bad like that. My stepbrother used to get in trouble with that, try to yell at me. I'm not stupid like that.
I don't get my stepson said, I don't need to go meditate. My mom, we Christians, we not Buddhists. I said, you Buddhist now. This summer,
his mama told him that shit. His mama told him to say that. Some of them lines you just said, like, you tell
the
her
thing was, I'm not about to leave you unsupervised in the house by yourself. You know, I don't have a babysitter. No, you coming with us.
Watch
And the truth was, we wasn't Buddhists either. That was a free therapy session. That was a free therapy session. Shoot, you know. So guess what? We all went there and rang that bell and sat in silence in a dark room with our legs folded and you know, just in silence. And that song, that boy, he's really comical. He could be a comedian's wife.
I believe.
Yeah, you talk to him, I promise you, he is like I don't know, not Dave Chappelle. I don't know, the ghetto Dave Chappelle. He ghetto. He is so funny. I'm talking about, and they never lived in the streets or nothing like that, but everything he gravitates to is the streets. You know that? Even when he was in college, he would be always in the roughest neighborhoods.
Yeah. Opposites attract.
Yeah, and I always was terrified of his girlfriend right now. She have gold teeth and stuff. She's sweet. She's real sweet. But I be saying, you don't think she just too? And he just love her.
You better move around, girl. You better move around.
Look, I shut
them gold teeth do some things for that man. He ain't trying to hear none of that you talking about. Like,
and she's sweet as pie, man. She's so cool and so sweet. But I just be like, she look like she gonna cut my son if he play with her. I be saying that to myself, like, oh my God. And his whole thing is, I'm grown. You know, you can't. All right, boy, you mess over her. Look like she gonna box you up. Don't be calling for mama then.
Hey, get us both cut.
I cut back.
You did that crime. And you know your mama let you get cut.
I'm
you better not cut him a lot, though.
Yeah, just cut my baby a little, girl, because you better not hurt my baby. just a little. But he in love and stuff, so hey, I'm all for it. Because she, you know, she a sweet girl, but I just be looking at the way she be looking at him, and I be seeing too much of myself in her. I be saying, he playing with fire right there.
I hear that. Or you don't fight nobody but your husband, huh?
I ain't never really fought him. I used to call myself fighting him. He's so doggone much taller than me. He used to have me on the wall like a picture frame. I got tired of being put on the wall. I just gave up beat them. I'm like, that's when we was kids. But yeah, I used to run up on him. Shoot, that's like I could grab both my hands and hand me on the wall. I said, you know what? I should have picked a smaller man. I think women, you can't have no big old strong man and think you're going to run up on them. which is good, because guess what? I ain't no fighter like that for real. I ain't never want to have to do all of that. Yeah, I'll pay for it. Me, I'm like, I'll pay for it. So Suave, what time the debate for? Because it seems like it might be about time.
I'm sorry, what you say, Lima?
What time the debate starting? Because it's 8.
It's supposed to start at 9. I'll keep refreshing right now.
Yeah. All right, it was good talking to you. Thank you for letting me come up, and like I said, I've been wanting to tell you that little prophecy I had for you, but it's not that good. But thank you for not taking it the wrong way.
No time, man. You know we family.
All right. Well, I'll holler at y'all. Bye, Commander.
All right, Mu University. All right.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, well, it's been another one, man. We all wait on the debate, man. Shout out to your son coming through, man. It was good seeing you, big bro. Talking to you.
Already, bro.
Shout out to the rest of the family that came through. Been another one, man. Till next time.